Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking why I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for Challenger Elite Stage 3. Birmingham has been and gone, but the games, they will continue. A new set of teams, somewhat, but some of the old faces still returning. My name is Bryce, joining me for this one, of course, Chris Tunn.
Yeah, new set of teams, very, very familiar faces on this side of things. I don't think you'll ever get rid of us at this stage, Brycey. No, very excited to be back in and amongst the circus that is Challengers. And we're excited to see how the season's going to go. There's a very, very different outlook of how EMEA currently looks. So we're going to be seeing who's going to come out on top in just a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, we certainly are. It should be a pretty good one for everyone involved. Some of the teams now kind of stabilizing in terms of where we expect them to be, but this is what you can see today. First up, we're going to have Decimate versus OMNiA. That'll be our first game covered here on Alpha. As for the rest of it, Bravo flew to Foxtrot. Well, an awful lot of big games, but I want to talk about Charlie here because that's also a massive game, Ton.
Yeah, huge game. I mean, we're going to get the permutations of them all as the weeks do go on, but OMNiA-INVICTA against Rock Esports is prime time viewing. If you want to keep an eye on Charlie, of course, we will be dipping and diving as we so often do here on Alpha in and amongst every single one of these 6 games. But our Alpha game is going to be Decimate against OMNiA-INVICTA, which should also be very, very interesting. We'll get to see plenty of OMNiA-INVICTA and Rock Esports over these next couple of weeks, Presley. Don't you worry.
Yeah, that's one thing that you absolutely can count on, as we will see them all the way through this. And I'll be honest with you, they're probably going to be in the same place right there in Group A. But they're joined, of course, by OMNiA-INVICTA, a team that a lot of people are very much looking forward to seeing. OMNiA-INVICTA, Hybrid Nation, Decimate, and Lin round out Group A, Ton.
Yeah, it's an interesting group, to be honest with you. We've got a couple of teams coming in relatively new to it, with a couple of new players at least anyway. But looking over towards Group A, honestly, it should be really interesting. I'm curious to see how OMNiA-INVICTA are going to do. You've got Alpha coming back over towards Europe with Mighty Sykes and Detain. This OMNiA-INVICTA roster is going to be really, really interesting. We've got DK kind of making a bit of a step up into another roster with some really experienced players. Let's see how he does there. And of course, the ever-present, dominant, somewhat Rock Esports roster, second place over in Birmingham, which would be disappointing to them, but the first and the second over the first 2 events and challenges is nothing to shake your head at.
It certainly isn't, actually. We were talking about this a little bit before we came on air, with a team that did beat them having split somewhat, or at least losing a couple of players to other avenues. Rock Esports, again, looking like one of the favourites going forward here, and kind of the same thing in Series 3. Realistically, when we spoke about Rock Esports coming out at the start of the season, looked very, very positive. Got that first land win, went into Stage 2. Unfortunately, did not win it, but then came second at Birmingham. So certainly one of the front runners in the entirety of Challengers going forward.
Yeah, and Group B is really exciting as well, looking over towards that. We've got a couple of new players coming in, a couple of really old faces that could be showing something more specific, again, for the Saudi Arabian region. We've got another, no, I wouldn't quite call it a Saudi Arabian super team just yet, Brycey, but I'm really interested to see how NAJD does. Kangabodi, Gentle, Shea, and Clocks all together. So a couple of players on the rise, a couple of players who've been around for a long time from the Middle Eastern region. So yeah, it should be interesting to see how they do over the season as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, hey, speaking of old faces, I even saw Steve pick back up the pad. Old Vortex got involved in a cup recently. I don't know what he was playing at.
He outplaced his team.
yeah. I wasn't going to bring that part up, but
well, it's funny, isn't it?
It is a little bit funny, but we'll see how he gets back into the coaching of the team as this one does go on. But let's talk a little bit about our game that we will be showing you first, our Alpha game of the day. Don't worry, we'll be covering all the rest as well, but our first one should be pretty good. Decimate going up against OMNiA, but this is Decimate as you can currently see it deliver Zidix, Deppa, and Nadox ton.
Yeah, a slight change up coming through for these boys, but I'm interested to see what they can do. Again, a roster who is going to cause problems for plenty of different teams, but let's see how they can go. I mean, for a team like Decimate, for me, it's about just trying to improve every single season if you can. Playoffs, etc. Let's see how you can do, but it's going to be hard to break into that top 4 kind of position, which is what they want to be vying for. They are very much on the cusp. Can they make that next step up? That's got to be the question.
Well, that first step might be a hurdle in the name of OMNiA. We'll see how this team gets on against them. Mighty Alpha, Sykes, and Detain. Certainly not an easy team to take down, Ton.
No, absolutely not. And again, for this roster, you're going to got Alpha back into the mix alongside Mighty Sykes. Entertain. Interested to see how Alpha's going to do. I would say, in fairness, a mostly unsuccessful stint over on the other side of the pond, but now back in his home country, seeing what he can do on this side of things. Once again, he was very impressive in that very first season. Let's see if he can be impressive again here in Stage 3.
Well, let's find out how these two teams are about to throw this one down. The videos have been done, so we can see we get Colossus Hardpoint, Den Search and Destroy, Exposure Overload, Gridlock Hardpoint, a first for us here in Challengers Elite, and Fringe Search and Destroy, same thing.
Yeah, I'd imagine we will get to see some of the new maps in Gridlock Hardpoint and Fringe Search and Destroy. I would like to say new maps, Pricey. Not really new in the grand scheme of things. Fringe, yeah, it's very old. Actually, very, very old. Long time ago was Black Ops 3, but of course, it'll be wonderful to get back there, as well as the Black Ops 4 favorite in Gridlock as well. Should be interesting for the good maps 4 and 5.
Yeah, we'll play a little bit different to back then, but fortunately we're very familiar with these maps. So hopefully we do get to see them. I don't think this one will be a 3-0 to kick it off with anyway, but it looks like we are about to start this one up regardless.
Let's see how things are going to go between these two squads. Again, I don't want to say it's like a mid-table matchup for this group in particular, but it's definitely one of those that you would expect these teams to be close to each other by the end of the season. So it's an important one for both these squads. If they take away a win, it really sets them off very, very nicely for securing a playoff spot, you would like to think, and that's a good start. Coming out from Nanox, cannot find the third. And of course, something else we, well, haven't had a chance to mention, of course, is the meta change as well. The NPC coming in. We kind of do have a bit more of a defined meta now. Let's be honest, the Dravik was a little, yeah, that's basically what it was. So now we do actually have something that is not necessarily the greatest at range, but is very good, of course, to go up against the ever-present M15. So yeah, should be interesting. I'm curious how some teams are going to adapt to this. The SMG teams, or faster-paced teams, should really benefit. And right now, that is benefiting OMNiA-INVICTA. They're, yeah, with a very good start.
Yeah, very good weapon. A lot of people are working out exactly how it should fit into the meta with the attachments, but it certainly has put a little bit more of a spin on some of these. We should be seeing more of these than we do Draviks, because they're just so effective on this map at the ranges that you would normally engage at. There is always going to be a little bit more wobble.
More with Nanox over towards his backside. Decimate trying to get some time here at the obvious P2. Over towards the back end of Colossus here as Decimate still in control. Zidix on a full spray. See what he can get going here for him. He's the new guy in on this roster. See what he can do with this position, this opportunity. So far, so good, though. 6 and 4 from him. Might be over towards this backside, though. I'm really curious about this OMNiA-INVICTA team. I think if I was to look at one squad in particular here, Brycey, that I would favor out of these two squads, it would be them. So let's see how they're going to go and do in this first matchup. As mentioned, it's a relatively important one for both these two squads.
At the moment, you can see this all being held. An awful lot of time grabbed off of that P2 as well. Dax is going to be on a 4. The rotation is coming 3, and D3 grabs that one with the help of a nade. Zidix is going to be here as well, and that NPC gets shut down by his teammate before he can do any more damage. A lot of bodies streaming through here for OMNiA. It's a good break into a hold.
Could do with some time, though. P2 very much leaking over towards Decimate. They're going to try and find a way through. They got themselves on the right side of the map here for P4 as well. Can they find a way through? Not going to happen. Alpha will shut that down. One more player pushing through Secret. He's going to get shut down as well. Nicely done. And that's going to be a complete flip. OMNiA-INVICTA still with 35 seconds to go here over towards P3. And the time and the kills on top of it. Looking good for them to come back into this game.
Just holding it. A little bit of fighting going on here. Should be a big push coming in from Decimate. They've stacked this one really hard, but they've got to find the initial kills to begin with. And Sykes already finding 2. He's massive from them. Nanox will eventually break it into it, but with 14 seconds to go, it's scrap time, and everybody backpedal. You've got to hold the spawns for P4.
Yeah, could be crucial scrap time as well. Zidix going to be butted up by Detain, who's going to have to back on up to help his teammates out. Has lost a gunfight, actually, to Deppa, which is maybe going to make a difference, but Mighty, he can find one. Let's try and find this transition now. Deppa and Co going to maybe have a look to get a hold here. Not going to happen. That's a really nice couple of kills going to come in from Mighty over towards the backside. The knife out as well. Going to result in a rotation that is theirs. Can't find the gunfight. Nanox should be traded and is. Nice rotation for OMNiA-INVICTA.
Alpha just doing the work you need to cut them off here. And this is really pushing the bag. In fact, he's going for it even more. They're so confident in the block here that they actually have that they are pushing this map out as far as possible. But Detain finding himself without the reinforcements he would quite like as Sykes comes around the back. That's a full wipe. and they will try and do it again. Spawn's still blocked, so Decimate will be on the other side of it. And I did say, with the change of the meta here, I was wondering how it would go, and right now it's NPCs basically everywhere.
Yeah, surprising to see. Especially when it does come down to Colossus. A lot of these fights, the important ones, are in real small choke points. You think to yourself, like, how often is there big AR fights for some of these M15s? A great deal of them. So the players who can run the NPC on this map are going to be benefiting, absolutely, of no doubt. I mean, there you go. You go on board with D3, 7 and 15. Not a bad player by any stretch. And then you look at Nadox on the other side of things, 13 and 9. Doing well, or the SMGs so far. Very tight game, though, heading into a second rotation. Neither one of these teams were really giving too much of an inch so far. Both of them looking to try and find these rotations over towards P2. It's great from Decimate. After that, OMNiA did well to close the gap. Can they do this again, though? Looking to try and find the push through for the P2. But once again, the pistol's still very, very strong. Meta change or not. Big gunfight coming through. Mighty will find it over towards his backside. OMNiA-INVICTA currently in control of P2. 20 seconds to go before we get there.
You see just how ferocious this fight is for spawns. Everybody going for where they're going to be as well, as it's just pinstripe all the way down. There's a ton of interactions happen in a very short period of time. Right now, Decimate. No, they've lost this P2 spawn. They're stacking to go around the back here. Suggs is going to see one. Will he know there's any more here? Almost gets caught. Super low on health. Tucks himself into a bin. It's not going to be enough to hide from them. And now OMNiA-INVICTA will have to try and backpedal. Detain finds one. Pre-fires the second, but doesn't get it, and Alpha's in trouble.
Yeah, they've done really well here. Just took their time to try and find Alpha, and they do so well. Decimate will get some control over towards his backside, and this is some more really good time about to head their way. Nadox and Co. combining well for a couple of kills. There's the call out mid-map. Alpha's already dead. Depa, can he keep it going? Yes, he can. There's 3 in a row from him. And that's all of a sudden another nice setup for Decimate with 30 seconds to go up towards P2. They may well get every single second.
This is a huge hold. One last roll of the dice. Alpha just gets deleted here. Mighty, though, with a double nade, opens it up just for a few seconds as Nadox looks to take the last 10, but bodies keep on piling through. We'll now start to see that P3 rotation. I will say this about the NPC, is when it hits unbelievably hard.
Oh, it does its damage. Very much so. It just drops you so quickly up close and personal. M15's out of the struggle. I know there's a couple of conversations about what attachments should or should not be on this gun. Right now, whatever ones Deva's got on his, I would quite like to continue to use as an SMG. But, well, I used to be an SMG player, Brycey. I think I'm a bit old now, if I'm honest with you.
Same thing. I've kind of been running the AR in rank, if I'm being honest with you. Especially with this new meta, I can't keep up.
I couldn't keep up even when I played. Here we are. Anyway, inside of the point of the Invicta, 35 seconds to go over towards P3. Good shots coming out from Mighty. And this is the kind of position where the M15s not going to reign supreme, but they're really going to help you out with P3 control. Mighty can find one back, as can D3. Decimate struggling to get out of that P2 hold. That was so beneficial for them. They still find themselves around 15 in front. This transition over towards P4 is going to be very important on the Invicta. The first one's here this time.
This is important. And they find themselves behind again. Alpha trying to stay alive. Pistol banging, but it isn't going to be enough. But a great job here last time. This can be a money hill. If you get the blockers in the right place, it forces the enemy team to run through a couple of choke points. Already they're going to be through, though. This is dangerous. Decimate looking to turn up the flames here a little bit. Detain has no health, but still makes the chow. More fights coming in towards the back here. Mighty keeps hopes alive. They will now try and root him out of here.
Get red. Not quite. So Mighty over towards that backside will be a Thorn. And a Thorn that may well have just created a little bit of space for your team. OMNiA trying to find a way through. Good kill coming in from D3, but can Sykes pick up the pieces? He can't, but Mighty can round the back. Now can they hold on to the second wave that's on its way? Decimate can't get themselves in. OMNiA-INVICTA just about holding on to it. Well, something they originally had, Brycey, but again, as we head into another rotation, there is going to be very, very little in this game between these two squads. A well-matched game to kick off stage number 3 here, Bryce.
Just going to go right down to the wire. Every step is a counter step as well for these two teams. Sykes having a pretty good game every time we see him. They're still struggling a little bit here. There is going to be some adaptation from these players. The NPC really has thrown a cat amongst the pigeons. With a gun this good, this close, on a map like this, you're going to really struggle to find the positions you want to be in here. Already now looking for the spawns of P2. 35 seconds left. Sykes is on a 7 streak. And he goes back into P1. There's going to be number 8. Looking for number 9, spraying and praying. Sykes really now pushing the tempo to look for some more players. He knows there's going to be somebody around here. He might even chow this down the stairs, but Sykes just staying alive, even with the Hellstorm.
Himself in that tight little corner, to be honest with you. And just praying to whatever God you pray to at that moment in time to try and stay alive. But again, Decimate seem to be the first ones there over towards P2. But OMNiA-INVICTA this time around do have themselves a little bit of a cushion. Decimate have been relying on this P2 hill somewhat. And if they can continue to do so, they're going to have themselves in the lead in this game at a crucial time. But right now, over towards P2, it's Sykes & Co. trying to go off. There's one more player that is still remaining here for Decimate. He'll get the spawns for his team. Alpha is here through the front door. Though. Big kill going to come in from Nadox. Can he find anything else here through the middle of the map? Not going to happen. Still very tightly fought over. D3 towards the backside, though. Can't find the second. Still nobody with total control.
Really is becoming a little bit of chaos going through. He looks back towards the back here. That might be a crucial kill. Can he find a second one? And his teammates in through the front door. Diddick still staying alive.
Still.
Done such a good job of it as well, but eventually the numbers are starting to tell against them. This is so spawn heavy on this map, and that is an unbelievable spawn, by the way, from Deppa. Just spawned basically in the perfect position. The rest of the team are going to spawn here as well because of that spawn, and his teammates being out here for the 8 seconds of scrap time. But Ton, this is basically going to be a tied game going into this one as both teams look towards that 200-point mark. Sykes
didn't check the corner deep enough. Mighty will be there for the trade, though, either way. And again, that was the one that Decimate had counted on time and time again over towards P2. They can do it again, but, well, maybe not quite as much. So if you're OMNiA-INVICTA, you're happy with that transition. And now the hold over towards P3 has to be good from them. 210 and rising. They can just about win it here. You imagine Decimate will find a way through.
Big fight coming through as well. You see the tank trying to hold off the players out towards the back here as everybody throws everything in, but that's going to be a flip for as well. Sykes going to work with Alpha, and that's all 4 cleared. OMNiA are now in control of this completely, going across 230 as Sykes continues. A reign of terror that started a little while ago. There's another one. Sykes gets 3, a 5 streak, and this may put the game to bed. Decimate are spawning back in for one last roll here.
And the problem is for them that they have to get the transition over towards P4 as well, but you can't do that when you've got 3 dead. Sykes takes over at the right moments, and OMNiA-INVICTA will find map number 1. At a canter in the end. Fantastic performance from them from P2 to 3. Sykes takes over, and that'll be game. Fantastic map number 1, Bryson.
It certainly was. I mean, you have to give credit to Sykes at one point. I think he was something like 19 and 22. Hit his first 7 streak and continued to really pile on the pressure out towards the late game. NPC looking like a wonder weapon in his hands, and that was the difference in a game that was pretty much tied blow for blow. He makes the wonder play.
Yeah, incredible game from both these two teams. But as we kind of mentioned, Decimate seemed to be in control of P2 quite a significant amount, but that felt as if that was the only... I don't want to say it was their only point, because obviously they were getting points and other specific hills, but it felt as if there was an over-reliance to a certain degree, which is great to have. If you can find that rotation over towards P2, there's the typical money hill on this map in particular, then yeah, great. But the rest of it was all OMNiA-INVICTA. Big games coming out from them. Everybody 30+. The outslay was there. They took over when they needed to. You've seen a big moment from Sykes with an 8 spray towards the end. And that's pretty much the cherry on top of that one. That will kill that game off. Map number 1 will go the way of OMNiA-INVICTA. I believe, though, we are heading over to Charlie. We did mention we'll be keeping an eye on this, which is a very, very big game. OMNiA-INVICTA taking map number 1 up against Rocket. Bryce, take me back. Over to Gridlock we go.
It certainly is, and I don't know if you've mentioned it there, Ton, but the first score in this game was rather surprising in the hard points.
I didn't see what the actual score was.
To 78.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will read into that as much as I want to, Brycey, because we all know how this works.
Yeah, we know that Rock Esports tend to go map 5 regardless of what happens in front of him here, but Denza looking to break out. He's waiting for a couple of reinforcements. They are stacked deep here. Denza might be the first one through the door here, Ton, but it is a dangerous door to get through. Already now going out, looking for the first kill. Round the corner he goes. Obliterated down to 2 versus 4. Smoke going out. And they're going to try and bait this last player out as well, and DK gets him. Kicks goes down. And that's an unbelievable retake for them. As we were saying, though, the OMNiA-INVICTA team, very much one of the favourites coming into this stage, even against Rock Esports.
Yeah, no, I'm interested to see how they do. Again, look, this is the very first series they're going up against probably the best team in the EMEA region. I think that's safe to say, at least from the LAN performances, at least. But for OMNiA-INVICTA, I'm very curious to see how they're going to do across this season. You look at this roster, it's full of players who are, well, I mean, they've got the experience in Denzer, of course, but Ethan, DK, kind of coming into things as new prospect. DK, how much have I gassed him? You're hearing how much he's getting gassed on the timeline. If anything, Bance is saying he's getting too much gas because the man's developing an ego. But honestly, with the way that he's been playing so far, at his tender age, well, yeah, he's a scary, scary prospect. What's scary is if Rock Esports start doing that to you a little bit more often, though. There's their first round of the game going their way. Search and destroy. 2 men down now, but that was shocking, or as it so often is when Rock do win a round.
That will be important. And yeah, you are right. You know, when we talk about this team, it's almost been kind of created to see just how well they can perform on a larger scale. We all know the Pro-Am is coming up. We all know these teams want to kind of make it there. And yeah, I think kind of a point you touched on lightly there was the fact that this team is being coached by Bance. In an official capacity now, I think, from what I've seen here. So certainly trying to help them kind of get to that next level.
Yeah, I mean, look, it should be interesting to see how he's going to mold them. It's going to be done, of course, like on streaming. I've already seen some, well, famous and experienced EMEA Challengers players of the past do very well in that capacity. And that's on the other side of this roster in Steve, of course, Vortex, the Rock Esports coach. So let's see how Bance can with all of his experience. Right now, though, well, Vortex could do with his teammates a couple of kills here because they're in an open position. Just no way Domex can do a great deal about this. OMNiA-INVICTA hunting in packs right now and working out well for them. Killing also, no, as expected. Doing well there. Finding the opener. OMNiA-INVICTA will find themselves another round.
I was going to say, I've been watching, well, I'm watching Bance watch this team and some of his coaching sessions, and the respawns is what he's going to be giving them help with. Their S&Ts actually hasn't looked brilliant in some of the scrims that they've been playing on, but fortunately this team does have the chops in the S&D, so that will certainly work very, very well for them moving forward. But they've looked pretty good all the way that we've seen them recently, and I think it's one of the reasons that expectations are so high for this team going into it.
Not really high. I think, you know, we kind of asked the question when we did talk about DK last season. Like, step up and play, and what are they going to be able to do? A top 12 placement with symbols in Birmingham was nothing to turn your nose up at whatsoever. Pushing some very, very good teams a long, long way. I think they went number 5 push. That was just an insane one to watch in person. No respect. Diving around the pillars as best as he can. We know it's a crucial spot to hold. Now they've lost it. Kicks and Co. trying to find a way through, but they've got to get through a couple of more gunnies. Ethan going to just try and survive as long as he can. DK doing his work over towards the shower side. Can he find much else? Not quite. We'll have to back on down. 3v3.
Tenuous position, and now comes the pistol who's going to work though, but a big trade coming through, and now Kicks have to load in a 1 versus 2. Timing's going to be right against him here, and there's nothing more he can do. OMNiA-INVICTA really setting pace in their opening game of this stage.
And if they were to find map number 1 as well, this is a wonderful start for them. I mean, as far as I'm aware, Brycey, call me on it. I could double check it. Rock are currently undefeated in group stage across both stages.
No, so you're correct. You are 100% correct.
I just have to take me mind back a month. I sometimes forget what happened at lunch. Never mind. We do have these little 3-4
was, so you're not alone.
Yeah, we have these 3 to 4 week breaks sometimes, Brycey, and I forget how to speak words on camera. It's quite difficult, considering it's my job. Here we are, over towards A if you're Rock Esports. Need to try and turn this one around right now. I mean, look, it's one SMG and one AR having relatively decent time with things. The Doms, not so much so far.
Ethan's first hit here. Have some support as they go for it as well, and catches that man with a trophy in his hand. He doesn't care. Still moving forward. Manages to find 2 already. The rest of them swarm this site. Wow. The retake is ballistic here from OMNiA-INVICTA. There is confidence in spades from this team.
Again, it's kind of just what we see Rock do to so many teams in these search and destroy rounds, and that is run through them. Incredible work again, and for a player like Ethan, kind of coming into things as, well, it's his first elite stage as far as I'm concerned, at least anyway. I always say that just to be careful on if I'm just talking rubbish, Pricey. It does happen quite often. But they're coming in with a bit of experience, of course, in Aspect, or Killy. A lot of experience in Denza. Barely any of anything, and not a great deal from DK either. So they're not necessarily coming as the most experienced team. And currently they're making probably the best on average LAN Challengers team look a little bit silly. Can they keep it going? Aspect trying to find a way through. Kind of being baited out there. Kicks did well. Snipes out from DK. It's going to have to be. You're going up against Domex and Co. And you're going to have to do well from this point. 4 spree for him. Looking to try and find a little bit more.
PK looking for a pick here. This is really not an easy clutch for him to make. And if you're Rock Esports, you play this slow. You really do not give an opportunity to find a 1 versus 1. Gonna miss the first one with shot. Max, look for the second, isn't gonna be able to get it either. And now Rock Esports getting an oh so vital point back on the board, Ton.
Still will need to find themselves 4 more in a row. Let's come down to gridlock so far though between these two squads. It has been very squad orientated, hasn't it? It's been one of those that just move together as a pack. Seeing what you can find. Just trying to very much overpower the opposition, and well, it's working out so far for OMiTNoir. I'm interested, actually, I don't think we've seen Domex with a sniper in hand. Maybe just not happy with the pace that's being set here from the opposition to, well, feel comfortable at that. Be pushed now, starting to come through. DK will have to back him down. Does so wisely. Gets a little bit of back on the flank, and here we go. A lot of aggression coming out from Kicks. C in hand from himself, and well, working out as well. Domex will find another 4v2 in favor of him.
One. Not going to get the second and gets cut down before he can do any more. Rock Esports. Don't call it a comeback, not yet, but they are slowly but surely gaining ground here in the S&D.
Can be a little bit scary. DK did the right thing. I just don't think he was anticipating such an aggressive push coming in from Kicks, but if you're going to give him that space, he's going to take it.
Oh, as it has now, but it's doing okay. Yeah, you have a little refresh there, Ton. I'll take it. Domex though with the sniper out. We've seen him be so dangerous. Just a few seconds, but Kelly takes him down. The nades go through. He's not protected, and they have the advantage here on what could be their last round of this S&D. And now, Ton, here comes the retake.
Find a way through and got to find that first, but that's a freebie. There's another one as well. Dom does so well to find his way through, and now all of a sudden, if you're OMNiA-INVICTA, you didn't really take any space that little bit further past the bomb site, but you've left it in a good position to try and defend it. Need a player on the flank. That player's going to be Kicks. Now the pressure starts to come in here from Dom and Rixel. Trying to do as much as they can, but DK is going to line them up. Oh, where's the third? On the flank, 1v1. Denza, can he find Kicks? Yes, he can. And OMNiA-INVICTA will take map number 2, a 2-0 lead for them in the series.
Grab it in the end, but it was a little bit worrying for a few seconds. Long flank by Kicks. He had been a little bit too long time. It's one of those where you've got to ask yourself, could he have got in position in time even if the rest of his team stayed alive? Because it was only, what, 11, 12 seconds when he finally got involved?
Yeah, no, I think it was the right decision because, you know, when that setup comes through, there's going to be players sat back towards that 18-wheeler. It's that classic gridlock setup. And you need to be able to put that pressure on. When you've only got 2 SMGs who are in and around the site, you need somebody able to find something else. In theory, you'd like to see one of the SMG players being the one to make that flank and then have your AR just trying to find some picks from there so you didn't have to be so aggressive and put so much pressure on towards those players defending the bomb, but ultimately in the end it does not work out. Rock Esports now find themselves 2-0 down, staring down the barrel of their first ever loss in the group stages, Pricey. Won't be their first map loss, we know that for a fact. They've lost plenty of those, but typically do go on to win their series, but yeah, find themselves 2-0 down after 2.
Well, we'll have to find out. Fortunately, there are plenty of other games going on at the moment. We jump into the Hybrid Nation versus Lin. Currently, Lin up in the series. and in this S&D time.
See what they can do here. All in. And I think for a lot of these players, it's going to be interesting to see how they do. Mostly new additions to the elite stage. Going up against Connell, Scythe, and Danny. Lynn are the ones in control of this series so far. Hibernation looking to try and find a comeback here, but bit of a poor start.
This is all timing. Back and forth. Just hasn't seen him at all. And eventually will do. No, he doesn't have to take the gunfight, but takes it anyway. Lynn gets the win. And that puts them up again.
Yep, Lynn 3-1 to the good here in the search and destroy. 1-0 over the series as well. Magic. See how things do continue here for them over, I believe, on Delta. But we are going over to Alpha once again. Bryce, yeah, well, map number 2 is going to be loading in a second. Oh, look at this. We're back with all the streams. You love to see it. So much action going on that you can follow at youtube.com/COD Challenges. Any match that is ongoing right now, you can tune in. But our one over on Alpha is going to be OMNiA-INVICTA taking on Decimate. We still have OMNiA-INVICTA in the lead. It's only after the first map on Colossus. Can they continue here in map number 2?
D3 finds one. Straight off the rip with a sniper. Looking for a fight back here, but he gets caught just through the angle. Oh, and D3 timing against him here. Fortunately, they have the advantage of numbers in this round.
And a heavy advantage in that as well. Now starting to force out the 10. If you're not actually, maybe don't have to get too aggressive here. I don't know if you're expecting this push to be coming through here. Might not matter. Sykes will find one. That throws a cat amongst the pigeons, especially if the 10 had won that gunfight. Nadox takes him down though, and then you get squeezed towards the backside of things, and Decimate will find the round. OMNiA-INVICTA just couldn't find a way through that.
It all really started just from that opening pick time. I mean, I've said it before, snipers can change a game. Decimate though, this is a big S&D if they can take it. Obviously losing to OMNiA-INVICTA in the hard point on what was a close game. They will want to know if they can continue this. It's just a very big opening game. We normally say Elite is pretty much a marathon. You don't have to worry too much about any individual game as long as you're consistently getting into the playoffs. But you do want to win the first one.
Yeah. For both these two squads, I'd like to think that they can finish in the top 4 in their groups, but yeah, it's easier said than done. Crazier things have happened. Utility being used by both these two squads. Oh, Nadox, utility not used the best whatsoever. He still managed to find something out of it. Now 2 versus 2, detaining Sykes. Just about surviving. D3 and Deba, what can you do? Bit of an awkward spot here, to be honest with you. The bomb's not down in a good position. They kind of have to take these fights. You don't want to have to. D3 can find one. Sykes expecting another. Cannot find it. Decimate finding another round. 2 to the good.
So far, so good for them. I always find games of this feel more important, like in week 2. Like, oh, if they just got that one, they'd be in a much better position, or we kind of saw this happening all the way back in their first game. You always kind of cast your mind back to these kind of games about how do they actually go up against a team that are essentially battling them for position in the groups.
Definitely looking towards both these two groups. There is going to be an interesting matchup for a lot of them for these top 4 placements. So I think if you are both these two squads, getting yourself this win just gives you a little bit of a buffer against another opposition you would expect to be fighting for those spots. Right now, well, OMNiA-INVICTA need to start fighting for Sykes because he's the only one with a kill, and the rest of them yet to get themselves on the board. Depa now in a good position as they're pushing over towards A. Is going to start coming on through. Sykes will be dropped. So right now, Decimate have got to go up against the 10 Alpha, and Mighty haven't got to go between themselves in 3 rounds. Say that, as Mighty will find it.
Oh, a little bit of a spin. This is the best position they've been in.
I mean, it's not necessarily that they've had a great deal of them, but it is. Detain now in a good position to try and find that gunfighting does. Zidix now left in a 1v3.
Oh, they know where he is, and they're going, all right, we'll go for it. I was hoping that he'd catch somebody on the rotation there, but isn't going to. For Zidix, this is a little bit of timing and an awful lot of luck. Basically, what he wants here is just to find one pick, one little gap where he can take a kill and then play it. There it is. There's the first one. Corner to corner. Looking for it as well. Goes for the chat out here. And that will get him cut down. OMNiA-INVICTA get a round onto the board, Ton.
A much needed one. Find that pick and just find the push and just squeeze the round, to be honest with you. Pick by pick. They actually back out of the site and still find the kill on the Nadox, who decided to get aggressive. When he did so, they punished him for it. Just then sweep back into the site. It's a freebie from there, to be honest with you. I'm getting a little bit of a gift here. They didn't need psych stat around. Everybody getting themselves on the board now, Brett.
No, actually, maybe it was like holding them back.
Possibly.
Well, that's a big snipe from Mighty. To call this one out as well. There are players all over it. Alpha trying to get through, but Alpha, the window is open, Alpha. Just doesn't manage to get anything there that he wanted to as well. More pressure coming through. Mighty has a pistol. This is a 1 versus 1. He should lose it, and he does. And now, all the trouble happening here from that push.
Oh, I mean, this is aggressive from Zidix. Find the one and just don't think you're expecting this if you're Sykes up against Teppa. Oh my god, the NPC beaming. 3-1 to the good if you decimate. The 1v1 comes through for Teppa.
Absolute crazy. How quick and efficient this gun is in good players' hands. But I think there was a smoke there that just threw them off a little bit. We talked about that gunfight out towards mid. A target-rich environment. And obviously, Alpha just wasn't able to grab them. He must have just been having the smoke throw off his aim a little bit.
Here we go, if you're OMNiA-INVICTA. Try to find something different here. It has not typically been favourable to them, and well, they've got complete control over towards this B side if they wish to take it. You know, slowly doing so. And Mighty has a big job to do. You know, the flank's about to come through. He's got a little eye on the window on the left-hand side. He's about to see... Oh, my word. Just seen Deba. Didn't know that Zidix is there, though. Yeah, gets a little bit of a slidey one coming on through. Mighty will get taken down. So Zidix has found that the bomb's still not down, which is bewildering in itself. And now they're kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place, Bryce, without a bomb down.
Oh, this isn't going to go well. Literally every avenue is protected. They can't escape. They've got to take a gunfight somewhere. They don't have the bomb down. OMNiA-INVICTA are in about as bad place as you could possibly be, but Sykes finds one. They're now going to chase it down. They found a way out. And somehow, after being cornered into the bomb site, they find themselves in a 2 versus 1.
How on earth they've got away with that? I haven't got a clue. The Depth. Now he's been beaming, but going to get some terrible, terrible timing. Looking to isolate. Does manage to isolate Detain. He's expecting some aggression from Sykes. Gets some eyes on. Has time. Sykes has done well to reposition. Deppa now going to have to try and search for him. And this angle is just awkward. He may well just go for the stick, to be honest with you. Does he see him on it? He just does.
Wait, no, he just... It's a pixel.
He didn't see him.
For us, it may have looked a little bit more obvious. You saw him zoom in, but...
Strange one. To be honest, I'm going to give a lot of props towards Deba again, because you go for that defuse and you're just not expecting it with around 21 seconds. I mean, even if he checks it, thinks he doesn't see the smallest of pixels, albeit, but that's one of those that you kind of have to be certain, but you put yourself in that position where you can't really chal that or over-chal it. If you get taken down, the round's over anyway. Awkward one. This isn't awkward, though. This is just a big gunfight over towards B. Detain, he can find one after Alpha does as well. Nadox is going to be there for the trade. Not quite. It's going to be Deb at 2v2.
The smoke out makes it dangerous. Sykes is trying to get him as well with a wallbang coming through, but he's so weak now. D3's going to go for it, but does get cut down. And that was a straight bang out from both teams here. But OMNiA-INVICTA do walk away with it and keep this S&D alive, Ton.
And they had to. Sykes sitting at 10-4, wondering how on earth. Well, he managed to lose the previous round. Now on earth, it's not looking a little bit more comfortable for them, considering he's 10-4. 10-4 and 4-2 down is actually incredible work, to be honest with you. I mean, that is not a scoreline we see too often.
He's furious.
I love to say that's me in ranked play. I'm usually the guy that's 2-5.
Hey, I just try not to play S&D at all. Right now, though, this is a good position here for OMNiA. Will they play this again where they don't put the bomb down? They might even push through. I think they're going to. Mighty's in a bit of a horrible position here. There's not really a lot of places for him to go, and down he will. Oh, and Nadox just picks him off. Alpha will get one back here as well, but this is really not helping. But Alpha finds two to take with another. This round was all but done. D3, though, keeping it alive. He knows where Detain's going to be. Detain goes out of the doorway as well. The timing is incredible. What is going on in this round?
Awkward one. Oh, good shots coming out from T3. Gives him the advantage. D10 out of there. Makes the right decision. Health now back up to speed, but not in as good of a position as he was. Now doesn't have a read. Neither does D3, though. He can have a little check in case he does decide to come through the lobby. Oh, gunfight was about to go down. Doesn't get the time into D3. See him. The round is done. Just about. As Decimate will find another. Looking to try and tie this one up, Bryce.
Sometimes they're pulling this out of nowhere and then still losing the round ton. I thought a couple of times OMNiA managed to flip the script, but that is not the way that this is ended. And it's looking like a win for Decimate if this continues. They just need one more.
To tie the series up as well. Put themselves in a all-level situation, heading course into the overload. Oh, D3 missing, but so did Mighty. Both of them live to fight another day.
Neither happy with that exchange. But there's a big stack coming in from OMNiA. They're expecting a retake. Now spreading out a little bit more. Very passive round for Decimate, but D3 opens.
Gives them another first blood. And now Detainer's got a big task ahead of him here. If he find even one and get out, that would be a bonus, and he's done maybe just that. Smoke will give him, well, a little bit of cover here. He might find a second. Detain has done phenomenally. And all of a sudden, D3 is left on his own in a 1v3. This was looking like such a promising situation. I mean, how he's ended up where he is, I haven't got a clue.
He should be able to get a pick just off the face. Nobody knows where he is.
It's such a weird position for him to be in as well. Got to be careful. Don't pick his shot unnecessarily. Oh, actually do try to shoot him, though. OMNiA-INVICTA will find the round. 5-3 now. Still need 3 more in a row.
And this is still a little bit tense between them here. I mean, I've got to say that realistically, either of these two teams could have won this by now. There have been some very chaotic rounds. Decimate have looked pretty good. OMNiA-INVICTA have found some magic and then thrown the rounds away. They've been ninja diffused. They've lost the position where they should have really had the numbers, and now it's still a scramble. Here comes a little bit of a headbutt again, though. Both teams are better run into this one. D3 with a sniper. Misses the first bullet. Nobody really re-chatting this one. Mighty might try and get involved.
Oh, that was some terrible timing. The team will find him. OMNiA-INVICTA starting to show a little bit of influence here. D3 will find one up against Detain. Sykes will find one back, though. 3v2, and you've kind of been back down here. There has been opportunities, though, for OMNiA-INVICTA to get the bomb down on different occasions, and they haven't done so. This is not the safest of spots to do it. We'll get away with it anyway. 3v2 in their favor, and the bomb is down.
D3 looking for this one, and the timing is just against him. Mighty might throw another shoulder here. You'll see the feet and toes of Sykes. Scary. Finds the first. Mighty's now going to throw some bullets here into this 2 versus 2. It's the first. Going to have a little bit of backup here, but D3 is going to go with the sniper. Looks for the hero play. Now has to hunt them down as well. Knows where he's going to be. Picks the wrong angle. Oh, he might get it. He's still D3. see the corner. The timing is more than enough. And Decimate, it's been chaos almost every single round, but they walk away.
Entire boss. How on earth has he won that one? There's been a couple of different rounds that OMNiA-INVICTA look back on in this game. And I probably queried themselves how on earth we weren't 5-4 up and potentially heading 2-0 up in that series. A lot of mistakes to fix, to be honest, on both accounts. But ultimately, it was Decimate who take that one away, one apiece in this series. Now, between these two squads, that was a wild game of Search and Destroy. I honestly, half the time, didn't have a clue what was going on. Teams had plenty of control when putting the bomb down. Sanks went 11-6, and his team lost 6-3. We are so back. We're so back.
Every round there was just, you just couldn't tell. Normally you kind of see teams take the momentum, you're like, yeah, they've got the advantage here. Over and over again, just didn't mean anything. And these two teams really just managed to trade out continuously. Even a 6-3 doesn't really tell the story of that S&D. It just doesn't. There could have been 4 or 5 rounds that could have gone either way, but just don't in the end.
Yeah, a wild one, to be honest with you. There's a lot of different permutations to how this one could have went down, as is every single Search and Destroy that ever existed. But you think of some of the moments in the clutches that came through for Decimate. Think of that one from D3, 1v2, found 3 in the round to close things out. But then you think back to that bomb diffuser that came through, I believe, from Deppa. That makes a massive difference in that 1v1 with time kind of semi-ninja defuse, if anything. This is ludicrous. Alpha just getting some awful, well, not some awful timing, but just well prepared by D3, to be honest with you. And that is the series all tied up. What a strange Search and Destroy, but sometimes they be my favorites. Pricey Exposure Overload is going to be coming up, and we will see Gridlock Hardpoint. We might see French Search and Destroy. It's been a cracking start so far.
It certainly has. Actually, I've been keeping an eye on some of the other games going on at the moment, Ton. And, well, we talk about the Charlie game that's been going on. Rock Esports and OMiTNoir. That went right down to the wire. 5-4 in the Overload. Went towards Rock. So they stay alive in that series. But it was very, very close.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me too much, to be honest with you. Look, OMiTNoir, very, very new team, trying to get up to speed with things, and have now found themselves going in an Overload up against Rock, who notoriously haven't been great at Overload. But at the same time, you would expect them as the more storied team, if you like, between themselves. But now we are going over towards Bravo whilst we wait some other games to get themselves up and running. Lin and Hibernation, one apiece now between these two in the first half of this Overload.
With this being a 1-1, and that seems to be the kind of the path for the course of the game that we're watching today. Everybody putting their best foot forward, adapting to the NPC meta and the new maps that have entered the pool here. So maybe in the following weeks we'll see teams start to differentiate themselves between each other. But as for now, everybody just fighting.
Blade now. Can get this one going and can get it down over towards this B side. See, done. Play from Hibernation, plenty of control here, and look at this positioning here from Scythe again. Boner from him, out to be 5, lovely stuff. That should potentially be another one if Connor can do his job and find a little bit of success here. Yes, it will be. There you go. Play does come through, and Hibernation won't be good.
Hibernation are a team that we expect to maybe do quite well. Then on the other side, just trying to hold on here. You can see them really pushing back in terms of map control. Not always working the way they want to, but these two teams still fighting for position.
Yeah, Lin, a team that came through the qualification process and really had to, well, not quite go through the ringer, but had to beat a couple of relatively decent teams to get here. So, done well for themselves. As mentioned, mostly players that we haven't seen a great deal of. Slade definitely rings a bell, but the others, well, we'll have to learn as time does go on. One piece between these two teams over on Bravo. We are going back to Alpha because the rest of the maps are as crazy as that Search and Destroy was. Why the hell would we not? YouTube.com/COD Challenges if you want to keep an eye on all of the 6 games that are going on. You can do so. Stick with us for Alpha, though. We'll be dipping in, diving between. But over towards Alpha we go. Jamal finding 3 big kills. That might get Lin back into this one. Okay, never mind. We're not loading in Alpha just yet. Maybe we're sticking around, Pricey.
We'll continue to watch this until the wheels fall off, but That will be a big one into this one. We can also take a little look at Charlie when that one does load up, as this has been one of the premier games that we've been talking about here. OMNiA 2-1 up in the series, narrowly lost the overload just a few seconds ago. Is this the fall of Rock? Is this the record-breaking group stage that we haven't seen so far? Because Rock have never faced defeat in the groups.
It would be a surprise. Honestly, I think if you look at both these two teams, they very well could be fighting out for that top spot. The first blood over towards OMNiA if they can close out what is typically not a great map, to be honest with you, for Rock Esports. What's this top point? Historically has been one that, well, they've suffered at. Get a little bit 1-by-1, and right now they are 1-by-1 being farmed by Aspect. Killy finding himself now 6-3 to kick things off, and that is a hell of a scoreline from OMNiA. Great time at P1, looking good for some even more good time at P2.
NBC, it's all about flying back, getting the right angle, and to find one, and just sprays for the second one. Unbelievable the way that these players are now letting this one fly. Acrobatics and gunfire just erupting all over this map. And they are not really slowing down. The difference is unbelievable at this point.
Absolutely slamming. Rock Esports yet to get themselves moving whatsoever. But that might stem that bleeding a little bit with the position over towards P3. Get some good time now. Kelly does so well in that good fight. And now Rock backs him against the wall. Need this time. You continue to watch if they're going to get this thing on Charlie. YouTube.com/card challenges. Alpha is now ready. I'm not being baited this time. Into the overload we go. And over, of course, to exposure. Let's see how these two teams are going to work this one out. Should very much know what they're doing on this map by now, Bryce.
Yeah, should be well versed. Already, you can see, just positioning. Everybody really likes to try and gain a bit of map control before you make a run. Nobody picking it up and running with it quite yet. Sykes is going to go down here. A couple of kills could be an advantage for Decimate, but they don't get them. And with Depper going down, it should be now a movement of this bomb. There's just enough that have gone out of it. Nobody's grabbing it, though.
Let's get things going. I'm looking for a little bit of control. Detain is about to offer a lot of that to you. That next kill would have been massive, but Alpha is there to pick up the pieces. OMNiA from him. That is the first EMP going on through, and now making sure they get this transition. Of course, over towards the solar panel side of the map. Big gunfight. Alpha cannot quite win it. Teammates doing the job though, and they've got control once again. This is looking a really good start here for OMNiA-INVICTA.
At least a kill here isn't going to get it. Zidix, that's huge. They're now going to want to run this. It looks like they might go for the switch as well. Depper out towards it, finds one. Looking towards the back here, looking for the second, and he does take it against it. This should be a score. Everybody's just flooding out for it as well. And that's about as clean of a run as you will find as Decimate bring it back to 1-1.
Yeah, both these squads just looking for that opening, and as soon as it is being presented, they are very much making the most of it. And now with a dirt side spawn here for the EMP, or you may be looking for something else. If D3 may have found that up against NAJD, may well have had a chance. Trevor now just trying to find a way through. He cannot be the tip of the spear, as NAJD will find two more. Good defensive work here for OMNiA-INVICTA. Can they turn that into anything? Well, that's going to be down to Kane through the middle of the map, trying to get a little bit of control, a little bit of space, and he is very much denied that from Depp.
Again, it comes down to this fighting full position. You can see they've already got it as well, but that's massive by Detain. Moving forward, there's going to be another couple of kills he's got to make. Nate's being cooked for this one. Could be somebody close. Detain is going to go down to Zidix as well, and NAJD all the way around here. They're going to try and switch it up, but they just don't have the support. Sykes does win a massive kill in the middle of the map with a pistol, but it isn't enough to keep that play going.
That's just so free. Great shots coming through, but D3 and Deb putting that one on the plate for him. Now all of a sudden that mid-map control over towards OMNiA-INVICTA. A bit of a reset will come through here on the EMP. Finding the kills in the mid-map, if only momentarily. Sykes, that's going to be called out surely. As Depper will find another one from the flank, and now can you get things going here? Depper putting himself in a position, once again, to be the tip of that spear. Kill here will be huge, can't find it. Detain with some big moments once again. Okay, Can they now back them off? Decimate in a good position. Minute 45 to go. Can they find something here?
Well, we can see this really is a game between these two that is going the distance, ton. And we said, hey, the hard point was close. The XMD was, well, chaos is the best way to describe it. And
It was stupid.
what we're seeing now in this overload is two teams that cannot really get a leg up. Every time they make a step, it is being traded. Every time they make a push, it is being swarmed. We're looking at a potential tied game going into the second half, and even with a minute to go, it wouldn't surprise me if that's the way it ends.
Yeah, neither team really like waiting for the opportune moment. It's kind of a case of like, it's a big difference. If any of you guys watch the CDL, obviously you know that a lot on exposure comes down to a little bit of pressure. Can you find the gunfights? Ultimate moment. I kind of compare it in the CDL that they're looking for a well-worked tap-in, whereas sometimes Decimate and Co are shooting from outside of the box. That's very much a football reference, but this is the European Challengers or EMEA Challengers, so this is one we can understand. And right now, they are both very much shooting from the edge of the box. They're looking for those opportunities out of nothing, and right now, can you find anything with it? If you're OMNiA-INVICTA, absolutely not. This is a tap-in, though, if you're ever going to see one. Zidix, get your boots on, son, and get running. Should have a freebie. Can he land? Yes, he can. 2-1 to Decimate. That's a 4 down at the worst time possible for OMNiA-INVICTA.
Fight back. I say that as Nadox continues to put the pressure on. They might try and make a play of this for the free play. Alpha just sitting in the corner waiting for somebody to take the bait. Oh, eventually does get it. We'll grab it as well. Free play, but it might be shut down very, very quickly. No. Little bit of a miss. Little bit of a miss. And there we go. Eventually he is going to be shut down. That player was too weak for it to continue.
Scary for a second. But a really interesting moment there for Decimate, right? I mean, it was looking like they wanted some pressure. It was looking like they may well concede. And bang, forward end. Zidix is like, oh, I'm the furthest forward. The best to get running. And always that spawn, if it's going to come in closer over towards the van side of the dirt side. I mean, look, it's always difficult to try and defend from that angle. Utility's got to be perfect. It was not. Don't think it would have been there in time irrelevant. Zidix lands that one and Decimate now find themselves 2-1 up here in this overlook.
This game is just one cap away. Well, they're trying to open up here again, but I don't expect a fast play from anybody. So it's going will be a trade going through as well, but again, trades in abundance. Pinstripe, kill free one more time. This time the team manages to find one. He's pushing through. We'll try to find somebody off the respawn here. Oh, they're going the right way as well. Detain in the backfield. This is huge.
This.
Oh, he shot a little bit early. He shot a little bit early, but still managed to find one. Sykes will find another here, but Depper stays alive and down. The rest of them go. Only Detain left in this equation. And down he's cut, and now the shoe's on the other foot. Nadox pushing the tempo.
Yeah, he did really well. He needed the rest of his teammates to be able to find something through the middle of the map, though. They all got crushed, to be honest, and Decimate live to fight another day, and they may well live to find themselves a point on the board here. Zidix will find one. The reinforcements are going to be there in time, just about. Pretty much on the line. Stop from Mighty and Alpha. We'll get this one away, but that was scary for... Oh my god, Detain. Now it gets snapped onto, and all of a sudden it's just counter-attack after counter-attack. OMNiA-INVICTA on their way down now. Towards the solar panel side, what can they do with it?
A big push for it as well. Detain finds himself again trying to help his team out. Always in the right place. Six finds two more. This is an opportunity for them. In fact, with 4 players up, they might just try and hammer this one home. Sending bodies straight through this one as well. But that's a full wipe. Not a single kill for Decimate. And now the run back. They'll be moving this very, very quickly to try to get it in before reinforcements get there. I don't think they'll get to it in time. As Sykes doesn't really get anything here. His teammates are not going to be in the position for him for a second. But he finds a kill. Not going to find a second. But the bodies do pay out. They get the points. The relay will now be on as well as it goes to 2-2.
Yeah, really nice work in the end. It's just, again, kind of a carbon copy of what we've seen from Decimate in that previous half. They defend, and they defend well enough to find themselves a 4-man wipe. OMNiA-INVICTA hit them with the Uno reverse and do the exact same back, and now they've lost a lot of presence as well. This is kind of sloppy, to be honest, from both these two teams, but it's making for an entertaining one as Alpha and Mighty coming up trumps once again. Nobody wants to win this one, but somebody has to.
And this really has just upped the tempo here. We went from both teams playing for positioning, not moving the EMP, to now non-stop traffic, as everybody just continues to move it as quickly as they possibly can. It will be OMNiA-INVICTA who currently have control. And while they are in the backfield, they're making the kills. That's going to be 3 down. Only going to be Depp to try and get it, but he gets a 2. Sykes with the pistol will get 1 back, but this EMP is still in the backfield.
Can they manage to do anything with it? NAJD's big too. Necessarily had the most whirlwind of the game, but having a good time with things right now. It's finding plenty in the middle of the map. Deba could do with finding this. There's the easy one onto the EMP trade. Should be there. Doesn't have to be. They find it cleanly. Alpha. We're going to try and shut this down. He should be dead to rights. Good pressure coming in here from Decimate. With only a minute and a half to go, it's one of the best times to get one in. And if you detain, you don't land your shots, Zidix will clean him up. And now can you transfer this if you're Deba? You've got to be careful. And again, both these two teams are just throwing Hail Marys and seeing if any of these punches are going to land right now. It seems as if Decimate are working that jab just maybe a little bit better. And the pressure now over towards Dirt. Can it start to tell? Oh my god! How is Zidix even being turned on there? But Decimate will land it anyway. This is a mental game, honestly, of Overload. It feels like we've had 4 weeks off, Pricey. That's exactly what this feels like.
Well, these players have really upped the tempo in the second half. Whatever that first game of chess was, it's gone a little bit wrong the other side of it. Deppa taking a few body shots early into this one. Still a minute left to go in this overtime. And for both sides here, OMNiA-INVICTA will have to make a score to try to get this one at least tied up. The Decimate are now winning the mental game.
And they'll put themselves in a position with 35 to go. Got a bit of control over towards Dirt's side. Alpha finding that kill on Zidix though is going to make things interesting, and that's an overchild. And now all of a sudden, if you're NAJD out Deba, you have to find something. You haven't found a great deal. One player slipped the net, that will be NAJD. And if you're him, you just need to stay alive in the middle of the map yet. Can't find anything. Both of them just throwing everything at this still. And a big opportunity now, as the EMP is picked up with 9 seconds to go. This should be a land, to be honest with you. Can they manage to find it? Zidix will find one, needs to find more, cannot do so. 3-3 with 2 to go.
Regulation draw.
So we go again. The rules have ever so slightly changed, of course.
Several times.
Several times, yes. Yes, which is... Again, brain doesn't tick as it used to. Overtime round, here we go. Yes, okay, so it resets, and it's not just a case of, obviously, whatever position you're in, and then using the overtime round. Goes back to both in the spawns. And as mentioned, the rules have changed so many times that these players are probably like, right, okay, what happens again?
That's it. You really don't scream draws very often. But here we go. So we're really ready to talk about OMNiA. Wow. Clutched up massively there in the end, but look at how quick this is going. So it's going to go through as well with the pistol, but it has been stopped.
Got it!
Grabs, slides, and gets it in. Oh, that's unbelievably fast. 18 seconds to beat OMNiA. I don't think it's possible.
How on earth is he squeezed that one through? This has been one of the stupidest games of Overlord I've seen in quite some time. 18 seconds, the time's already ticking. You can hear that in your heads from the get-go of your OMNiA, who you need to win every gunfight and then get it home somehow. 8 seconds. It's just not possible. It's strictly not possible. All dead. That'll be that. Decimate 2 onto the good.
And that's the way it ends. All the way into overtime. And an 18-second cap.
Well, I was expecting a very long, drawn-out one after some of the play that we've seen between these two, but honestly, it kind of made sense that we seen one within 18 seconds for the team who had 3 players dead. Honestly, that's one of those that you try to look at as having somewhat of an analytical brain for Call of Duty, and you just put all the research and the papers down, because honestly it doesn't matter. That was just stupid. Everybody kind of going for any opening that they've seen. It makes for entertaining Call of Duty, but honestly that was an interesting one from both these two squads who may need a little bit of work on their overload, but relevant of that, they won't care right this second. It is going to be a Decimate lead in this series, Brycey, somehow, honestly.
Yeah, again, like I said before, these two teams, it's not always the cleanest Call of Duty we're seeing, but it sure is entertaining between them. The hardpoint was pretty stereotypical. The S&D was, quite frankly, insanity, and that changed overload quite significantly. The first game was reserved. Nobody really making the big plays. The second half, both teams cranked the tempo right up. OMNiA managed to get a clutch play right in the last few seconds. We went all the way into the overtime, and it's an 18-second cap. You can't really ride it. And I say this, you got like D3 not even really putting a lot of numbers on the board.
Yeah, no, but sometimes it doesn't matter in that sense, does it? And again, like for a lot of you at home who will sit and watch the CDLs as we do, like it's such a different game, this Overload, when it does come down to challenges. It's not a case of, okay, let's go for that mid-map control. Let's maybe a little bit of window control if we're pushing that side. Let's, play around a little bit before we even pick the EMP up, because you wouldn't want to put yourself at a disadvantage when pistols come into play. No, it's just like race to the EMP, and if you can find the gunfight, cool. If you can't, maybe pick it up anywhere. Like, it's just, you're kind of waiting for mistakes to be made rather than maybe formulating the best play. But what it does quite often result in is games like that, which were absolutely crazy. I mean, we're seeing, 3 seconds, maybe 2 seconds to go. OMNiA-INVICTA tying things up, and then Decimate. I mean, how on earth has he managed this? So what? Okay, they grab a hold of the EMP straight off the bat. So aggressive. And I think then OMNiA-INVICTA find a couple of kills, and then Zidix is just say, cheers, thanks lads. Into an open goal. And Decimate carry it. And for 18 seconds to have to be fought back from for OMNiA-INVICTA. Operation quite literally impossible. And to gridlock, our point we go with OMNiA-INVICTA by.
Well, Decimate looking to try and settle this one on gridlock ton, but will they do it, or will we be seeing Fringe search and destroy? Unfortunately, this is not the only game on. We can, of course, jump over to take a look at our other games going on right now. This is Trinity 1 versus Project 7. Project 7, of course, a team that we've been talking an awful lot about moving forward, and so far, not having a bad time.
Yeah, interested to see how it's going to go for them. I would expect, well, to be honest with you, Real coming back over, of course. He should be going very well. This Project 7 team should be incredibly strong, to be honest with you. See how they're going to do. But Trinity 1, for them, I mean, look, it's been a bit of a change-up again. Whalers, well, trying his best in that previous margin roster, which is, somewhat disbanded, if you like. Legend not having the best of times over in Call of Duty. He didn't make it through, actually, in the qualifier. I believe he was playing, it's completely escaped my mind, but a team that was, well, maybe not expected to get through, but had a chance and did not manage to find a way through. But Trinity 1 Gaming now with a completely different roster. Let's see how they can do. But Project 7 currently 2-1 to the good here in this series. But, well, doing what he has been doing for, well, the past couple of stages. Looking very good here on Worms.
Yeah, we're talking about it in stage 2. Just the most consistent we've seen him play. And on the opening of stage 3, we see him in this game 12-4. FDOT also doing wondrous work here. The only thing that's really going against Project 7 is we're kind of expecting to pull off a grand final on LAN. That's the only thing that really hasn't gone well for them here, but they're expecting to make a very good run, and wouldn't expect to not see them in the grand final of this elite staging.
Yeah, and I think, Project 7 have kind of just leveled themselves up every single stage. They had Denzer in that roster originally, then they had Aspect. Things went relatively well for them, to be honest with you. And I don't think it was a shocking placement in top 6 by any stretch of the imagination. But bringing in Real is a real coup, to be honest with you. I mean, that's quite a very... that's an upgrade to at least. Real, okay, maybe things haven't necessarily been working out for him over in North America, but another opportunity for him to, well, do what he has been doing. Oh my word, for quite some time. But Sykes & Co., let's talk about this one. OMNiA-INVICTA looking to try and tie this one up again, and if Sykes keeps shooting like that, we might as well head over towards Map of
Sykes really has had a very good series done.
He's a good player.
see this rotation. I mean, this is one of those maps where I feel like you really have to lock in these rotations on time. A couple of kills going down early. Didn't already finding one. Just trying to look back and forth here for the storm coming through. And, well, gets picked off, but his teammate should make an easy kill for that one to get back into it again. And OMNiA-INVICTA, they're in the driving seat here.
Really nice spot to be in. Will get himself taken down as we do head over towards the 18-wheeler, over towards P2. NAJD trying to find something. Still cannot get things going. He's sitting in 0 and 5. P2 trying to find a way through. For some of these players, it's a case of, you know, just picking up the pad again when it does come down towards gridlock. Very well versed, you would like to think, a lot of these players. Although Black Ops, how many years ago was that now? I feel like it was like last week. It certainly was not.
That was.
It came out in 2018.
Yeah, I was going to say it was some time ago.
God. My life is disappearing before my eyes, quite literally.
Well, speaking of disappearing here, OMNiA-INVICTA have not managed to find their way over to this new site. Sykes' walk through here. I do see that he's been seen by D3 eventually. D3 just gave his position away as well. All that time, eventually does find it. It gets chowed. I mean, that was a bit of a wild chow from Decimate. You're in the position on the hill and still go for it.
NAJD's now sitting at 1 and 9, and he is a player who typically is not struggling in the slaying department. Right now, well, very much struggling. Decimate, because of that, are not having the best of times whatsoever. Yeah, NAJD's, well, it keeps coming up that he's being killed on, of course, the kill feed. It may well be broken, but he has died 9 times over the first 3 hills. Now the rotation over towards New going to start coming through. This is an opportunity for him to maybe get something going for his team. 5 seconds until the new hill is going to start popping, and they do not know he's here. We're going to find it.
Gonna find that kill, but wanted to throw a nade point blank. Now going around here looking for one. We'll find the first, but does get cut down again. OMNiA-INVICTA still technically in control of this one, but looks like he's going to go down very, very quickly. Short as he gets followed again, and not even hip fire will save him.
Not this time. NAJD's found himself 2 kills in a row, though. And that nades, that whole situation is just purely a player who's in his head and looking at the scoreboard, right? Unfortunately, couldn't get away with it. Seemingly has managed to find something else, though, as MAJD will get taken down. Sykes now trying to stay alive. The kill's starting to come through once again, though. And for Decimate, you don't have those close spawns. They're going to belong to OMNiA-INVICTA still. They're doing quite well without them, to be honest with you, until that very moment. Zidix, he may well be able to find a way through. Just disrupt this! Oh, MAJD with the turn and burn. And Zidix will get taken down, and back over towards P1 we go.
And this is looking very, very good from Omnia. They felt in control most of this hard point. The Decimate going to have to just focus on not only just trying to contest this, but really lock into those rotations. Something they've maybe been a little bit of a half beat behind on, and, well, it's made a big difference in the score so far. Good retake and hold here onto P1, though. You can see this is a hard break from this choke point. Decimate do have the angles for it as well, but Alpha with the first naked through and detained. Who went all the way around. Nobody has picked it up, and that is just a mistake you cannot allow to happen.
Time and time again. OMNiA-INVICTA are being offered opportunities, and they are taking them with both hands. 15 seconds to go here over towards P1. P2 rotation. Solid as well. Nothing to really write home about if you're Decimate right now, and I mean, they just haven't been there at all. I mean, Defa and NAJD, so 12 kills between them. Alpha's got 17 kills. Having a hell of a game, and that's kind of more what we would expect out of Alpha when, you know, at least when we seen him in that very first stage. Now on a 6 spree, starting to skate around the map with the NPC in hand. Hellstorm in the back pocket. I'm going to say thank you very much. We'll see you in map number 5. This one, it's a 100-point lead. It would quite literally be a hell of a comeback if Decimate can find it. They can barely find a kill at the moment.
Yeah, barely find a kill is right. This is gone from what could have been just a bit of a comeback, but now it just feels like it's over as Alpha just cuts at everybody. Teammate got involved there as well, and Alpha goes on to 10. Nary a bullet missed. Certainly not into him as well, but he's going to go down eventually onto the 10 here as a fight for the little bit of scrap time that is available for Decimate. The story that we have been speaking about, they are late to this rotation one more time.
It's quite looking forward to watching Brycey. I haven't seen a great deal of this. To be frank, OMNiA-INVICTA foot down and running away with this one. Alpha, quite literally every day, 24-7 right now. For this OMNiA-INVICTA side, it's just completely lighting Decimate up, who are, well, quite literally limping at this moment in time to try and get themselves anywhere near Alpha. If he'd found the third, I'm calling a PC check. Incredible stuff from him. OMNiA-INVICTA, 35 seconds remaining over towards Onsen here, and they are dominating.
This
They can't miss.
is 1-sided and a half. 100-point club is calling. It is beckoning for them as well.
Good.
It's like now down to 5,
God.
6. The NBC is really a standout weapon. No wonder it's already being adjusted by the pros. Alpha and Sykes have put on a show for us. Mighty's also doing the same job here as well. The NPC ripping faces and taking names. This is going to be over. This is a 100-point club. They're not even moving. Decimate aren't even bothering. They've stopped. They don't care. They know it's done. Map 5.
I kind of respect it. Knowing when you beat, quite literally that, the case for Decimate, that was one-sided, to say the least, because I mean, every single gunfight that we were watching, nobody on OMNiA were losing at all. Alpha goes crazy, Sykes does what he needs to do, and that was a walk in the park. I have nothing else to say about that. That's one of those games that I can't even tell you what really happened other than they just ran through the pressing. That's what I've got for you.
No, that's pretty much what happened. I mean, the rotations were very much there for them as well. I mean, you can talk about the outslaying, but sometimes that's a symptom rather than the actual cause of it. But yeah, rotations were very much in the hands of OMNiA-INVICTA, and then they were winning the gunfights on those rotations as well. For Decimate, it went from bad to worse very, very quickly. I think their only real highlight was that P1 retake in the second set of rotations. But for everything else, so they stopped playing at the end, they never really started playing through most of it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody pretty much double neg. These things do happen. I mean, if anything, Alpha was 24-7 and 27-8. Yeah, okay, that's pretty much par for the course. Incredible work from OMNiA-INVICTA to send us from map number 5. But I believe, I see we are dipping and diving around some of the other streams. I believe this is on Echo or Foxtrot, one of the two.
Foxtrot, I believe, is where we will find this game, but Exceptional Gaming versus the Vicious. Exceptional Gaming, just a team that we've all kind of seen before play very, very well. They'll be looking to try and make a big play for themselves as well as they move forward into this one. And right now they are down in this series. They are up in this S&D onto Rocks Hill, and if anybody's played this in ranked play, you know that this hill is a little bit of an issue if you're not locked into it.
As are pretty much all the hills when it does come down to Sake. Looks very like Den. Isn't Den, but very, very close. For a lot of these players, though, yeah, it is a very, very rotational heavy when it does come down to this map in particular. And right now, well, I said that, as Exceptional Gaming get themselves broken, and for the Vicious to be going up against Exceptional... honestly, for me, Exceptional, I just, again, I am immensely shocked they haven't tried to change something up, to be honest with you, Bryce. Things have not been working for them for quite some time, and they could be finding themselves in a little bit of trouble here on Foxtrot. Against the Vicious, you would expect them to be able to find that. But we are going over to Bravo. Hibernation taking on Lin. Lin 2-1 to the good, and find themselves 10 seconds behind here on shot 4.
Trying to look to see if they can end this series here right now, but pretty much everyone we're watching here going the distance. I did say, I think with a couple of meta changes and map pool changes, it does narrow the field for a little bit, Ton, right? All players are adapting and working out the best way to kind of maneuver around the map. It does kind of throw some of these into some question. Especially last stage, we saw an awful lot of 3-0s kind of flying through in some of our group stages. I don't know if any of them today have been 3-0.
No, there hasn't been many. I think sometimes when you come after the break, first day, I mean, look, we've seen, well, not some obscure things in the most recent cup, but a lot of these teams kind of coming out of that little break that they had. For some of these Saudi teams, of course, as well, they've got a lot going on with qualifiers and such for their side of things, and their separate competition over on that side of the world. There's a lot going on, put it that way. And I think some of these teams are not quite at the races with some of the new iterations of things, of course. Seeing new maps in, trying to get themselves up to speed as quickly as they can. And it's kind of showing, to be honest, Brycey, but a very close game here between these two members as well.
Bringing in the reinforcements from the sky. Finds Connor and tries to thread it through as well. Good threading. Finds Danny. Scrap time here as well, though. Keep an eye here on Weaths. A little bit of timing and shoot. They're going to know he's here now. Done so well to get it. Finds Connor. Not going to be the second one. Blade does get it as well, but it does mean it's in contest.
Jamal trying to find something over towards the backside. Can't really get a lot of control either two of this squad so far. Nuits. It's going to be a difficult one for me to continue to say.
Well, I just said Weaths. It's easier.
That would actually make a lot more sense. We'll just go with Weaths. Sorry if that's not what you want to be done, mate. That's how this, well, that's how the cookie crumbles, technically. I've been actually doing a good job, though, over towards people. That is the thing. I think if players are going to select ever so slightly odd gamer tags, you're going to get called whatever we think it is. So that's how it works.
I think somebody asked me that question actually a couple of weeks ago, man. I just sort of called it how they see it, and then if a player wants to correct us, our DMs are always open. Just send us a notice and tell us how you want it pronounced or anything, and we'll get to it.
How are we going with this one? Is that what we're going? Is that just?
Isn't this capital? I think it's UH, but you know, there's an insight here into the minds of casters when it comes to some of these names that we don't always have the phonetic spelling available, especially with this many players in the elite this stage. Some of them do slip through the gaps.
Oh, what year is it, Brycey? On the fringe search and destroy.
Oh, you know what? I've actually. In ranked play, I've actually enjoyed playing Fringe Search and Destroy. I think it's already shaping up to one of my favourite S&D maps on this one. The Depper and Detain looking for the moving pixel underneath this train.
Well, the problem is that Detain ain't really moving. Oh, he moved. Oh my god! We'll see Alex in round number 2. As Detain will send him to the Shadow Realm, and there you go. It's all of a sudden a 4v3 for OMNiA-INVICTA.
Being backed off by the nade here. Now it's still in a great position. Going to find one. Does get it. Back down to a 3 versus 3. Zidix has to throw at the floor, but it's already too late. D3 trying to back him up here with a pistol. Not going to happen. They blitz through. Maddox now. Does anybody see this? He is right next to this bomb. Looks at one. Finds it. Gets it out of there as well. There's a player in the middle of the map, and he tries to get away. OMNiA-INVICTA do walk away with the round, though.
Scary for a second. Honestly, I was just, whilst we were speaking, just already living a long time ago. Well, we were talking about Black Ops 4 being what, 8 years ago? Quickly opens Google. 2015. Are you kidding me? First time we seen this, Brycey, I was still in my early 20s.
Don't give away how old we are.
People know we've been here a long time, okay? I didn't start casting this at age 11 like Spaceman, okay? That's a very, very niche joke.
Sorry.
Oh, we've lost the plot of first series. Here we go. We're back in. D3 trying to find something through the middle of the map. The sniper was always something that was present. Down to fringe, and what can they find here if you're D3?
The big kill. Now they're just holding this position against them. You can see Sykes will check this. Doesn't get the timing to tell them that the players are right on his doorstep. D3 watching for Alpha. Might be able to get him there on the cross. Not going to as well. They're taking a little bit of space here, but they are running out of time. They're already going in. Sykes is super weak. They're going to challenge as well, but they don't check the close corner. Two players going through as Sykes continues to chat with the pistol here. Down towards the back, and Sykes with the pistol wins just enough.
Just about. As OMNiA-INVICTA now trying to find a way to somehow win this series. It's been a crazy one to say the least. Sykes just, and I mean just finds Deppa. A bullet or two more. And they're done for. OMNiA-INVICTA now cruising. At least for now, because Decimate. I mean, they found plenty of crazy rounds when we were over in Den. Can they continue to maybe try and live by the seat of their pants here, Bricey, when it does come down to Fringe?
This is a big hit. They're going for it as well. Going back and forth here as well, but has to do it at the same time.
So
but
trouble.
Sykes is already there to back it up as well.
Oh, wow.
Two more going down. D3 now in a bad position. Zidix though over the top. They don't see him. He finds a wonderful kill onto it.
Oh, he might have opened up the door here for D3 to help him out as well. Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. D3 needs to be helping him. Fail the jump. Gets it next time. Does he find anything? Detain ready for him. Oh, it takes him down. Zidix is there for the trade. Yes, he is. Cannot find the second. OMNiA-INVICTA just about finding these gunfights. That's helping them out. 3 to the good now in map number 5.
Well, that was a bit more chaotic than we were expecting, really, after that first initial flurry. OMNiA-INVICTA went for a big hit, and those could actually be really difficult to stop here because you see an awful lot of pressure spread across the map for most teams on Fringe. You kind of split it, you make sure you get control around that street around towards A. The B doesn't always have the most bodies able to react that fast, and that's what happened there to Decimate. Here comes the push again, though. This time, Decimate splitting out towards the middle here. They might go for a blitz on A. They're going straight through the middle for this as well. They've got players going at the same time. Detain will be calling this one as well. The rest of OMNiA just caught a bit flat-footed. Sykes finds 2! Not going to find the third, but does enough to bring it back to a 1 versus 2. Money checks the corner and not going to get it either. That is an unbelievably fast round.
Sykes the nearly hero again. Does so well to find 2. If he finds the third, we're flipping our desks. We're literally 5 maps into the third stage of Challengers Elite here in EMEA. Sensational work from Sykes to maybe make it possible for OMNiA-INVICTA, which it very nearly was. Decimate with a great push in, though. Deppa finds 3. And is that the spark to ignite them? Can they find a way in? Can they give themselves an opportunity here? That's the first of, well, 6 that they'll need. Sykes again having a great search and destroy, sitting at 7 and 2 this time around. Mighty. They'll find first blood. Nanox will get taken down. Decimate now on a 3v4.
6 laying low. Looking underneath as well. There's a nade. Gonna try and make a bit of a space with it at the same time, but he goes up high and he gets taken down. And this push might be deflected. Keep an eye on those. Right around the back here. Deppa finds a very important kill as this now goes down to a 1 versus 3, and the team cannot find any of them. Decimate not out of this S&D at all.
Nope, do well there as well. D3 here with a final kill as well. Trying to find their way back through. But those 2 rounds happened very, very quickly, Bricey, and all of a sudden it feels like a very different game. 3-0 up and cruising from OMNiA-INVICTA to all of a sudden, okay, well, still in the lead, but 3-2. Things start to get a little bit nervy.
Here comes the push, though. Massive first blood again. Detain gone down. Deppa already out and up. Does have the bomb, though, but the rest of the team are backing him here on this push. They're looking for Mighty out towards the back, and Mighty will fall very, very quickly. And, well, this is now looking like a complete reversal of fortune.
Oh, big gunfights coming through. This has happened so fast. 3 in a row from Decimate. And all of a sudden, oh, okay. First to 3 for both these 2 teams. Can Decimate keep up this good fortune? Big kill comes through from Deppa over towards the backside of things, but the rest of his team were there to pick up the pieces either way. Zidix went on a hell of a spree here. 6 in a row from him. He's ignited the flame. for Decimate, who seemingly can't be stopped now. Big round coming up. If you're OMNiA-INVICTA, can you stop the bleeding? If you're Decimate, can you just keep this momentum rolling? Over towards B by the looks of things here for Omnia, who are kind of just throwing something at the wall and seeing what's going to stick. And right now it's just Zidix finding kill after kill after kill. It's 7 in a row from him.
There they go, flying over the top. Zidix in the smoke and still finding it. An 8 kill streak hunt to bring them back into this, and Sykes drops the missile that he works so hard to get. Finds himself in a 1 versus 3.
It's just such a difficult position, but he has been that guy for OMNiA-INVICTA so far. He's gonna get caught though, Deba. Yeah, should have him dead to rights. Great shots coming through. 4 in a row from Decimate. Crazy turnaround. Those first 2 rounds, were they just downloading the info? Were they trying to just figure it out? Well, it turns out that might well have been the case because they've been flawless since.
Yeah, really kind of unbelievable how these last 4 rounds have gone, because I thought this was done, but adjustments now need to be made on the other side. For OMNiA-INVICTA, they're sitting there wondering what on earth has happened, and well, one of the key factors is going to be Zidix. With 8 streak, a Hellstorm, 4 rounds on the bounce. Firmly in the driving seat for this one. As we watch him go to work his magic again. He's going to have the bomb to plant here.
8 in a row is wild. Honestly, Zedix is... He's been a little hit and miss, I want to say, throughout this series. Seen a couple of crazy moments. The one where he got the EMP overload in overtime was obviously influential. This may well be another one of those moments. Hellstorm is out. A lot of space gained. Not a great deal of information, probably, here for Zedix, and I don't think you'll find a great deal with it, but he has forced a lot of space to be gained by his team. Depa, can he find anything here? Now starting to be squeezed just a little bit, but they find 2. This is looking like 5 in a row from Decimate.
9. Oh my goodness, shooting through the wall. Doesn't get him, doesn't need him. And this is outrageous. 5 on the bounce. OMNiA-INVICTA have completely lost their heads.
I don't know how it turns so quickly. It's been a collapse. Complete collapse for OMNiA-INVICTA, who body Decimate to send us to map number 5. And now Decimate, they were 3-0 down. Zidix is on a 9 spree. Apparently he's toggled, and here we are. Incredible work. And Decimate looking like the real deal in this search and destroy so far.
It's a mid blitz. It's a mid blitz. They're going to go for this one as well, but I think it's been called out. They're doing it as well. Zidix is going in. Zidix goes down. And everybody just trying to rumble now to get into the position, but the team managed to get a little bit of a flank going on. They weren't really expecting him. Nanox goes down as well. It's a 2 versus 1. D3, if he can clutch this, he will end it right here.
D3 finds 1. Is the trade going to be there from the 10? The shots are a little bit shaky, but they're good enough to put him down to 11 HP and dead. OMNiA-INVICTA stop the bleeding.
Well. This one's still very much alive. Very nervous, though. Went for the mid blitz, got called out, somehow managed to get it out of it from the back of the tank. But how this one ends, I don't really know. That is the first round OMNiA-INVICTA have got in 6.
Which is wild, considering they went 3-0 up. And they were absolutely cruising. They were doing everything they could possibly do correctly. And then Zidix, as mentioned, has just taken over. Making things very, very difficult for them. The team will get taken down, though. Another first blood will go Decimate's way. Do we see this round 11? Nadok's big kill. 4v2 in their favor. Oh, we can't find the window. Almighty. And a lot of trouble. Yeah, he's done absolutely phenomenally to find one more. Sykes now needs the 1v2. Not gonna happen. Decimate will get the job done. After 3 rounds in a row for OMNiA-INVICTA to kick things off, it's a 6-4 victory from Decimate in the end. They go berserk and find 5 in a row. Just no answer back from the side of OMNiA-INVICTA. Decimate find what is a very crucial mid-table game, to be honest with you, and will very much give their hopes of a playoff spot a very, very big boost. That's a big win for them to find, Bryce.
Yeah, 100%. We kind of spoke about that before, right? We already kind of judged some of these teams that we think should be kind of a shoo-in to make it through. But these two teams very, very talented, but will be fighting for kind of justification to get through. They don't want any bad results. For OMNiA-INVICTA, they've looked strong enough to certainly make a run all the way for the playoffs as well. But for Decimate, what a big win to open up proceedings. You take it to a map 5. You have some of the craziest games we've seen in a while. And yet now we're here. They get the win. They do it in the Neslo fashion. And we'll see how they continue on the rest of the time.
Yeah, let's see how their season is going to unravel. For OMNiA-INVICTA, that's a disappointing one, honestly. I think they'll be looking at that and seeing there be Nesla. It's a tough one to take, but map number 5, we go between Hibernation and Lynn. Hibernation absolutely cruising right now. And Lynn, obviously, winning that map number 4. Well, over towards this back side. Oh, God, should have been dead to rights, but Witz is there to pick up the pieces. 2v3, now we're in favor of Lynn, trying to get their first round on the board. Hold on a second. I mean, this is bold to say the least from Slade, because there is no way that Danny thinks that he's maybe rotate this over towards B. It's run through the middle of the map. It's a freebie. Bomb goes down. Is Danny going to be here close enough in time though? Slade, oh my word! It was ships in the night, and all of a sudden the NPC deletes him. 3-1.
There's very little room to make even a microsecond of hesitation in any gunfight when the NPC's involved at that range. He went up for the check, and unfortunately, just a little bit of timing. That's a good round for Lynn, though. They did need it.
Well, there you go. Rock Esports have very much lost their very first game of a group stage in Challenges Elite, Brycey. Not sure if that was alluded to otherwise, but yeah, 3-1 OMN. Wow, that's an interesting result to say the least.
Just hasn't happened yet. That's incredible.
Which is crazy to think, honestly, like, based on group stages and kind of what they have to play through and what everybody else has to play through with the whole hosting situation. That is wild that they've not lost the series till this stage.
Danny, be a little bit careful, but he's going to go down in the middle of the map here. There's a push that is slowly developing this side. Side finds the first, but Weath goes for the trade out towards the side here. They might go back for this one. Look where the bomb's gone. Blade all the way back around. This could be terrible timing. UH looking for this. There's the top as well. They're running out of time here, but it's a 1 versus 2. And UH gets caught in the middle of the map. How on earth is he alive? The bomb's coming over here as well. Eventually will go down. Chaos.
What a chaos that Hibernation come out reveling in. I think team's still maybe trying to figure it out. Just maybe have a look back at some of the VOD from Black Ops 3 champs. I won't be. I wasn't there. Not that I'm still better, you know. It's another conversation for another day.
I don't know if it's possible we're better from a game that was a while ago.
Still stings. Got the good one in that day over that year though, Brycey. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, there was a lot of teams back then as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of trips to France. Got another one coming up potentially in a couple of months, haven't we? Connor, he's gonna find a couple of kills. Yeah, though. Jamal and UH now left in the 2v3.
Push is not going to be easy though. Well, a little bit easier if you do that. UH out towards it, but picks the wrong corner. 1 versus 2 now for Jamal. Going for the rotation here, but I think Hibernation know this as well. Oh,
spot, very weak. Chase him down in hibernation. Looking the more effective in this search and destroy. And French 5-1 to the good now, 1 round away from taking the map number 5. There's been a lot of them, Bricey. A lot of back and forth, some very close games. Right now, though, it's Hibernation is taking this one. Could be an important win for them to find.
Yeah, some of these big games, like I said, we spoke about in the last game we watched as well, but these are the games that can really define your run. You just want these points here. You don't want to kind of have that regret when you get into the final kind of stint of games before playoffs and be like, if we just won one more, we'll be fine.
Playing on a force breach, while finding the pick though with the sniper. An effective tool when it does come down to this map. Up in top barn, yeah, he's going to cause a lot of problems from there. Scythe 9 and 2 though, he's the one that has caused most of the problems. Jamal finding his first kill, maybe the big stick was what was needed.
Right in a good position, but the knife, it swings for nothing. They really needed that kill, but even the smoke just cannot catch a bit of a break at all. And he's missing it, and he gets taken down before he can do any more. And Hibernations decided to end that one there. And there's a little bit of talking going on in the comms. I'm sure it's all lovely.
GG's, guys. Thanks for the game. Map number 5 was incredible. I'm sure that's what it was. Sharing between themselves. Yeah, no, we like the smack talk. I love to see it happen. Either way, that is going to be Hibernations finding a big win for them. They will take that one away and put themselves in a good position after one, but it is a long season, Bricey. As you mentioned already in this broadcast, it is a marathon, not a sprint and a marathon. It might be just about right, as we've had 2 map number 5s. We've had plenty of map number 4s. A lot of these teams kind of going up against each other and well, providing us with some very entertaining games and well, very much so on Alpha and Bravo. Both games going to map number 5, and we still have another set to go as well.
Yeah, we certainly do. Like I said, it's the kind of the opening here of a bunch of new meta changes, new map pools. Yeah. Everybody just trying to lock in and find their footing. Even with the practice they've already had, like I said, the NPC is an ongoing situation. We already know that in the kind of the pro side of it, they're looking for adjustments right now out of the gate. Whether or not that kind of trickles down to the Challenger Elite in time for this set, we will find out. But yeah, it's definitely going to be adjustments all over the show. We've seen a lot of maps already that are running 3 of them. So long may it continue, and let's see who comes out on top.
Yeah, we'll see how things do develop and who it's going to favour. Honestly, well, it hasn't favoured Rock so far, losing their very first game in the group stage out of, I mean, that'll be their 11th now. It was 10 in a row, and they lose their very first one here in stage 3. So looking for a bounce back potentially, but the game is not going to get easier. They may well not get that much harder than OMNiA-INVICTA either, right? See, that's a tough one for them to take, but either way, Rock should be able to bounce back.
Well, we'll find out. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We're going into Block 2 here on Challenger Elite. See you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We're getting back into some more games here in Challengers Elite, and also trying to make sure that we've digested anything that we've consumed during the break time.
Even worse, even worse. As soon as we came back to camp, my legs started cramping as well, so that's just never ideal. Such as the trials and tribulations of working from home and being sat in the seat for a few hours' time. But that's because we've had so many good games so far, Brycey, and very excited to jump into the second block, which should be very entertaining as well.
It certainly should, and especially with the way things are already mixing up for everybody so far in this stage. We do always say don't judge them on their first game, judge them on their last game, as we do expect these teams to make adjustments during the week in this competitive environment, as well as adapting to that new meta that we keep harping on about. But yeah, the first games are done and dusted, and I think the biggest story we have to speak about is OMiTNoir versus Rock, a team, by the way, that have not lost in any group stage so far, Season 1 and 2, not defeated, coming into Stage 3 against a team that has a lot of players looking at them. And OMiTNoir take down the big bad of EMEA.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when it has come down to online results, for all that Rock have always had flawless group stages, they've actually never won it when it has come down to these elite stages. Yes, okay, they have been, on average, the most successful team on LAN when it has come down to Challengers Elite. Or just Challengers in general, I should say, over both regions. But realistically, online has not necessarily been their playground outside of the groups, which is typically where they have thrived. But going into playoffs is where they have somewhat struggled a little bit more. So maybe a loss is actually going to help them, Brycey. Maybe they're just getting their losses now in whilst they can, and then playoffs, they're going to go flawless. Who knows?
It certainly is. Well, with two big teams already throwing down, OMiTNoir and Rock, we can go to our next big game, and this is exceptional. Malco, Brezzy, Cobra, and Linz already winning their first game here on their Stage 3 run. Well, we're looking to see if they can make it 2-0 to end the day, Ton.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Again, for me, the overall arching storyline between this team is a lack of, to be honest with you, improvement. The very first stage, yes, okay, they look fantastic all the way through. They got the job done. They were Season 1 champions. Since then, very poor performance in Dallas, poor performance over Stage 2, and it wasn't great, obviously, in Birmingham either. Honestly, we need to see just a little bit more from this roster. And again, I kind of said it in that previous series. I was surprised they didn't make a roster change, but Project 7 did. Aspect moves himself onto that OMiTNoir roster, or OMiTNoir roster, and is now replaced by Real, who hasn't necessarily had the best of seasons, all things considered, especially the way that his transfer went down over that summer period. Somewhat of a, I was about to say Spanish Inquisition, but kind of. There's a lot of tea there, to be honest with you. But irrelevant of that, Project 7 have a very much, a very, very strong player in Real, don't they? I mean, him coming into this roster, for me, should make them one of the favourites here in the EMEA, if not the favourite.
Well, yeah, it's a very, very strong team. And when we've spoken about these kind of players before, Mythics has been a player that we've long kind of harped on about in EMEA. F. has been very, very solid. I always feel like sometimes he flies a little bit under the radar. And Lucifer, aka Harry, has had one of his most consistent stages just gone. We'll see whether or not that continues as we look towards the map for this one. Colossus Hardpoint, get ready with your NPCs. Then Fringe Search and Destroy, which is becoming a favourite of people that are playing this on a regular basis. Exposure Overload. Then we might see Raid Hardpoint and Fringe Search and... No, we won't see those. We can't see both of those. That's not real.
No, yep, my brain was braining there for a second. We'll get that clarified. Either way, Colossus Hardpoint's going to be coming up first. That's what we do know. We'll figure it out from there. I tell you what, I will open the Discord.
It's Raid. I've gone and looked. It's going to be, yeah, it's going to be Raid Final S&D.
Yes, of course. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how things are going to go down if we do go late in that series. But the way that Exceptional have been playing, I'm not 100% sure. Honestly, Project 7 for me will be very strong favourites heading into this one. I'd love to see what they're going to be able to do over this season. They should get better as time's gone on, of course. Real coming over and getting himself back on European soil. Let's see how he does do with this team. I would expect he's going to slot in very, very nicely, to be honest with you. Project 7, I don't want to say they went strength to strength. They had themselves a very good placement, of course, over in Dallas, going for that top 3 in the end. Top 6 in Birmingham was, it's nothing to shake your nose at, right? I mean, you are still a very, very decent placement with some of the squads that made it over there. Are they going to be able to maybe go a step further with this change for Real? Potentially. Let's see how they do. But the sky will be the limit for this roster. But they've got to get through Exceptional first. Let's see what Exceptional can do. Look, I am more than willing to be proved wrong about this roster right now, but I just don't see which going in any other direction other than one. Let's see if it is very much that down direction or if they can turn it around here, Bryce.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, so basically the issue with these maps, by the way, so Raid is actually been playing the S&D slot, and it will be, the hard point will be Gridlock. So it'll be Gridlock in map 4, and it will be Raid S&D to end things out here. So just a little bit of a mess up there, I suppose, on that one going forward, but it's, you know, it happens. They're maps.
No, you know what? Honestly, I was questioning it because I was like, okay, we've had a bit of a shake up on the maps, and I'm like,
Raid is not a hard point map. It's
no,
not a hard
it is
point.
not. It's always one of those when I'm seeing Raid hard point, I'm like, yeah, okay, no, that makes sense. That Raid's in there, but it ain't. And well,
well, we had 2 years of it. We had 2 years of Raid hard
yes, and it all kind of just amalgamates into one at this stage, right? See, honestly. It really does. Colossus hard point is definitely going to be map number 1, though, for such destroy and exposure overload. If we need to see some more, we'll figure out what they are when we get there.
Well, we'll see how this one gets on. Of course, there are many games getting underway across this one. And if you're wondering, hey, how do I watch all of these games? And don't worry, you can listen to us and watch all the rest as well, because we are going to be streaming all the way from Alpha through to Foxtrot. Every game will be live for you to watch. Of course, here on Alpha, we'll be covering our main slot game, Project 7 versus Exceptional. But for the rest of them, we will be jumping around and catching as much gameplay as we possibly can. So there's a good chance to see your favorite team here. But if you fancy kind of popping another tab out and checking on some of these other games, you can also watch them on YouTube. So don't be afraid to have a little look around and see what's going on. But you should always return back to us.
Always. Interested to see how NAJD are going to keep going. For them, I think, I'm not going to call them 6-7A, 6E7 NAJD, okay? I don't know if it's like a meme or something along those lines, but 6-7 and all that, right? I'm not 14. I don't understand how this thing's working. Either way, NAJD, I'm interested to see how they're going to do. I really like that roster. I'm curious to see how they're going to go in this one. Currently sitting in 1-0 and going up against the Vicious, who actually won their game as well, which of course was up against Exceptional. So that's a really good start for both those two teams. Let's see who comes out on top on that one over on Foxtrot. For me, if I'm looking at some of these other rosters, Rock Esports, it doesn't... I mean, it gets easier in a certain kind of way because you're not going up against OMNiA-INVICTA, but you are going up against Decimate, also an awkward one to try and deal with. So looking for the bounce back, and it's not the easiest team to go up against to try and find that. OMNiA-INVICTA, can they get something done up against Hybrid Nation as well? I would expect so for Decimate, as mentioned, up against Rock. But Project 7 up against Exceptional, this is one of the ones that, if you're Exceptional, and after day 1 you're sitting at 0-2, scary. Very scary, because there's a couple of teams in here who could cause you issue. I don't think for a second that they're not going to make playoffs, Pricey, but I'm not saying it's out of the realms of possibility, because it ain't.
We will see. Of course, this is the groups they run through, and obviously, I mean, at this stage, it's not always going to be the easiest one to tell here. I was just trying to find out what on earth that team name meant, by the way, and, well, I mean, the first 6-1, 6-7-A, A6-E7 is a color hex. It's a nice light blue. That's about it. That's all.
I thought it was a joke. Oh, right, okay.
It could be a meme, but it's, you know, it is a color hex. But
did we figure that out?
I don't know if that's what they mean. It could be something completely different, but we will find out. Anyway, enough worrying about that. Let's get on to our main game here in the Alpha slot. This should be a very good one. These two teams, both fantastic and stacked full of talent.
Absolutely so. But for me, honestly, I think Project 7, if I was to say there's any early indication, or any, if I was to hedge my bets on anybody in particular to take it away here in this online stage, honestly, Project 7 for me would be the team that are potentially going to get it done. I think that's a very early bat to take, and probably a fairly safe one, I think a lot of people would think. I think Real coming into this roster is an improvement. You know, Aspect is very solid player, but I think that's kind of how it's going to continue. And you're going in with somebody like Real, who, all right, maybe hasn't lit it up at the CDL level, but I mean, this guy's going to come into an already good team. He's a very good player. We know that for a fact. I mean, we've seen him for years and years in challenges. We're now obviously seeing him for a couple of years up in the CDL. He's traded quite well, and now coming back down to an already good team here in the EMEA challenges. You'd like to think he's going to feast. Down.
I mean, there's an awful lot of pace change coming into challenges, as you well know. Really flying around now and towards P2, looking for this one going down, but for me, this has to be my player to watch here for Stage 3. Lucifer was so good in Stage 2 that what was already a very high kind of ranking player in my mind kind of stepped up one, so we'll see if he continues that sort of reign of brilliance.
I'm interested though for Exceptional. Honestly, I feel like I've been a harsh critic of this because there's still obviously a very decent roster, but I think when you look at the names on this roster, I'm not expecting dominance in this region by any stretch because it's not an easy region to dominate by any stretch of the imagination at all. There's some very, very good teams. I mean, look at who they're going up against right this second, but I really would have expected maybe a little bit more comfortability from them, some better land placements to say the least, though. I mean, you really would have expected a lot more of this roster. Like, looking at how they did place over Birmingham, top 16. That's not good enough for this roster, and the names that are on it by any stretch of the imagination. So we need to see a lot more out of them here in Stage 3, and of course, when we go over towards Atlanta.
You can see that for both these two teams, this is almost business as usual, really. Even with the changes that have come through. Kind of put Project 7 just a little bit above Exceptional, really, in terms of how you would rank them, Ton, I think. It's not a massive gap, but maybe one ever so slightly big enough as incoming Hellstorm.
I was about to say, well, okay, what gap? Yeah, this gap. The gap through the top of P4 is likely going to be the one that is going to try and thread it through to absolutely zero success. 7 speed, we'll try and keep this going. Brezzy, freebie, thank you very much. Sets himself up so well for that one. Must have been very patient over towards Statue. And now Lucifer's standing there without a Hellstorm, wondering what the hell has went on. And Brezzy done extremely well here to push the players out as far as he has done. And he will get taken down, but he's probably bought his team 10-15 seconds of absolute freedom over towards P4. Malcolm can't hold on though, but then will come over the top. Linz, Cobra combining well, F up to the front, and they can find a way in. Cobra, the last remaining soldier here for the side of Exceptional Gaming. Try and disrupt what will be another 20 seconds, potentially going over towards Project 7.
Well, they've got this from the bad side, technically, but it will be a bit of a trade going into this one as everybody wants to be in P1 first. Not easy to hold, but if you are here, you certainly can kind of deflect this first wave of kills as everybody tries to get into position. He's looking for him, but Mythics knows going to be here as well, with 2 going through. He picks off 1. Lynn somehow, even while weak, still managed to find Lucifer, but that's a full wipe, and that's why on this map, P1 can really be advantageous if you take kind of that first one through.
20 seconds to go. Go look at Linz, who's maybe going to try and create something for the squad here. Finds a way through up the top, and well, immediately, unfortunately for him, gets taken down, but he may well, if only momentarily, have the spawns for P2 for his team. We're heading there in 25. Right now, though, Project 7 is still in control. It's a good time being made here by Exceptional if they can get it, but neither team wanting to give anything up here. Pushing it out for P1 control, leaving those P2 spawns. Mythics did not, and Mythics is now dead. So the rotation coming in, 10 seconds to go here over towards P1. Linz is here over towards P2. Some crucial time needed for Exceptional, finding themselves 30 behind still.
Now just trying to back up here, can be very, very weak as we get into it again here, and the P2s have just been scrapping from both sides. The addition of NPCs and also every team just knowing about this spawn blocking now has really made everybody really up their game for it, but that's going to be a full wipe here for Project 7. A little bit of breathing room. And a push out from Lucifer as well. He knows, you know, realistically I can hold this for some time. But Cobra finds 2 as well, breaks it open, and neither of these two teams really going to feel super comfortable against the caliber of players that they are playing against.
No, there will be 0 levels of gunfights, to be honest with you. 0 easy gunfights. Real being one of them. He's found himself a Hellstorm in the back pocket as well. Also found himself dead. Mythics is there to pick up the pieces, though. Good hold in the end from Project 7 with 15 seconds to go. And I think if you're Exceptional, you've got to kind of run away with your tail between your legs. Head over towards P3. This would be a big kill if you can find it. If you're Real, that's massive. And now they can start to convert that into another rotation over towards P3. Exceptional Gaming with their tails between their legs, and all of a sudden looking at trying to find some sort of control. That was some great shots with the M15. It's not quite often you're going to say that when it does come down to Colossus, but he's getting them done. And it's nearly a 100-point lead for Project 7.
Yeah, this is just going better and better for them as well, and almost kind of flexing in terms of how good they are. Just trying to thread the needle here as well, but there's just no opening. There's no weak spot here for Exceptional to really exploit. Every gunfight is just too good for them, and now you can see Real going back and forth, and if anything, Exceptional actually getting a little bit more fragmented on these pushes.
Yeah, they're really struggling. A little one by one, as he mentioned. And Real and Co are just quite happy to farm these points up and, well, farm them a little bit more with this Hellstorm that's on its way in. Exceptional now, what can you do? Positioning's not the greatest, but of course when we talk about Hellstorms, that's not effective when you've just fired everything into the building. Real maybe not having too many Hellstorms on this map over his career of Black Ops 7, because that one didn't work out whatsoever. Now he has his teammates, well, up and alive and kicking over towards the statue side. Can he be the pincer from the other? Those technical 26 and 14. Looking to add further misery to the French. Exceptional Gaming being blown away right now.
Yeah, this is just kind of showing how good Project 7 really are. And they could potentially win it here and put Exceptional Gaming into that 100-point club off the rip. Something we were expecting. It has been quite one-sided. I mean, they're just not having a good time at all, really. That kick, I think they're going to still struggle. As you can see, the rest of the players flying through here, but Mythics cleans it up, looking even more comfortable on the NPC. And one last real push here for Exceptional. If they don't make something of this one, this game will end.
Yeah, this has been... I mean, I know we talked about these two teams potentially being closely contested, but there was always an element of Project 7 that could take over. Exceptional might just get themselves out the 100-point club. They will do, but I think that will maybe the only silver lining to take out of this one. Brezzy going to try and stay alive inside of the point. Project 7 have got all the T's crossing their eyes not at this stage, though. They got the rotation from P2. They're 5 seconds away. There's 3 dead. Make it 4 as well. Project 7 kicking things off with a bang. 1-0 up in, well, dominating fashion here up against Exceptional.
And you can't really ask for much more than that from P7, if I'm honest. You know, Exceptional won their last game. We thought, okay, this will be one of those games that certainly should be close between them here, but P7, technically the favourite coming into this stage, just the fact they won the last stage, but not the best of results that they would have hoped for in Birmingham, so all very much up in the air. And, well, it looks like we might be having a very different race going forward, as already OMITNoir took down Rock, so who knows, really, who walks away the victor in this entire elite stage, but that is a very good case for Project 7.
Yeah, no, real good case. But, again, Exceptional lost their opening game. They've now lost to Project 7 as well. Well, lost round 1, I should say. I'm preempting it, but I'm preempting what I think is probably going to happen here, Bryce. Exceptional with a very, very slow start. But can they maybe find something in the search and destroy the Overload? That's possibly something they can work on going up against a team who have just slotted a new player in. Is that maybe something that can get going? New maps coming into things as well, potentially into the 5. May well only get to see Fringe Search and Destroy, though, based on how Project 7 played that map number 1. A lot of questions to be asked of the Exceptional team. I don't want to ever be hating on them by any stretch of the imagination, but there has just been a very, very noticeable fall-off since that very first stage. They've been limping along and will continue to do so if something doesn't change.
Well, we'll find out how another team that has started worse than we've ever seen. And that sounds a bit dramatic, but it is true. Rock Esports here, looking to kind of redeem themselves after facing their first loss in the group stages. We'll move on to a map that is brand new into the rotation. Let's find out how they play it.
See how things are going to go for them. I mean, look, I would expect Rock to be able to get something done in this series. It was always going to be a difficult one up against OMNiA-INVICTA. I think they will be the biggest competitors, if you like, in this group in particular for Rock Esports to come up against. But when it does come down to Sake, though, very rotational heavy. I think everything that we've seen so far in this one, first one's there, typically going to find a lot of points. It is very traditional hard point. You were saying you were struggling on this map, Brycey. Maybe. Is that your fault? Not enough anchor? Not enough rotating for spawns?
Maybe. I've just struggled on this map, just playing it in rank play, but obviously These players are so far above me that they shouldn't really have the same issues here, but this is already a little bit scrappy here. Decimate definitely do have the lead onto this one as the rotations are now starting to come in. It will be Rock Esports that have it, though, as Dom's on a 5.
Rotation over towards New. What is going to very much belong to Rock Esports. And this is a bit of an awkward one as well. I mean, the spawn's so deep, you can already see where Rixel's kind of setting himself up as his kicks. Holding down over towards that statue side, and then you just need everybody else to watch what one of 3 entrances, really. The one over the bridge is kind of the one where you got to be a little bit more aware of. You'll see some teams just kind of flood through that front. It's a bit of a wider setup, but you got players like Dom who can just kind of linger around, even if you're down low, to try and watch a couple of the other cutoffs. You can get yourself back up top pretty quickly. The spawns are pretty sticky, and if you're Rock Esports, you are making the most of that so far. 25 seconds or so to go. Over to the 3, and they are very much alive and kicking. They are going to find themselves in the lead, hanging over towards New.
And this is a hill that feels a bit tricky because realistically, you know, players are in here sometimes. You just can't always get the eyes on them that you want to. They were just trying to hold the angles. He knows that Rock Esports will be trying to exploit here. So he must have a really good cross hold onto this one, actually. Rock Esports are struggling to find an entrance anywhere near to this point, and that's why Rock Hill is so difficult. Pepper eventually will go down, and this might be an opportunity. Now, slowly but surely, Rock Esports trying to move in.
He just sort of trying to hold down towards his backside as best as he can, but that's where the pressure is really going to come in from. The spawns over towards the back of P2. For Rock Esports, somewhat favorable if you can find a way through, but right now they're struggling to do so. D3 finds a few before he does eventually go down. Now the squeeze is going to start coming in. 20 seconds to go. Decimate still holding on. Zidix taking over when he needs to once again. Finding 2 big kills, and that should be some more really good time for Decimate.
Staying down. The Rock's advantage eventually does pop back up. His health hadn't really come back then, but you know, small things in this one because it's only going to be 5 seconds of scrap time. But Rock Esports have this rotation. They're not down by very much. They'll be looking to narrow that gap down as much as they can. Now finds a big kill in towards the middle of the map, closing down that doorway. Well, Decimate potential to get back out onto this one.
A little bit of a harder hold. And the pressure that can come in, but again, it's kind of pressure where you can hold down from P2 window. You can hold down over from P2 boxes. And right now, well, no, they can't. To answer the question, Rock Esports put to the sword here as Decimate now trying to put themselves in a position to do something, and they can do. 25 seconds remaining here. Some great time, potentially on all fair, but easier said than done when it does come down to this hill. Rock Esports answering into.
Felix just trying to see if he can find a little bit of a fight out towards the end here. But as we go into this next set of rotations, these 2 teams feel quite evenly matched in the way they've been playing around this one. Going hunting and somehow loses that gunfight. I mean, I thought he had the advantage onto it as well, but a lot of players going down. It will be a wipe here, and Decimate will be in control of this hill.
Back into position. That's Decimate trying to get something going here, but very much keeping themselves within touch. This is going to continue over on Bravo, and well, if you want to see kicks find 4 in a row, I'm sure that's going to happen on many other occasions on youtube.com/COD Challengers over on Bravo. 5 in a row from him. Still one of the best in the game for me. Looking to try and retake his title over in Atlanta. Rock Esports will have every single opportunity to do that. Looking to try and dispatch of Decimate first though, right?
We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it because that game is getting close. But this last game wasn't. Project 7 just sort of slapped exceptional around a little bit more hard point. We'll find out how the equalizer of S&D works here, but this is going to be a blitz straight to the middle of the map here. Royale finds a player, but he's lucky to not be caught for it as well as Cobra's holding on to this one. It's going to be a double chow, and well, that's about the best bait and switch you'll ever see. But Lindsay's going to be here as well. Gets cut down by Mythics. Nothing going well for Exceptional.
Now just getting information to the back alley. Lucifer, a little bit of trouble, but has some help. Maybe he'll not need it. In the end, he does, but Project 7, first round convincingly goes their way. Is it done? Just get a little bit of control inside the point there, and then it's just very difficult for Exceptional to try and find a retake. Good job once again from Project 7. Looking very, very solid here, Bryce.
Well, I mean, there was a little bit of luck involved in that first round, I would say, maybe.
A smidge.
Yeah, just a little bit in terms of the timing they got here, but we'll see if they try and be aggressive once again here. Brezzy already making a move. I'm facing that sort of sniper rifle. I did. He's going to try and get it, but FDOT is not going to be there. Taking an awful lot of space here, Project 7. But he will be left open, but we can see the mini-map. The Exceptional have not chosen to roll that dice this round. It's maybe a passive play. Are they playing around this sniper, maybe?
It's passive from them, but unfortunately for them, it's allowing them, or Project 7, a lot of space over towards A. I want to see the positioning from Mythics. He'll quite happily push up towards Tin. But now for Lucifer, I mean, look, he can be as passive as he wants here, though. He can give up the site, and he knows his team can kind of transition over. He may well not give up the site, to be honest with you. And everything he possibly can. Down. Cobra, bad spot. Real, good pick. Oh my word, the snapper onto Linz as well, who gets caught napping. Real at the races. Now for your Brezzy. What are you doing from here? No, you're dying. A wonderful player from Project 7. Real does sensationally, but Lucifer just towards our backside. Just disrupts, slows down, does what he needs to do, and there's the round.
No fear. I mean, the only real thing we can say about this at the moment is that Project 7 have looked every bit as good as is kind of justified for them. You always worry a little bit when a team does a bit of a team change, but so far so good for Project 7. Of course, I mean, their big chow now is not really winning the Elite, if I'm being honest. It's about land performance. Obviously, they will look to this one first. You cross every bridge when you get to it, and Project 7 will want another W in that column, but the thing that is most eluding them right now is that kind of land play, and well, they want to get into the Pro-Am and show what they can do.
I mean, it hasn't been horrendous for them, but look, no. This team will be wanting to win LAN events, right? I mean, that's what it's been set up to do. And they'd be looking at teams like Rock and sort of saying, okay, well, that's a first and a second from them. What's stopping us from doing the same? Because quite frankly, nothing. Just themselves. More than enough in their locker, in their arsenal to get this done, and somehow Real has ended up in a position that is just going to spell, well, immediate danger towards Exceptional. If only momentarily, now all of a sudden it's Real and FDOT left in a 2v2 up against Cobra and Linz.
Bit of trouble here. Linz is in a good position, but that timing is diabolical! Oh, just not what you wanted to see. He had it, he held it, he gets taken down, and Cobra finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Time is on his side. If he can make a kill here and get out of it, looking for it as well. They're both going to find him at the same time, but too many bodies, not enough bullets. As Project 7 grab another one ton, it's 3-0.
Cruising right now on Project 7. FDOT sitting at 5-0. It's aggressive, M15 in hand, and just dealing with Exceptional at every single turn right now at Project 7. It's just dominant. I mean, there's 2 kills on the side of Exceptional over 3 rounds. There's just nothing to write home about.
Is there some sort of adaptation they can make here? We're already going to see a blitz through the middle here as the smoke has gone down. Real knows it. Nate's already coming out. The rest of the players now trying to get into it as well, but he's just not able to get as much as he would want done there. Lucifer comes through as well. Now tries to back off, but heels on fire with the bullets nipping at them.
Fix. He can find one, but gets forced away, but Lucifer's been able to back it on up. I think there was a moment there where Real could have backed up. I mean, this is extremely aggressive with the sniper rifle. FDOT's eyes would have lit up there, but it's just also give the information over towards Lucifer. Shots into both. Oh, he can't finish his dinner. Both got to be one shot. That nade over the top might cause some issue, but it doesn't. Now they start to get aggressive to try and maybe isolate Lucifer if they can, but he's already dipped and dived. 2v2, awkward positioning for both 2 teams.
Oh, we're now on the bomb site, wondering where on earth they've gone here. So,
yeah, but it has to be towards the back. There's no other place they could be. I'll go take down Mythic's irrelevant. FDOT for the trade 1v1.
For the snipe here, technically at a disadvantage. Does have an AR in hand, and I don't know if he saw Cobra, but he is waiting for him. That bomb will have to be picked up. Cobra is not going to grab it. I don't know if he has enough time here to get this and get it down.
It doesn't now. You'll have to go for
See
the
him at the front there,
child.
and, well, I've will now just run away. Just try and stay alive here as Cobra's gone for it. That is close. As close as you think it would be.
Yeah, just an awkward one, especially where the kill is found by F. over towards that backside. To find the one kill. And the bomb's kind of left in a bit of an awkward situation, and Cobra really, from there, has a lot of work to do with the time that he has remaining. A tough one to say the least. It's just not working out for Exceptional right now, Project 7. Again, they're up at the green somewhat. Over towards B. Seems like the route. They just seem to have a better read on things. Situational players, like in what we've seen inside of A there, they're kind of just backing on down when they know there's a little bit too much pressure. They're not giving their lives away. They're not going for an ego child. They're backing it up. Like Lucifer backed it all the way up there. Got the call-outs to come through. Yeah, okay, resulted in having to be a 1v1 that didn't really transpire. But it's info. It's map presence. It's making things difficult for the opposition when they're on the attack. Look, Cobra, just sprinting forward, yeah. Maybe just hold that space. Yeah, fine. No problem. He backs down. Right play to make. But now the pressure coming in over towards B here for Project 7. They don't like it. Is it maybe Real to break things open here? Brett's going to get caught napping in the middle of the map. Just about Linz. See the next on the chopping block for Real to find something with. Not quite. Trade is going to be there, though. All of a sudden, a 2v2.
He's going to see a player as well, but not going to turn quite quick enough. So 1 versus 1, and I think Cobra may have seen him. Harry going to go into the window here, and this should be easy for Cobra. Should have picked it up straight away, and
lost him.
I mean, Cobra technically still has the advantage in this situation. He did see him last. Going to find him as well, and the close range pistol, not as good as the MPC. Exceptional, get around on the board, Ton.
And a much needed one. Cobra with a 1v1. The timing works out in his favor. Yeah, NPC in that scenario. Just about winning it. To be honest, Lucifer does extremely, extremely well. To even just find a couple of bullets there. Make it an interesting fight. But Cobra with 3 kills in the round. Did well. An Exceptional now get themselves on the board. It's a little bit isolated there, Cobra, and plenty of his kills, but he's done extremely well to find them. Doing the job all on his own. Now what can he do for the rest of his team? Straight down the middle of the map. This is bold. The fortune does sometimes favor. Lucifer could be in a lot of trouble here. Oh, Cobra. Not going to find it. Mythics will take him down. 3v3.
Everybody just holding, looking for that next kill, though. Lindsay's might play this late. Looking for that easy kind of kill as his teammates will be looking to clear A. If they do that and get this bomb down, Lin should be able to find a kill. But obviously he puts himself out of the fight until that happens.
Bomb down over towards A. Awkward positioning, as you say.
Oh, they're back to back. They were standing right next to each other. Linz, though, will grab this. He is absolutely getting 1 here. Maybe 2, maybe 3. Linz! And that's the play! Written into stone before it even happened. With the timing. You don't get better timing than that. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, but Linz held his nerve and he gets rewarded.
This sets it up so well. As you said, it's just patience. This part's not difficult. A lot of us could find that gunfight like that, but it's the positioning, it's the timing. That's all something you've got to work on to be a top player, and Linz absolutely seals the deal for Exceptional. Puts them well and truly back into this game. Nasty, nasty work from Linz. Big flank comes through and the big play. To put the French back into contention here, they were getting beaten across Fringe, but right now 4-2, they're back in it.
Certainly not going down without a fight at all. There's a backup here by Melko. Just going to watch this for the push that comes through. Does he get the timing in time to be saved? You can already see Brezzy mid-map. That's the first reinforcement that will come across. Hammers a player as well, but Takes a bit of a tap in return, and what this has done is stalled this out a little bit. Exceptional Gaming have managed to hold them at bay for a few seconds.
No, Brazzy. FOXTROT, yeah, to maybe try and deal with some of the players over towards their side, and Mythics keep Brazzy down. Malco going to offer himself up on the chopping block for maybe FOXTROT to have a look at. But before Mythics is taken down, and then this time whittling down, to be honest with you, it suits exceptional. They don't need to get overly aggressive here, but this bomb's going to go down. Getting aggressive now. Lucifer gets taken down. It's RSF. Real and Lucifer left now in the 2v4. 2v3, I should say. Real will find one back, but it's not going to be enough. Exceptional with 3 in a row.
They just did a great job at holding that one. Project 7, they made the push. They tried to grab space, but they could never quite grab enough. They said we just had to keep them pinned in while the rest of the team got into position. And that's what they did. And as soon as that happened, you just didn't have the bodies to hold. Even with that first blood ton, they did get it. But when you have to plant and in a bomb site like this, it almost feels like you're surrounded at all times.
So for all it was looking like exceptional waving the white flag. Then sitting at 5-0. 3 rounds in a row for them. Project 7, some thinking to do. Just a couple of gunfights that it's been awkward situations. I don't want to say it's like, and again, I don't want to not give them credit, but the situational play has been very good. It's been awkward. It's not necessarily been like formulated plays. But playing the situations, making the most of your gunfights has kind of been the case over the last 3 rounds. Lynn's really been the catalyst for a lot of that good work. Smoke's going to go down over towards B. Is what we call a red herring. Is exceptional. Will find their way back over towards their site. Players are here though, ready to deal with them. Real can find 2. That might be the dagger for round number 8. Brazzy will find 2 himself though. Now 2v2.
Lucifer and Mythics will be trying to clean out as quickly as possible. This bomb should go down reasonably soon. Malco just double checking. I think he saw Mythics there, which is what he's worried about. That nade will go in. Does make him weak, but nobody going to fall for it. Project 7 a split here a little bit. Already now goes down to Mythics in 1 versus 2. Wins the first gunfight. Still alive. Needs that health to regen. Round. Here, Mythics almost caught the bad timing.
So much time to play with. Malco holds his irons. Exceptional find 4 rounds in a row. What is it about these teams? Just finding so much momentum when it does come down to fringe. Both of them going 4-0 and 4-0 over the next rounds here for exceptional. 2 rounds needed for one of these 2 teams. Somehow I've got ourselves here, Brycey.
The adjustments are more than good enough from exceptional. And here comes a big hit. I mean, they've pushed this out very, very aggressively. They're going to know that the pressure's now going over towards B. Malco will call this one out. It's like a bin stun check. They're all over here. They've seen nothing at A as well. Exceptional need to get themselves across here. But they're already just taking space here, Project 7.
Oh, Real in a good spot. He's baiting them out. Well and truly. And I think you're right. You know, the call-outs would have been there. And a little bit of lack of movement for exceptional. They're now on their way over, but the numbers are not with them. Project 7 have dug the trenches, and they've dug them deep. Inside the bar now, this is going to be just impossible.
This is what they've done so much better. Just taking that space away from exceptional has allowed them to hold the trades a little bit better for them as well. Malco, though, gets a few points onto the first. Not going to get into the second. Dangerous. But yeah, Project 7, I mean, taking a bit of extra space on a bomb site like that, who would have thought it would have worked out? And, you know, that's exactly what you wanted to do.
Did really well, as you said, to take that space, to do plenty with it. Over towards that barn side. It's just so difficult to retake from that. Exceptional, just a little bit slow to the communication that, well, it should have been that. There's plenty of movement over towards A. They're a little bit slow to react to it. and now find themselves in a really, really difficult place.
I don't have a lot of map control here, exceptional, but they're taking it fast here. Already moving in towards A. Real backing off completely. Key player here will be F. Dot. On the flank, why not? No. Real finds one as well. Does he swing for the second? Health coming back in towards full here. F. Dot is looking both directions. Real has found a second. Will eventually go down. Back to a 2 versus 2.
Kind of got them pinned in a little bit, but if you're Project 7, you're not the team that has to make the move. I might try and bait them out. Yeah, oh, it's just worked so perfectly. Lucifer shows himself. F. Dot is there for the cross. Melko needs the 1v2 to keep them in the search and destroy, and probably in this series.
F. Dot has been seen here. Melko wanted that kill, but F. Dot not going to square up. Just backing off here. Time is on their side again. More information that only benefits Project 7, and Melko will now have to do the unthinkable and just plant this blind. Does not have the time. I mean, he's going to check it. Does he check the other way? He's going to see at least one. Does get it as well and goes straight for the plant. Absolute confidence. F. Dot will try and check this one as well, and sees a couple of them in this one at the same time. Melko! Surely he's not clutched this one up with a pistol, and he has! That is an unbelievable regain!
How they've let that happen, I have no idea. For what it's worth, for anyone shouting out yellow and red cards, I think it's a 1 pump. We didn't get to see it either way. I respect the chal that comes through. And the chal that sends us to a round 11. How on earth have we found ourselves here?
That is unbelievable.
Oh, this is a different angle. I don't think they'll be expecting Mythic so far up next to Propane here. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be different for them to deal with. That stun. It's going to check enough, but it didn't really give them too much information. But either way, it's given them enough information that they wanted to back off. And a lot of arrows for Project 7, pointing in the wrong direction. F. Dot doing the best thing he possibly can, and that is just back down. And he's going to have to back on down further. Reinforcements are here. Good shots.
Key player Cobra. Is this going to be another exceptional gaming kind of turn of the tide based off one flank? And, well, Cobra almost drills him, but there's going to be a lot of players now running towards him to get this numbers advantage. Cobra's running for his life. Down he goes. It's going to be a team kill on the other side. It brings it back to a 2 versus 3. Advantage still now for Project 7. Real going to come against a player as well, so wins the gunfight. That is unreal for him as well. And Melko clutched up last time. Now has to do one better on 1 versus 3. Loses the first gunfight. NPC spitting howitzer rounds for Project 7. They do walk away around 11 ton.
They'll find it. With the trials and tribulations of that one. A 2-0 lead for Project 7. It's a big game from Real. And as mentioned, 2-0 up in the series. Pricing absolutely cruising now. That's a big win to find that round 11. Heartbreak, though, for Exceptional. Look, you brought that back after being 4-0 down to send it to that round 11. Not quite enough, though. In the end, it will be Project 7 who take that one away. Big game out of Real, as mentioned. 14-7 from him. 8 non-traded. 5 first bloods to his name. Incredible work from him. Project 7, 6-5, 2-0 up in this series.
Yeah, certainly not letting anyone go even a little bit for them as well. But yeah, that was a little bit nerve-wracking there for Project 7. I mean, they did so much to kind of throw it away, if we're being perfectly honest. But good plays, good regain from Exceptional. I think that's the kind of the highlights you have to take away from them on this. They did so well to adjust, so well to get into good positions. Linz managed to find 3 shutdown around. Melko clutches up around as well. It's those kind of tiny plays that can really dictate how a game will go.
Yeah, a couple of very close moments. A couple of 1v1s that went Exceptional's way. The rounds our Project 7 one felt, I want to say, a little more convincing, whereas Exceptional just clutched up so many times as well. But this was really nice from Lindsay. Think of those individual plays that are being made, and that's what Exceptional Gaming have. They have a lot of players who can make those plays. Just hasn't really been working out for them so far this season. Black Ops 7 has it. 1 win to the name in Stage 1 in EMEA challenges the lead. Other than that, though, it has been a torrid old time. And may well be looking to continue. Project 7 2-0 up in this series. Exceptional. Could be 0-2 by the end of day 1, which is unthinkable.
Certainly would be. So I just actually went back and watched that full replay as well, what we're just watching there. But I think he had that gunfight at 7.5 seconds, something insane like that. Won the gunfight, insta-planted with 17 health, by the way. And then, with the animation finishing of him planting, he stood up on the exact split second that F-Dot would have shot his leg and killed him. So, I mean, a little bit of luck, but what a play in the end there to get that clutch from Melko. Obviously, in the history books, they still lost the map, but what unbelievable kind of turn of events for them as well. And Project 7 just have an overload to go to see how this one goes. But while we're talking about games, we do have a FOXTROT game, Ton.
We do. And the Vicious up against NAJD, and NAJD 1-0 up in the series. But find themselves now to 3-1 down in the Search and Destroy. And remember, the Vicious getting a win over Exceptional. But again, for NAJD, I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what they can do over this season. We're going to try and find a way here. 2-0 start would be brilliant. But a Bodhi, obviously, that former Falcons roster, has had a pretty decent time in fairness over in NA challenges. Not been doing too bad by any stretch of the imagination. Gentle, of course, somebody else who's been over on that side of things. Full Saudi Arabian team. Shane Clocks been a part of a couple of, I don't want to say the lower end rosters, but there's a lot of positive noise, especially around Clocks.
Yes.
Good player. Very good player.
I think he was one of the kind of players to keep an eye on to this one, see how he adapts to this team. They are certainly making it difficult for the Sniper to grab something here. Like a shooting duck gallery for them as well, and Clocks almost takes him, and he goes for the reach out. Clocks says thank you very much, and well, they get the advantage there onto this one. They now have the numbers as well.
Bodhi. There's all disarray left now on the 1v4. Not going to happen. Defuse will come through. NAJD will find themselves now just one round behind. So you're convinced that's a color code, right?
No, I'm not convinced. That's the only thing that makes sense for it to be a hex code. But I'm sure, you know, somebody will enlighten us exactly what that means. But it is a wonderful light blue in terms of the hex code it actually is. But don't hold me to it. I've made a wild stab in the dark.
Hex code. I need to see this blue. You've called it
Is that going to help you cast it? Or do you know what kind of blue it is?
Yeah, it might give me like the tone of what they're going for, you know? It's very blue.
Yeah. This is the greatest bit of analyst work we've ever done.
Well, the list is long, isn't it? Anyway, the bomb going down over towards a Bodhi and Kill. In a really good position to try and find this round as well. Of course, they will have to defend 3 right now. Late flank island play coming through from Jendal, but Disarray is very aware something like that could be going on as the bomb site fights will start to go the way of the Vicious, if not only momentarily. Gentle will find Disarray, and all of a sudden the squeeze is coming through. Gentle will get taken down, but Bodhi will do his job. Yusuf, what can he do? Make it a 1v1.
Yusuf needs to find a bit of timing here as well. Does he call this one correctly? All the way around, and he is calling it. I think he knows as well. Clocks going to be on the outside here, and Clocks wins the gunfight as well. NAJD do get that one back down to a 3-3 now in this S&D. And that could have gone badly for them. Obviously, Clocks has come around the corner here, but, I mean, great centering. Chowder at the right time. Just smooth.
Yeah, nicely done. And that ties things up here in the Search and Destroy. The Vicious are a team who have, well, stayed together for the most part. Wolves coming in, I believe, as a new addition. Yusuf has been pretty solid across the board, as has Fez. Maybe the kiss of death from the as Fez will fall. Bodhi find 2. There's just no right to find that second one. Oh, and he's going to dodge the bullet as well. We're playing wanted. Not going to happen. You continue to watch this one over on FOXTROT, youtube.com/challenges if you wish to do so. We do have a pretty good game going on over on Alpha. Well, if you're a Project 7 fan anyway, Brycey, 2-0 up in this series. Exceptional. Need to find a way back in.
They almost found one on the S&D. See if they can do a little bit better now on the overload. A slow roll here now that they've picked up the EMP. Maybe a switch, looking for a kill here, but Real finding a massive kill to begin with. Again, here we go, back over to the other side. They're going to be close here, but there will be bodies in the way, but Cobra says don't matter about it. We're going to get this one in regardless, and that is exactly how they wanted that one to go.
Good win from Malco. He's going to keep that pressure on. See, Mythics has set himself up as, well, the spoiler, but he could do with his teammates actually find a couple of kills, and most of all will do so. Mythics can't fight that spoiler gunfight that he wanted to, and that would have given his teammate, well, a little bit of breathing room. His opponents wouldn't have been nearly as close for Exceptional, and they may well have been able to get something running themselves, but as it goes, Exceptional starting great through the middle of the park. Brezzy, Cobra, doing well, but Real looks like an answer back, and that's a egotistical gunfight if I've ever seen one. Lucifer will get taken down, but the pressure will start to not quite relent, but suppress, if you like. He and Project 7 have something to maybe work on here, down dead side.
Trying to make a bit of a move here in a potentially good position, but not quite good enough, and this has stalled the push. Mythics again will try and make his own play here, but they have control of the EMP, and Exceptional have basically drawn a line for it as well, but they've lost the first couple of kills. They're going to try and push at the same time. Pressy's going to lock that one down, and they've got enough bodies to make this one go through. A very slow push for them, but they eventually found the gaps to get it in.
Yeah, very, very tight setup there from Exceptional, but they found a couple of gunfights too out in the middle of the map. And now they can maybe start having a look here over towards this A side. Big kills coming in from Brezzy. If he can find a second here, this would be massive. Not going to be able to. It's going to be picked up by Real. He may well go for the flank here, and he may well just be the tip of the spear for them. He may well be that lead blocker that they need. Melko, though, can find a massive kill. Real will have to spin this one around and can do so. Mid-map control, though, going to be there for FDOT. So Project 7 survive and maybe put themselves in a position to get something going.
Real finding another one. Again, this is what we've seen a couple of times here. The team's just stalling, looking for those first kills as Real makes another. Mythics gets one more, and with two down, they will now move this EMP. They're going the same way. Lucifer drills Brezzy out of this one. Just another wave of kills to make. Everybody now piling into the fight. They're looking for it at the same time, but there are too many bodies and too many guns, and it does mean Exceptional will now take control.
What can they do with this control? I tell you what, they nearly had a free run there, but we can see certain gaps, Brezzy, and that was one of them. Brezzy, oh, some terrible timing, some terrible, terrible timing. Turns around at the wrong time, and all of a sudden a push over towards solar panels may well be coming through. Brezzy, he can find one more. Can you do anything if you're Mythics? No, you cannot. That one is just going to be absolutely shoved down their throats, isn't it? Incredible work from Exceptional. Smell blood in the water and got themselves going.
Comes the fight again here. I mean, Project 7 are winning some big fights. But it comes down to it. FDOT is deep, deep in the spawn. Look at the spawn out that just came from Brezzy as well. They're a mile away, but there are players now to the flank here. Lins is going to try and take it down, but again, all this work from Project 7 has come to zero, and now they find themselves in a bad position. Brezzy, lead blocker, drills one, looks for the second, is already just trying to fly through this one at the same time. FDOT gets it, but they cannot stop it from going in. And Exceptional have counterattacked twice and scored twice.
Things quickly can change. Always typically been a very, very good Overlord team. Seemingly we have Project 7's number here. FDOT having an absolute stinker by his standards, to say the least. They will have another opportunity, though, to just stem this tide of Overlords that have been coming through for Exceptional. Brezzy can't find the second. Real probably going to have to do something on his own here. Not going to be able to do so. Exceptional may well go for the pickup here, and they've left it behind. They've left it behind. Oh, that was an opportunity as well. Maybe they thought they were close enough to get a hold of it, but did not. And that's an opportunity that will not quite go begging, but it was one that was, well, at least showing some signs of potential. Either way, though, they'll be happy Bryce. 3-1 lead at the half.
Wow. Exceptional are in the lead here in the overload ton, and after the last couple of games, they desperately need it. FDOT being a bit slow here. 6 and 14 has not had the best of a game, but I mean, Project 7 have been executing a game plan on some of these pushes. It just has not worked out even one time.
Cobra and Crud trying to keep this pressure on. And they can play a slow game to a certain degree now. They don't necessarily have to find 6th gear to find a couple more, but if Lynn starts continuing to fire like this, then maybe it's going to be a massive problem. Project 7 and Exceptional can maybe just add further fuel to the fire. Cobra getting this one rolling. Melko may well have just opened up the door for him. Cobra walks straight through it. Doesn't quite smash FDOT in the face, but there's another one. Exceptional Gaming. Any single time they are being given an opportunity, it is being taken.
Just looking like a very well-drilled overload team, and for Project 7, I mean, you could say that they haven't had a bad run of it, but that's not what the score is saying. They've been making plays to get this one into it, but they are being stopped counter-attacked and they are losing this game. Again, another big push going through. FDOT trying to look at the players to make sure there's a bit of a gap for them at the same time. He's found nothing on that entire rooftop.
Can Mythic's create here? I mean, a lack of opportunities really for Project 7, hasn't it? And this one is one that they have somehow conjured out of absolutely nothing. Exceptional sleeping just a little bit, a bit slow to the punch, but nice play coming in from Pressy. He'll find 3. Cobra can maybe set them up here, but a big kill off the respawn had to come through here from Real. Lost a little bit of inbound pressure, but they have closed that gap to only 2 now at Project 7.
Oh,
All right.
a little bit of spice for this game.
Didn't get that one though, did he? Now taken down by Melko. Left up with a couple of kills over towards it. Now this could be the catalyst for something, especially if Mythics can find that. Lynn's gonna have to really be the hero here. He's gonna have to back on down and try and find something. Mythics was trying to put the pressure on. He gets cut down. I wouldn't mind him slowing down just ever so slightly. Lynn's finds 1, Lynn's finds 2. Breaks it open all on his own. Great work again from Exceptional. They're defending well with 2.5 minutes to go.
Just really winning those gunfights where it counts. See Project 7 just winning an awful lot in the middle of the map over and over again, but that's really the only place they're finding it here. Is this a park the bus or is this a switch? Well, Bruce is bringing it back up, so it's going to be a switch. I wonder if they do it again here. No, actually, no, they won't. Not with Melko that deep. Can they find him here? No, Melko just continuing to drill. And waiting for the nades to go through. That is Exceptional. With another point onto the board. And Exceptional in the play.
Wonderful work from Melko. Sets it up so well. Now it's, well, not impossible for the side of Project 7, but it becomes very improbable, isn't it? 3 separate overloads in, well, 1.5 minutes. You need this one to land, and it has landed. All right. Some potential now. It felt like Exceptional were in a good spot to defend that. And now they may well get aggressive, and they just have to be careful not to be overzealous here, Brycey, because if they lose these couple of gunfights, this is a free run home. Linz did find something in the middle of the map. Sorry, it was Brezzy. What can he do? Needs to find something. He gets gunned. Scary situation.
Really hammer this one through. Bring out the NPC. That play had to have been weak as that goes in. It's a 1-score game. Oh, I've not taken a few more bullets than I would have expected to take that one down, but it does just a good enough job as it is. They're already going for this one as well. This is a massive kill if they can make it. The relay is now for them. Linz desperate to bring this one through. I don't think he can get there in time to save it, as you can already see the missiles curving through him as well, and that will save the score. The Hellstorm may have just saved them.
It has done. But oh my god, the pressure! Lucifer, what is that centering? That is disgusting!
Happens to be the right game. I'm hitting report faster than you can believe. What was that jump?
That's an utter disgrace. 15 seconds. They may well be able to save their blushes here. Exceptional. They were, what, 5-2 up? 3 have just come in just like that, and it may well be the last opportunity of the game belonging to Project 7.
Bomb in hand. Free play.
You can't lose. Cobra, he'll find one. Mythix is here to back him up. Lucifer's in the second. There is just no way that should happen.
Oh, I'll tell you something. I'm going to watch the last minute and a half of this game all over again. Overload. Project 7. Exceptional. Hit a bit of a collapse, really. But there are so many highlights to watch from the last minute here. I was wondering I was just trying to remind myself what map 4 was. I was like, we're going to map 4. This game is continuing. Exceptional have done a great job on this, but yeah, Project 7 said, hey, no.
That is... I don't want to necessarily... Yeah, let's just see the final. This is ridiculous, by the way.
Bang.
Pants down. Oh, my word. And there's nobody to recover it either. 3 HP and a dream. Tie it up. 30 seconds to go. A bit of mid-map control. I wish we had Lucifer's POV when he had... Because he's the one that's done it all. Well, he's not done it all. Of course he needs his teammates to be there. But, like, to find that gunfight, to get that one over the line... Keep an eye on where he is in the mini-map here, okay? So he kind of going towards bottom window, gets a kill there. Makes the move, gets another kill there on Linz. So he then gets the EMP in their possession for the final 5 seconds or so. I think he survives this as well. Probably not the best of trophies, but irrelevant of that. He'll get things moving. Picks up the EMP from that moment. Keep an eye on the kill feed, because we do kind of lose sight of him, because we see this gunfight here from Real. Doesn't win it. Lucifer wins his back. Gets the trade. Mythix finds that. Lucifer finds another with the pistol. And a free run home. That is some life from Harry, isn't it?
2 versus 4.
Yep, essentially.
They only had to kill one of them. They only had to kill Lucifer, who had a pistol. I said it. I said, keep an eye on him. He was great last stage. He's found a level of form last stage, and the question was, how does that continue? Well, it turns out, highlight reel plays.
Ridiculous. And ultimately, that results in 3-0 scoreline for Project 7. Exceptional Gaming have, well, been wiped off the face of the planet rather quickly.
Well, there's not an awful lot more to say about it. That was a great game from Exceptional right up until the end. Great counter plays, managing to just kind of take advantage of the flow that you see in Overload. And even a stop that I thought was the end of the game when Linz managed to get the Hellstorm on and stop them from scoring to make it 5-5. I thought it was over. But apparently Lucifer knows parkour and went about as high as you can do on a jump chow. Wins it, slides it home, and then says, hey, I'm not done. Watch me win this.
Insane. Insane how they managed to win that map number 3. Again, though, look, I mean, the Search and Destroy goes to around 11. If you're Exceptional, that's got to sting. All right, map number 1, very, very convincing. I mean, Bravo and Charlie are still ongoing, but maps 2 and 3, extremely close. Anyway, go in to a different game. Hibernation taking out OMNiA-INVICTA. And this is, I believe I'm being told, the very first half of their Overload. The series tied up 1 apiece.
Bit of a fight going through. Alpha's going to grab it and make a move here. They do have the bodies for this one. Back and forth. Alpha just getting his health back for this last push. Looking for another kill out towards it as well. And a little bit of a misstep there, and a team kill comes down, and this should be the end of it, really. Already Hibernation making a bit of a move.
To 10 finding those two. Now, okay, the rest of his team falling. And halftime will wing its way around.
Oh, I tell you what, we could do now. We could give a little bit of a score update if you'd like, since our wonderful production has just dropped them all on us.
Here we go. Do you want to take us through it?
I certainly can. Well, let's start at the top here. We see Rock going up against Decimate. They're currently 2-1 down, actually. They've just managed to lose the hard point and the overload as it goes through. Of course, the game we just watched, OMNiA-INVICTA and Hybrid Nation, is currently ongoing, so we'll skip past that one, as it has been 250 to 227 in the hard point, and then 6-5 on the S&D. So this is a very close game from all the way through. OMiTNoir, well, they took down Lin 3-0. Not unexpected now. We've set an even higher bar for them. Project 7 exceptional. We saw how that one just ended. That's a 3 out of Project 7. And Noah versus Treaty 1. That's 2-1 at the moment to Noah. They lost the overload just now, 5-3. And last but not least, NAJD versus the Vicious. NAJD currently winning 2-0 with some pretty big games on the hardpoint and the S&D.
Comfortable for them right now. And this feels like probably the closest game that we have ongoing. Right now, Treaty 1 against Noah. Let's see how that one's going to unfold, but I would expect NAJD to be able to take that one up against the Vicious. But OMNiA-INVICTA against Hybrid Nation, yeah, very, very close game, as mentioned. Honestly, I maybe expected a little bit more out of OMNiA-INVICTA to a certain degree, but hey, look, things looking pretty positive here at this moment in time. Trying to get something going, waiting for the fight to come through. Maybe should have waited a second longer, Sykes, but it doesn't matter. They'll get a third over the line with 3.5 minutes to go. 3-1 to the good.
Looking to see if they can just go a little bit further as well. Keep an eye on that mini-map. They've got players deep. Already going to be a 3 down here. They're now going to move this. Looking for a big kill against Scythe, but Scythe not letting it go. Will they get that in time? And they do. There was 4 players there. Still couldn't stop it. And OMNiA-INVICTA, well, they're heavily in the lead now.
Very, very solid scoreline. But we did say that for exceptionals against Project 7. Project 7 somehow brought it back. Detaining code up. Didn't allow that to happen. Hybrid Nation trying to find a way through. Danny will do very, very well to find those first couple. And he can shut it down though, but pressure is there for Hybrid Nation to work with. Kind of a pistol and EMP in hand. Stun ain't going to tag him up, so a little bit of backup to maybe try and force this one through, but not quite clear cut yet, is it? Or momentarily it nearly was. Sykes will find 2 though. That's massive from him, and Danny will get the last one. Can he manage to find this one over the line? He may well do so. That should be a score, and it is going to be Hybrid Nation back into the game. 4-2 now.
Is that overload is never really over anymore.
Down.
Come with a push again though, you can see already. Sykes trying to make a big play, not going to be able to make it. Players now chasing him down. Alpha looking for him, but he's going to be super weak, and down he'll fall as well. The big kills coming out of Connor. And they are slowly but surely pushing them back here as well. They're now looking for it. Connor looking for his third. No player's going to be around here. There's the first. There's going to be a second player. He's going to be weak. Still trying to push this tempo, and he's done just enough to make this happen, surely. And he does. Scythe will be able to put that one home, and it is game on.
Swings and roundabouts of overload. Really coming to roost here in this one. Danny over the top, he's got a freebie, and there you go. He may well be the pincer for his team, but they have to win a couple more gunfights. The 10 is there to take down Connor. Danny going to just try and farm to help his team maybe get something going here, but Sykes is doing well enough just to survive, which is what he needs to do. Scythe will take him down. So now all of a sudden, you're backed up on the minute and 15 seconds to go. You have to be so careful here if you're OMNiA-INVICTA, because you don't want to just deep back into your spawn and hold tight. You need to get something going. A minute is a long time in overload.
Well, here goes. Fight out towards the mid-hoy. Mighty looking for it as well. Has a little bit of backup, but not an awful lot. That's going to go down, and, well, that might have opened it up for them as well. They grab this one. Do they go forward or do they go back? It's all about the kills that they can find. 43 seconds in a dream.
wrapping this one as long as they need to, really. Just taking their time. 30 seconds to go, but they're in a bit of an awkward position here. Did Hint's going to call that in, though? That's going to, well, make, realistically, Hibernation have to do something. Find one on the Mighty. The cover should be here from the Hellstorm, and it is. There you go. 3 kills will fall their way. Awkward one, really. The Hibernation have to deal with, and Alpha will seal the deal. 5-3, 2-1 lead for OMNiA-INVICTA.
This should be everything in the end of it. Doesn't matter about the free play at the end, ton, really. But OMNiA-INVICTA doing just enough, really, to carry that one over the line. And puts them up in the series. And with this one going on, I mean, there's not an awful lot of games kind of left, sort of balanced in the wind. This is maybe been a little bit more one-sided, I'd say, in terms of the actual second block of games. We've had a couple that finished 3-0s. The first block, I feel like everybody went to at least map 4 and quite a few to map 5. But we are starting to see maybe some slight gaps in some of these teams.
It seems that way. OMNiA-INVICTA putting themselves in the lead now. And now, yeah, for them, one more map away from taking that series. It's one that I would think they would be able to take. But again, I think for both of their games that they've had today, they are like kind of those mid-table mix-ups, aren't they? For all these teams who are potentially going to be able to get something done and maybe get through to the playoffs. You're going up against other squads who are going to have that opportunity to vie for it. Of course, everybody has the opportunity, but you have to think of the teams who are likely to do it. Hibernation's one of those teams, potentially. If you look at Decimate, they're definitely one of those teams as well. Look, a lot more games ongoing, though, as Rock find themselves behind against Decimate. And now behind here in map number 4. Oh, Esports. What's going on, boys?
It's not quite over yet, especially the P2 hold. Could just be same old Rock Esports going to map 5. I've seen them do it about 1,000 times now, and it doesn't look like they'll have primary control. Kick's going to be in the forward position. Doesn't actually manage to get the first kill off. Normally you play that, get one, and then wait for the trade, or at least your teammates to kind of get in a position to trade you out here as well. But at the moment, struggling to hold on to it as much as possible. Fortunately, reinforcements are close. The Decimate trying to take back control, but not having a good time of it.
I'll definitely have enough about them, obviously, to bring this series back. I'll bring this season back as well, but I wonder if, you know, it's a case of, again, I'm not making exceptions or excuses for them. But again, they've got the Saudi League going on as well. Maybe a change up in things there. Maybe the meta change is not suiting them. Maybe the drawback was a fan favourite amongst the Rock boys. But, I mean, look, long way to go yet. As mentioned, they've not won a Challengers Elite yet. And still, as mentioned, being the most successful team in Challengers full stop this season. So, let's see if they can continue to do that when it does come down the LAN environment. Struggling online so far, though, to kick off stage 3.
They're making a bit of a battle here, but not something they're unused to. Maybe just a bit of a bad first day. They're going to lose a bit of control here for the next 20 seconds. This still will have them into the lead, even if they lose the rest of this time. But what they're now looking for is the push. They want to get through this and towards P4. Doing a good enough job. Bit of a wipe there as well. And you can see already making the way here. Big spawn out for Decimate.
Big opportunity now for the side of Rock Esports to get some decent time on the board here again. Find themselves in the lead, and if they can add to that, then wonderful. Bricksold can't quite get anything going here. Kicks, well, yeah, 5 spree. Checks out. Always seems to be the catalyst for Rock if things are going well. Get himself taken down, though, over towards the back side of Grandma's here, and Don now going to have to try and find something. Cannot. Kick is there to answer back again. They will be here to pick up the pieces from those close spawns. Bricksold does extremely well. I'm curious how it's going to affect him, you know, like SMG, dirty word player. He's always going to be up close and personal doing what he can. I'm really curious to see how it affects this guy. Well, both the SMGs right now doing relatively well here for Rock Esports, and the scoreline is very much showing it.
We'll see if they can continue this. Like I said before, it almost feels a bit weird to say, but I just expect Rock to go the distance. And even when you see them, you know, in the situation where they're now down in this series, as soon as we look into this, yeah, this is probably just going map 5. Like, it's just kind of almost their bread and butter to go that far. And if anything, it's trained them really well for when they get to land.
Yeah, it has done, hasn't it? Not disturbed by themselves at map 5 any stretch. Arduous series is is quite often something they're involved in. They're not too perplexed by it when it does come their way. I think they would have been really disappointed by their finals performance, though. I think, you know, we were very much gassing them up, as we are woefully biased when it does come down to the two regions going up against each other. And, you know, we were chatting with Shift and Stud about it, and they were saying, look, I expected them to be a little bit better in that final. I think we kind of agreed with that. I think, you know, those bright lights are still bright for this Rock squad. But back-to-back finals, winning one of them second place, it's still in challenge. And again, I'm not just saying this because obviously we like the team, we like what they're about, we like the way they play. Obviously they're playing in our region, but that is a very difficult thing to do. Go back-to-back finals and challenges is not something that happens that often, I want to say. Like, to me, it's a very difficult thing to have some continuity with. Things are changing all the time. Right now, though, they are finding themselves in probably the stickiest spot they ever have done online, to be honest with you. Put themselves down here up against Decimate. They are in danger of being 0-2 after day number 1, which is very uncharacteristic from what we've seen in the group stages for Rock Esports.
Well, you say that, and a big wipe on the P1 as well, and yeah, you are right. There's a lot of factors that, you know, we talk about. I mean, not just the frequent team changes, but happen all the time here. In fact, I think Elites are probably the biggest period of stability we actually get for any of these teams. So obviously, new map pools and new guns coming into it will throw even the best team kind of off their tempo for a little bit here. But right now, they're doing pretty well into this one. They're already into P2 as well. Now it comes down to a big hold here by Rixel. Rixel gets the first. Is it going to be a second one? Flies out with a pistol and almost makes a wonder child.
Doesn't work out. They're doing extremely well to put himself in that position, but can't quite get it there. Find a way through with two of them. Domok is going to be able to do a great deal. Domex, sorry. Oh, yes, he can do more than a great deal. That's 4 in a row from him. I will say for one thing, what was cool to see, obviously, with them being on the final stage and being on the big stage at Birmingham. Bear in mind, big stage, that one. There was quite a lot of people watching. Domex's sniping is becoming quite well known at this stage, isn't it, though, Bryce? I think, you know, we've talked about it. It's been impressive, to say the least, but really announced himself as an absolute S&D god, and well, right now has shown himself to be a hardpoint player as well. 7 in a row from him. Pretty much broken P2 open on his own. And we'll get some decent time for Rock as they transfer themselves pretty much seamlessly over towards P3.
Well, I think they've never really worried about too much. This Rock Esports team is horsepower in the gunfights, but somehow, even with a hold over towards this next one, they just weren't in the position here. But Dom to the rescue, tries to find more than one. Cannot do it as well. It will be a turn and a burn in terms of the spawns. And now Dom X brings in that hard-earned Hellstorm. And the rest of Decimate, well, they've got to take cover quite some way away.
He's done well to sort that one in as well. And he's done well to find an absolute freebie. And another Domex starting to take over now. Rock starting to find that gear that, well, apparently they needed to be able to find. Double will find himself dead as well, and Domex will continue. 31-13. That'll be 33. 30. Okay, right. I can't count. I'm not too sure if the kill feed is actually counting correctly either, to be honest with you, Brycey, but we'll take it. Either way, the rotation belongs to Rock, and Domex is still frying.
We say just how good this player really is, and you can already see that even with this not being as big of a difference as it could be, can't really beat a player doing this. Comes a push from Decimate, though. Domex is ready for it. There's one more onto his total. Not going to get any more, though. Pressure out now towards the back here. Kicks trying to hold it down as well, but there is going to be a team kill. And for Rock Esports, this is all going right.
Oh, he finds a big one over towards the backside, but that's bad from Decimate. We've been railing about Rock and their comeback here in this hardpoint, but fair play to Decimate. They put them under the cosh well and truly. Zedek's now trying to find something. He cannot. Gets a little bit of breathing space for his team at best, but Rock Esports will find a way through the front door. Good shots coming in from D3 over towards his backside. Now all of a sudden Decimate can get that final 10, but the rotation again, it's felt like those rotations are just not being belonging to Decimate. well, I don't want to say playing for scrap time, but it's kind of all they've been allowed, right? Step over towards his backside now. Might be the catalyst for something through Church. Not going to happen. He'll get taken down, and some really good time on offer for Rock Esports. Good enough time that they can send us to a map number 5 if they can hold it down.
Still looking, and this still feels like it's bouncing a knife edge. I mean, Rock Esports have been outslaying so heavily, but yet we're still basically just one hill away from a game flip.
Decimate will find a way back through, though. As you mentioned, that game flip could be coming. But this 20 seconds that... Well, if it goes over towards Decimate, you're in a really good position, and the gunfights are not going to go their way, though. And those 10 seconds, the extra 10 seconds that go over towards Rock are a dagger. So all of a sudden, you could have had maybe a 10, 15-point game. It's going to be a 30-point game or so by the time we get over towards P1 again. And the first ones there are Rock.
Kick's done a good job on the Overwatch there as well, locking the back at the same time. And now Decimate will be a little bit flustered. They can't afford to really go for big splits. They can't afford for anything here. They just have to basically break this at every stage. And if anything, that's what Rock Esports want the most. Take the gunfights over and over again. They've been winning them consistently all the way through this. And, well, Rexwood is just trying to continue to pile on the pressure.
15 seconds away. Kicks on a force spree. He's going to add to it. And there's the 5th, and we'll continue to add a couple more as well. The rest of the team doing their job. Map number 5 incoming, Bryce.
A tale as old as Challengers Elite at this point. Having a very good time. I will say this, though, with the amount that has been outslayed here for Rock Esports, it has not been as clean as it probably should have been. I mean, it's what, just under a 60-point difference, and I think they've outslayed them by maybe 45 kills.
It is, but the Rock Esports way. Sometimes, isn't it? I think they are very much a team who want to rely on those talented side of things. I want to say to a certain degree as well. The fundamentals, we question them on occasion. They've definitely got a lot better than they have been. Let's not beat around the bush on that sense. But yeah, they are still very reliant on their ability to slay, which is seemingly still there. Map number 5 going to be incoming though for those two teams. Other games still ongoing as well. Bryce will be dipping and diving around until we are done. North America are going to be coming up next as well, though. That should be setting itself up to be very, very interesting this season, as it so often is, with all of the teams completely changing names, doing pretty much everything to try and confuse us as best as possible. It's always curious to me who's going to come out on top there, to be honest. It always seems to be changing hands.
We'll find out, because one best thing about Challengers Elite is you never know exactly who's going to win, but you are going to have a good time all the way through. And EMEA and North America both providing a lot of thrills and spills here, but this one a little bit less thrilly and spilly, as it is just very much OMNiA-INVICTA. Just pretty much running this clock down now with 18 seconds to go.
And a really nice spot. As you say, 15 seconds is all they need. Alpha's 40 and 17. Okay. I mean, yeah, might be entertaining. He's got as many kills as they have together. This has been the Alpha show that, well, sadly, we haven't had much of a chance to see, but 42 and 18 with a few seconds left on the clock. There'll be no more time for him to really add to that tally. That is insane. There was time for adding one more. 43 and 18 out of Alpha. Okay, then.
I mean, that's pretty good.
That's a casual takeover.
Yeah, that's well, like I said, we didn't get to see much of it. We didn't really need to.
Didn't even get the best player. I mean, why? Oh, it's the point.
I think it's team match. Thank you for that one. We'll just get that one. We'll just get those one done and pushed into it as well. But OMNiA-INVICTA, they did get the win onto that one ton, and that's kind of a big win for them as well to move forward in this tournament. I mean, realistically, we are seeing a great shape up from some of these teams on the very first day of Challengers Elite. And hey, if you finish the first day 2-0, you've actually made a very good case for making your way to playoffs. So yeah, it's sometimes the best to start hot.
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 wins has been enough for teams to get through the playoffs. I mean, I can quickly check when it wasn't, but I don't think it's been very often. I think 2 typically has been more than enough. So if you can find them in day number 1, then hey, happy days. You got 2 more days to try and get it done. 3 more games to maybe get yourself up the line. But look, there's still plenty of time for some of these teams to try and make it through and try and go for the turnaround. A team who are not going to be sitting at 2-0 are Exceptional Gaming, Brycey. They're going to be 0-2 after day 1. Our champions in stage 1, who have not changed their roster one little bit since that moment either. Yeah, 0-2. Look, I mean, what I will say is one of their games in particular was very, very difficult up against Project 7, but it was the game against the Vicious. That's not a game they should be losing. That's a game they should be looking at and say, okay, that's a win. Coming in as game number 1, nice steady start. They lose it, puts them in an awkward position. Really awkward position.
So it does. I was just kind of checking through all the scores that we've kind of seen go through as well. But yeah, I mean, basically every game apart from that one, I think he's done realistically. I'm just kind of watching all the ones kind of coming through our scoreboard that we've got in front of us here. But yeah, it's just Rock Esports. I mean, of course, the team that goes to map 5 is Rock Esports, because what other team could it possibly be? But it's a very, very big map. Let's not kind of talk about this. For Rock Esports, this map 5 is crucial. They will have the worst start they've ever... In fact, they've already got the worst start, but it will be a devastating start for their run here in Challengers Elite. So we're going to go to a quick break while we get them into the lobby. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We're jumping straight into this game here already. This is kicked off maybe a little bit quicker than we were expecting, Ton, but kicked off it has. And Decimate already 1-0 up thanks to Zilix, who managed to get an ace in the first round.
Zedek's some way to kick things off, and he's found, well, he hasn't found a couple others where being baited. It's Depper who finds 2 more. Rock Esports have done, well, typically a lot of damage when it has come down to Scar, S&D. Typically very, very solid on this one, but right now, themselves in a bit of an awkward position. I want to be 2-0 down, and Frixel and Domex can't do a great deal.
Thread the needle and finds Zidix. Kill from the point in the end, although I'll say that Zidix is still up. I've debated there as well, Ton. Doesn't matter. Rock Esports get that one.
Nicely done.
I hope it's the wrong way around. It's Decimate.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. Yeah.
I've been baited twice.
You should know this by now. Look at the numbers. If there's one that is a 3-digit one, never trust anything.
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. We can recover. This is not looking good for Rock yet, but maybe they can find something. A bit of an aggressive push there out through the middle of the map.
So we're trying to find something. Oh, those are the shots you need to be able to hit. If you want to take opportunities up against Rock. Oh, Dom's found an
This
angle.
is huge. Nobody's seen it. Nobody's watching. Nobody has any idea. And there's so many players from Rock Esports in the backfield. 2 versus 3, but that could have been worse.
It could have been. Honestly, I'm not too sure how they can... I don't know if they just maybe just got lost in transition, I should say, through the middle of the map. Maybe weren't expecting them to be so aggressive, but then you have to remember who you're playing up against. Oh, big moment. I don't think Kick's seen him. I don't think he did. Now Nadux has potentially got the route on them. Yeah, oh, their timing just works out so badly. And now Deva is in a really, really tough spot. Yeah, has to perform a miracle. Rock are going to find their first round.
Tries to make a bit of a hero play, but wasn't going to work out for them as well. But do Rock get that one onto the board? Round they really needed, and you got to question, how on earth were they allowed to send that many players on the flank with nobody watching?
It's fairly crazy, to be honest with you, especially like you know that I mean, realistically there is probably one site when it does come down to Scott. You've got to anticipate that if you hand on player push and field to maybe just try and play a little bit of an awkward play, have you maybe left the gap because of that? Potentially. Let's see how things are going to go down though as we head into round number 4. Done with the big round of the previous. Domex is now put himself in a position. Wasn't expecting the aggression to be coming through, but both players survive. Either way.
Big first blood here by Kicks. A decent amount of control here, really, but I think Domex was actually being barely staying alive. Is probably one of the most important moments of this round for them.
Both teams have been very patient. Very tight setup here from Decimate. Oh, that's just something that typically you wouldn't see Domex miss, to be honest with you. Oh, you've got to offer the temptation for him to hit one of these shots eventually. You'd expect it. Oh, and there's the big one. Probably the most difficult of the lot, and it's the rest of the team who pick up the pieces as well. Rock Esports tied up 2 apiece.
I was going to say, I don't think I saw him miss 3 shots in Birmingham the entire time he was there.
True.
Let alone 3 in 1 round, but you are right. That last one, the swipe grabbed it from him. But it's the kill they really needed here, and Rock Esports, they do tie it up here on map 5. I'll tell you something, Rock Esports never disappoint with the drama.
Oh, never. I mean, it's just, it's literally written in stone that Rock Esports are going to make it as hard work as possible of every single series that's ever existed. I would like to think that they've had... How many 3-0s? I think I probably counted on my hand how many 3-0s they've had online. And there's another round that's going to go their way, though.
Yeah, really good showing for them as well. One thing I will say about this team, obviously, I mean, it's almost kind of redundant at this point, but we have watched them kind of since the start of this year. And in the first couple of weeks of the elite, there were errors. There were issues that they really had that kind of put doubt into it. Of course, those quickly kind of got polished down, and they went on to win the first LAN, and then, if anything, just continue to improve. Obviously, other people have improved as well. But with the second here, this is such a improvement from the very start of the game till now in terms of just the way they play that, I mean, it's still scrappy, but it's much more concise when they do manage to get those wins.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely been improvements, but I think something we've always talked about as well is they're trying to find something here in this round of the 3v2 is their ability to improve even further. Because I think, you know, we, especially in the finals in Birmingham, we've seen a lot of mistakes from them. We've seen haphazard plays. We've seen a sort of tension in their play. They've got so much room to grow, and I think that's what excites us a lot about them. This Rocky Esports team in the very first stage over in Dallas just beat people on raw gun scale, to be honest with you. And the fact is, they do have a lot of room to improve. And if they can find those improvements, they're going to be a force once again. Well, as mentioned, Bryce, look, realistically, they have been the most consistent team in Jones' full stop, right? You know, very much getting themselves into that top 3, top 4 in both of the stages so far in EMEA. And then a first and a second at the lands. Again, it's just very, very consistent in comparison to some of the other teams. Rocky Esports now find themselves 4-2 up. I feel like we're not talked about the game much, but at the same time, I think, you know, it's just a curiosity to see them in this map number 5, but also not.
Very much started here, but here comes a big push going through as well. Kicks. Sometimes, even with the superstar he is, falls into the background when you talk about the DOMs, essentially. Zidix, who started this off, by the way, 4-0, is now 5-4. Finds himself in a 3 versus 3. Bomb will go down. This is advantage for Decimate, an advantage they really have needed. Now with the back out here, they've got to be careful. They'll be looking both sides. They don't have all of the information, but they do have a player way out west.
I'll just be distracting for now. Domax will have to do something about it, and he can't do anything about Kicks dying. Zidix in B3 in a position to try and defend this. Rexholt's done well to find one, but it will now take a 1 versus 2 from Domax. 15 seconds to go. It's just not plausible. Nice round coming in from Decimate.
Just played that pretty much as you should do. I mean, was waiting for a teammate as well to get the double hit in at the same time and end up getting the kill himself. But you can see him just playing the angles here as Domax dives in and hoping to make that first kill before anything else happens. The game's still very much on. That's something Decimate really did need as well.
Yeah, much needed round. Zidix having a good time with things, honestly. I've been relatively impressed. There's been a couple of moments here and there where I'm like, you probably shouldn't have lost that gunfight, but for the most part, gunfights are semi-inconsequential. Oh, Kicks on the back on down. I don't know. I want to say he's necessarily read this brilliantly, but seeing the pressure coming in and just backed himself up in the spot. They've got very, very aggressive, and Kicks is just, well, seeing through walls now. Dealing with the players that they need to. Zidix though on a force spray, trying to create some more chaos in the spawn here. Can he find another kill? Not going to happen. Kicks and Cole will take him down. Deppa now left in a 1 versus 3.
Finds one, and that's all that's going to be. All they can get, all they can muster. But for Decimate now, they're under the gun. Rocky Esports, it's been a long road for them again here in their second game of the day. But they're feeling confident as they get to map 5, and they can end this with one more round.
Confident in their ability on Search and Destroy. As mentioned, Scar has been kind to them. It's a map that you see how well they create that space. They're very, very good at this map, and on top of that, they've got Domax on the big stick, which, I mean, really hasn't been an effective tool, but that late nade comes over the top, and that's Kicks again. 5 spree from him, 12-5 when he needed to be, and is absolutely taking over now. A 2v4 needed from Decimate to stay in this game.
Felix finds one, and that's it. That's all it's going to be here. It goes all the way to map 5. And then, of course, Rocky Esports slip it into top gear and say, hey, enough is enough. We're just getting here for the practice, and they take down Decimate. rescue their day a little bit. They will finish 1-1, but it's way better than 0-2.
Yeah, their first loss in the group stages, full stop, in EMEA Challengers Elite. For that to happen to them and to be able to bounce back against a team like Decimate is a positive for them. I think they'll kind of take this one away and sort of say, all right, okay, maybe not the best day at the office, but ultimately, something we always do talk about and that they will be reminded of, it is not a sprint, it is very much a marathon when it does come down towards Challengers Elite in this group stage. You just need to make it through the playoffs, through thick or thin, through anywhere possible. And then that's when you're going to play your best Call of Duty, easing themselves into this new meta, new maps, a lot of new things going on, and a one-on-one day at the end of the day is not necessarily the end of the world for Rock Esports. With Decimate, though, not a bad day for them either. You force Rock Esports all the way to that map number 5, you find yourself a win in the map number 5 as well. They'll be well practiced after day number 1 as well.
Well, and that's what they wanted, realistically. I mean, the best part is I don't even really count Rock Esports out. I mean, for me, they're almost a guarantee to get into the playoffs. I think that when they get there, it'll be the run-through. When do we see them play against P7?
Yes. That's pretty much where we're at, right?
Yeah.
I think, you know, like, based on day number 1, I think it's hard to make any, like, massive assumptions, but to me, it's OMNiA-INVICTA, it's Rock Esports, and it's P7. That's kind of where my head is at. I'm very curious who's going to join them. I know it'd be exceptional in the playoffs, basically, based on what we've seen today. Albeit, look up against P7, 2 very, very close maps. Devastating circumstances to lose map number 3. There's definitely more in the tank for those guys. But yeah, I think we have a very clear 3. Where are the teams lie, though? That's something we're going to have to distinguish over the next couple of days.
Well, here's where they are right now. The only team kind of in Group A that has gone flawless will be OMiTNoir, a team that already has kind of set our expectations on fire, and we'll see how they continue. OMNiA-INVICTA will be second, along with Decimate and Rock Esports and Hybrid Nations, a 4-way tie on day 1. Lynn, unfortunately, not to get anything today, Tom.
Yeah, and Lynn actually didn't perform terribly, I want to say, in their games. They've been there or thereabouts, you know, they've been finding maps, so maybe something to get going for them, but they're in a very, very difficult group. I think for Hybrid Nation, is that potentially going to be difficult now as Decimate find... OMNiA-INVICTA find a way over there. And Group A is positioned really, really nicely to see who's going to manage to make it through in those playoff spots, which we'll have a better idea of after tomorrow. Group B, though. Yeah, for NAJD, I'm curious to see how things are going to go there, but exceptional gaming sitting at 0-2, Pricey. That is the big surprise of the day. If they'd been sat at 1-1, I would have said, yeah, okay, fair enough. You lose to P7. Not necessarily expected, but to lose the Vicious puts them in an awkward position, Pricey, heading into day number 2.
It really does. We're going to have to see how they bounce back on day number 2. But that is day number 1 for the EMEA region coming to a close. All the action, though, is not over. North America will be winging your way to its screens very, very quickly as they are setting up for their first day of Stage 3 as well. So stay tuned to Call of Duty Challenges if you want more Call of Duty action from that side of the pond. But for me and Tom, though, that is the end of today. We will see you tomorrow. So thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champion.
Nobody cut him down.
Oh
Everyone
my God.
finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and they be asking where I'm at.
Welcome, one and all, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Long have you waited for Call of Duty Challengers to return. It's been a while since the last event, and it is time for some action. This, of course, is Series 3 of Call of Duty Challengers Elite, and we're back here with North America. More specifically, we're back here, and myself, Infinity, and Proper. Mate, it feels so good to be back on the Challengers stage.
It feels so great to be back indeed, Brody. To be able to do it again here with you, man, here for Series 3, like you were saying, it just feels absolutely right. We have so many stakes, not only on the grill, but also on the line. I'm excited to deep dive it into it with you, man.
Yeah, mate, it's just so awesome to be back. Obviously, we love Call of Duty Challengers so deeply because it is so fun. And North America this season has been a ton of fun to sit on the sideline and watch. We've got a lot of matches for you guys at home tonight. And as is always the case, you can watch all of them across the board here at youtube.com/COD Challengers or over on Twitch. All of these matches right now are going on concurrently. We will be focusing on with BitterSweet and For Fun to kick things off. But if you want to watch any of these matches proper, you can do so. All of these matches are available.
Yep, youtube.com/COD Challengers. Pick your poison, spread out the monitors, get out the extra phones that you threw in your drawer last week. If you got a new one, man, might as well get all the browsers up while you can, because you got a lot of matches, 5 in particular, that you're going to be wanting to keep an eye on throughout the entirety of it. 6 if you got the extra bandwidth, man. It's going to be a doozy. There's realistically no clear-cut favorites for top 4 either in these groups, in my humblest opinion. So every single match is going to be a good one.
Yeah, every single match is going to be a banger. That's always the case with North America. You want to know, though, we've got 12 teams competing across 2 groups of competition. What do those groups look like for this season of Call of Duty Challengers Elite? And here they are. So we'll take a moment here to take a look at what is happening here across both of these groups. First initial reaction for me, Proper. That Group B is hella stacked. Obviously, P7 Notorious currently reigning champions over from the Birmingham event. That's Birmingham, by the way, folks, not Birmingham. They dominated that event. Looks so awesome over there. New Look, OMIT Brooklyn, and Telluride Bush Gaming rosters. FaZe Falcons as well, which is not the same FaZe Falcons before. That Group B is incredible.
Yeah, it really is. You got a lot of wrenches to be thrown towards that system, of course. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be writing off Cruzy COD, at least at first glance. That guy, as little as he grinds and as much as he puts into his daily life, is always going to be the monkey wrench to be thrown towards that system. But even Group A, candidly speaking, like, I think a lot of eyes are on that Huntsman roster. They were the legitimate last match to actually qualify for Series 3 here for the Elite. Almost got bounced out of it, losing to a couple of people that they had to force a monitor cam out of. So I don't think that top 4 is guaranteed for either of these 2 groups, Brody. It's going to be an insane series.
Yeah, listen, I mean, the thing is with Call of Duty Challengers, and I think this is especially true for NA, it's especially true, doubly so, after a bout of roster mania that always happens between stages in Call of Duty Challengers Elite, is that you never know what's going to happen. You can come into a season with expectations as to who you think is going to be the top team, and those expectations are going to be dashed. So you might think that you know who's going to win this season of Call of Duty Challengers Elite. I promise you do not know at all. So it's going to be a banger. I can't wait to see all of these teams, and hopefully we get some upsets in the mix as well. We saw a couple of kind of young gun rosters there. I think Tawny Sports is one of the biggest conversation points we've got this season, right, Proper? Some names that you guys haven't seen before. It's always fun in challenges to see what names like that can do when they go up against the best of the best.
That's that torn roster, by the way, that 3-0'd Huntsman, as far as the qualification series is concerned, going back to the qualifier. What was that, just this past weekend? So I think it's going to be very interesting to see what the new guns do bring to the table to continue to make a name for themselves against some of the old heads, as they may are now here in North America.
Absolutely. Well, let's start talking about our first match of the night then. BitterSweet going head-to-head with 4Fun Esports. And we're going to start the conversation with the 4Fun Esports roster. Looking over towards these boys. Look, this is a roster that for the most part has kind of been together more or less one way or another this entire season so far. You got Mac, Uli, Geo, and Awakening. Awakening, by the way, fun fact, I didn't know this until I was doing my prep for the event. He's the only player in North America that's won back-to-back Challenges Elite seasons this season thus far. So he's looking for a third medal under his name.
Yep, Gig Awake, man. I mean, ever since the transition, you were talking about the roster mania that came out of Birmingham, not exactly the showcasing that Telluride Bush roster was looking for, so they drop Wake. He goes over towards this roster. They move away from playing with Vivid. They get third in Cup number 9, the most recent tournament that they were able to play in. It should be interesting to see what Wake does bring to the table. We know that Mac, he loves himself a good fast pace. With that NPC in hand, I'm sure him and Yuli are going to light things up with Geo and Wake in the back.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a winning roster this season, right? I mean,
sure seems that way.
Stage 1 winners, obviously 4th place at Birmingham as well. These guys are a roster that you want to watch out for if you're over in Group A. And it means that this BitterSweet roster, they are going to be up against it here proper. Because this is another team that's kind of interesting, right? Obviously, I talked about the slew of roster mania that happened, the flurry of roster mania that happened before the event, to the point I think we had like something like 7 qualification spots or something to that effect open for Stage 3 qualifiers. BitterSweet is one of the rosters that was made for Stage 3. By the way, as an old head in Call of Duty, which I know I might not seem it at the young old sprightly age of 27, BitterSweet, it is so fun to see that name back. That is a storied name from all the way back in like Black Ops 3, perhaps even earlier than that. Either way, they've got a really fun roster as well. Fellow, Manny, Arstes, and Nassim. I think even outside of the so many fun talking points of what Arstes and Nassim are capable of, Manny, I think his rise to greatness over the last couple of seasons, my eyes always draw to Fellow, man. I mean, if there's any player in Call of Duty Challengers can just put together a roster and make a deep run, it is always Fellow.
It really feels that way, right? And Fellow was a part of that roster mania before even Series 2 kicked off. He was forced to play with that team for fun in Fellow with Arcides, Paul. They had 3 ARs on the team. Very awkward. They were playing with 2 real. Made a deeper run than a lot had suggested to do so. These are some wily vets on this roster, backed by the fire hose that is Manny, man. This team can absolutely light things up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, these guys definitely going to be a fun match for sure. Let's talk about the maps then, as we get into this first best of 5 of the night. Big talking point coming into this season of Challengers Elite. If you haven't been keeping up with the CDL, which if you haven't, shame on you, you won't have seen some of the new maps that have been coming into the rotation for this stage of the competition. We're going to see one of those new, or rather not new, maps in towards this best of 5. That's Fringe, slap bang into map number 2. I love me some Fringe. Of course, it comes from Black Ops 3. It's back here in Black Ops 7. It was in Black Ops 6, but not in competitive rotation. I've kind of warmed a lot to Fringe, playing a lot of rank play in some of the leagues that I play in proper. It's been really fun to play, actually, over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think that opening sniper duel kind of speaks for itself. You can end up getting numbers pretty quickly from the peak that does offer itself through the opening rip. Being able to rush over towards the parking deck for that AS&D site is also there as well. But, you know, shout out for Fun Esports, man. Or unshout them out, I guess. They got rid of Plaza. They're not a fan of the bang out. It is what it is, man, at the end of the day. Also, Sake was open. Not picked by either of these two teams. Maybe not feeling ultimately comfortable on it, but this is a good feel them out. Best of 5, guaranteed first 3. Scar Hardpoint with the Scar Overload there in the mix. You already talked about Fringe. Brody, with the NPC coming in towards the meta now, it inherently changes how Scar has been playing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because we talked a little bit about how, at least for me, you know, I'm one of the main subs on my team when I play the game. It's pain. It is just pure pain being the only sub on a roster on Scar where it is a 3 AR map. The NPC, I've seen some clips, man, on the timeline on Reddit over the last few days of the NPC players just flying and frying with that thing. Doing things that I don't think players should be able to do with the NPC. Obviously, there's been a fair bit of conversation about balancing the NPC, right? I know that the conversations are ongoing right now, which, by the way, as an aside for you folks at home, you're probably going to see weapon variations for the NPC and the M15 that might not be set in stone come week 2. Like, I know I saw Avo, shout out to that guy over in EMEA, basically tweeting that EMEA hadn't quite set the classes in stone yet. Like, they tried a variety of different combinations and they had to settle on something just so they could play the damn game coming into this week. So I think there's still kind of an experimentation period going on, at least in challenges, and we're going to see some of that today. But for sure, the NPC, man, I can't wait to get my hands on that thing. I actually haven't played any rank play yet with the NPC. it is going to be a ton of fun, and it is kind of fun, I think, just to see a meta right now where we actually have an SMG, because the Drabber didn't really feel like an SMG at times, and we have an AR. Like, it feels like it's good to actually have some of those defined roles back in Call of Duty.
Absolutely. The Dravik, just a little bit more of an extended version of what a traditional submachine gun is. And just to break it down for a further level, because the NPC is still so relatively new, people are almost saying that it should get the sniper treatment. You don't even know attachments on that gun, and it still absolutely eviscerates you up close. You know, like a submachine gun absolutely is supposed to do. Like, if you get in a close-range gunfight, if you hit every single bullet, maybe like 2 headshots of the M15, you deserve that win to win that gunfight. But versus the Dravik up close to the hip fire and the discrepancy between that, it's nice to see SMGs being able to get very, very mixy once again. And we're going to be able to see that right here in this opening map mode combination, Uskar Hardpoint, man. Especially for these rotations. You were talking about how you get put in hell. I'm looking to see who gets put into a headlock when it comes down towards that mid-shot control.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, it is going to be all about the NPC pressure, I think, and you see more of that as we get in towards this map. But already off the rip here, starting to see BitterSweet in some of the early control. We talk about shot control for both of these rosters, and it seems, well, this is one player that I'm excited to see what he's able to do with the NPC.
Absolutely. I think that the conversation for this BitterSweet roster is how can you truly outsmart and start to outmaneuver this For Fun Esports. Yuli, throughout all of the different years that we have been seeing him play throughout Challengers, his slight stint when it was the London Royal Ravens, he's a very fast-paced submachine gun. He's got the M15 out in hand, and he's already hit the OE to get back boat.
Gonna get shut down there. Fun. Now starting to get themselves set up for P2. This is a hard point that is very difficult to actually get back into once you've lost control of it. Never mind, Asim comes through, picks up a player just like that, and already it's going to be BitterSweet for the first player control. This is a spot that's a little bit naughty. I've seen a fair bit of it in my rank play lobbies. Asim trying to catch a couple of players off guard in the cross. That's not going to happen. And the door might well open, but fellow with a flank from behind, he swiftly shuts it. Still, Arsties down by his lonesome in towards the hard point. As he falls, it will be a for fun hard.
Yeah, good shots out of Alec, but even better coming through from Big Wake. Again, all eyes on Awakening from getting dropped from that Bush roster. See if he can produce yet another Challengers Elite Championship run. From the outside looking in, currently are BitterSweet, Yuli playing this box to a fine tee. Just a lockdown hardpoint setup that we got for Fun Esports. Down to the scrap time. Now they can start getting their elbows out in front, Brody, and locking down the rotation anew.
I like this effort here for fun. Oh, Geo with a huge double through the middle of the map. That's going to stagger the rotation here towards the next hard point. Awakening does get done, though, by Manny coming through with a wall jump. Yuli now trying to get control once again. This is the power of the NPC. Doesn't quite spot out that second player towards the dip, but Matt will be good for it. Trades back and forth here in towards this rotation. Players coming off that back green spawn. An effort here from BitterSweet to try and deal with some of those replenishing players. Yuli over the top, going to try and send some util through. That's not going to happen. That's a double kill coming through. And now you're in a really kind of poor spot, right, if you're for fun, because BitterSweet can push this if they want to, and they've got a player anchoring those spawns for the next hard point.
Yeah, you got the 3 AR setup. Arcides is actually the first up to start playing cutoff. Yuli's going to give away his red dot. That should activate Alec just to hop over the half wall. Repositions there to take down Geo. 3, then 4 in the feed. Awakening, I believe, spawned all the way in towards the back. Asim's probably not going to read this until we start seeing some more nameplates. You can tell that there's an inkling. Awakening searching for the player inside of blue. They haven't to Scooby where each other's at until now.
Yeah, I think the thing is for Awake here, right? He's already rotated towards the back line, trying to be a nuisance. If he can win this fight, he's huge for the spawns. Oh, taps the foot of Asim and not going to win that fight. So back spawn should be locked here for BitterSweet. The problem is, we've only got a couple of players over here. For fun through the middle of the map here, they could be able to play their life well. Asim, still a nuisance towards the back line. Still trying to lock down these spawns. For as long as Asim is here, For Fun will not flip out these spawns for this hard point. It is a mostly white feed. Yes, one of it's a TK, but it is still going to be BitterSweet in full control right now. For Fun just cannot break these spawns.
No, they cannot. Got Fellow playing for his life here inside of the shed, trying to play cutoff. Awakening actually has the NPC out, so it's looking like a 3-sub break attempt coming through for Fun Esports. Yuli slides on in, finds the 2-piece. One player had to have been weak, and just where they were starting to struggle to try to get that break off of a fantastic P3 out of BitterSweet. For Fun will break for the scrap time, looking like a dead even game.
And now we start to look towards rotation, though. Awakening trying to do what he could not do before, and that's a nerf a player towards the back spawns. Oh, Asti's not going to see him due to the stairs. And that means that those back spawns, once again, looking like BitterSweet going to be able to lock them down. Manny trying to deal with the pressure towards the top green side. Wrap from RCD is going to lock that down, but RCD's up the back of that. Has to actually get himself out of position for those back spawns. That's now going to be for fun towards the back line. Wait comes through for the double, and while the fight's not over just yet, BitterSweet making their way across the plane, across the open area of that map, but it is still going to be awkward. Mac, that's a horrible nade. That's such an unfortunate nade from Mac. That's going to put him right out of the play here. He's not ready for the fight whatsoever, and, well, we'll put that one on top 5 fails of the week.
Yeah, Tyler Flex Felony over there with the NPC, able to at least lock down a couple of eliminations. But before Fun Esports had a really good shake of that, given that they were still fighting for those back P4 spawns from where Fellow was still spawned out ahead of the rotation, right? But still, quick breaks, going to be the name of the game here. Asim currently up on 3 in a row. He should get the back scrap time as well, Brody. As we start setting ourselves up to go back towards the center of the map, it is a comfortable lead for BitterSweet.
It's just the last couple of hard points. It feels like BitterSweet have had a better look at the early rotation and been able to hold it. For Fun have had moments where they've been able to break, but I think just it kind of all falls apart once they get into the second phase, which is that holding phase of the map. Right now, though, as we get into the next, some kills starting to come through. Awake, who has had a relatively struggling start towards this one. Yuli going to use the field to try and get behind enemy lines and almost immediately gets cut out of the play. BitterSweet just doing a really good job at the moment of flanking behind, being a constant nuisance. Manny is going to get dealt with, but for Fun, going to spawn about as far away from the hard point as they possibly get. Wake trying to hold on to the cup, trying to keep these players locked in with the flank coming through, and it is red. You'll take a 1-for-1, though. You're fine with this as BitterSweet. This is a lot of white time going their way.
Yeah, it really is, right? You look just from the stats from top to bottom at the end of the first set. I mean, you only had one player that was positive. It was Gio. He was 14 and 13 until his past life had gone away. But you can genuinely just tell where the struggle is right now for Fun Esports. But they do have the hard point. They're not really doing a good job of just being able to win the next wave of gunfights. That is the clear-cut discrepancy between them and BitterSweet. Manny is absolutely feasting. He's +7 in the feed. He's got 90 seconds of OBJ time, Brody. This guy is everywhere he needs to be.
This elite just continues to grow. You talk about Manny, as you said, he just feels like the guy at the moment. He's had a phenomenal last couple of seasons of challenges and is now on top of the world with arguably one of the better rosters he's had this season. BitterSweet showing up right now for Fun. Need to hold on. Brace for the storm. It will be arriving their way. Attempted flank coming through. Asim going to pick one off. Good kill from the trade for Gio. Actually, Awake, excuse me, going to find that one now up top. He's placing down 3 different players, down to 38 HP. Gets the help from Yuli on the cross, but will get shut down. Well, wait. Not going to hit the regen, so only good for 1. That's enough, though. Stopping players up. Gio, good for the cross. And for Fun, at the very least here, in this last 10 seconds, are keeping BitterSweet out of this time. It is crucial to try and lower this lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's good kills. You're keeping BitterSweet out of the time, but you're not generating yourself for Fun Esports. You're still down by a whole hard point. So realistically, what all those eliminations mean is locking away the rotation over towards noon, but they were lacking numbers at least over towards the mid-cut. Awakening's at least able to go 1-for-1. They now know where the rest of the hit is coming from as they look to lock down the gut head glitch here on boat. RCDs does well to at least find one, keeping the pinstripe kill feed alive.
A lot of jump shots at the moment. This jump, by the way, is almost impossible to pull off. Even with an M15, it is absolutely horrendous. This heady is a hell of a heady. One of the best in the game. Probably the best in the game, if we're being totally honest with ourselves. For Fun at the moment. Using it to great effect. BitterSweet just cannot find their way over. A couple of kills do come through on the feed, though. This is a big back 20 if you can grab it. G goes down. And now the plan totally changes here if you're for Fun Esports, because players are going to start spawning out on the other side of the map. If you're Mac and Wake, you have to play your life to perfection. There goes down 1. Wake towards the back line. Has to play hero. Manny's already spotting him out through the fence. Will make that player weak. Uses the out of bounds for the kill. And Asim will find it for a double. BitterSweet. They are holding on for these back spawns, but as players spawn out, Asim, a little bit more work to do.
Oh, these are really good comms. Just watching it on the minimap, the split spawns come over towards the backside of green. Asim knows he's got to play his life over towards blue, but he can only do so much. He is getting deadbeat sprinted at from old, but a really good P3 coming through for Fun Esports and starting to turn this tail end of the second set into something magical. Now they're only trailing by 15, Brody. They're starting to lose battles over towards the backside. The double trade coming around for the spawn should at least be there for the time being, but Gio on this score spree, looking to keep things alive. RCDs is able to at least get that read, so BitterSweet hold on for now.
You'll take this back 20 after how well, For Fun have come back into this game, and if you're For Fun, now you're looking towards P5. This is a hill that you weren't able to hold previously. You let BitterSweet get behind enemy lines and break you around your back. Big kills being made here on the cross. Fellow, good for the trade. Starting to poke holes in the defense, and that's really unfortunate. You see it on the mini-map. Awakening spawns out on the other side of the map, so that weakens things around the front. To be fair to Wake here, he actually has an opportunity to cause some havoc behind enemy lines. Yeah, is he going to do exactly that? Take down RCT's. Fellow gets left stranded in no man's land, and BitterSweet for the moment here, not able to break towards his backline. Manny does find one, though. That might open things up.
You can see what that means for Geo. He's got to almost turn around while also see players on the crossover by P1. Gets the gun up in time. Will Gunfellow trying to get up top, but that's time with RCs around the back. And Manny just has to exist over by the trailer. If he was able to find that kill on Awakening, it would force everybody in pink to spawn so far out, but they just hold on for the P5 time. 20 seconds left to play, and it would flip the lead if they get it.
Yeah, you do need this time as well. Oh, back spawns through. For Fun gonna read this? I don't think they are. Yeah, nobody blocking those back spawns. For BitterSweet, nobody able to get in for the back 15 second. Mac for the 1v1 around 18 time. Big position to get if you can get it. Not gonna happen towards the time. Back spawns through. That's BitterSweet spieling what, about 10 to 15 seconds away that For Fun really wanted. And this close of a game, that margin of error, that's not great.
And you go back over towards P1, you remember all the time that BitterSweet were able to accrue for themselves over by P1, and all of that also being great time. Now For Fun Esports, you almost feel like you're going into overtime, right? You just need to try to keep this time gray, get some time where you can, but just maintain any sort of spawn presence to walk away with a superior P2 setup than what we had previously seen. But the kills are starting to come through. Geo's up to 31 in 24. Remember at the end of the second set, Brody, I was talking about how everybody was essentially negative on For Fun Esports. They have rectified that in the second set.
Fun now starting to have some real fun in this game. Yuli holding on to the shot position. You can definitely shoot through that wall. Yuli trying to get rid of Manny, but Manny is doing all sorts of movement madness to keep himself alive. Goes for the pistol for the kill towards the middle of the map, and Fellow will make short work of him. BitterSweet, good for this back 10 seconds, and they've got players in towards the next rotation.
Yep, they'll be right there. Manny, though. Oh, what a snap down low to Gun Awakening outside of the shop windows. Only player alive is Mac. He's over by mid-cut. Next few players are all spawning in towards the backside of blue. Fellow's got good shots in towards the second. That player's way too weak to try to take the challenge. Geo guns one at distance from the pistol, and that'll call game BitterSweet. They held themselves about a 60-point lead, Brody, and you know as well as I do, you got a leader's advantage like that, almost insurmountable to come back from.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was concerned for a hot second there. I was like, yeah, we're going to get a real milquetoast game. Just kick off the day. Like, we promised you guys some hot action, and it was going to be super boring. It was a 60-point differential. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, fair play to For Fun, because they definitely came back in the game. We talked about the players' performances. A lot of players on the roster there lagging behind for the vast majority of that one. We get into that second set. I think they kind of start finding their groove a little bit, start feeling a little bit hot and warm. And we actually get a game on our hands. But it is ultimately, I think, that final rotation coming through from BitterSweet. I don't think, and if we're kind of splitting hairs here, I don't think that back 10 to 15 seconds on P5 helped For Fun, right? Ultimately, that is a 30-point swing that could well have made the difference in that final set. I mean, it gives them another chance at a break at P2, right? But still, I think, you know, we talk about P1 or P2 rotation. It's one of the more important rotations you have on Scar Hardpoint. BitterSweet, they absolutely nailed that with those first 3 kills. Coming through on rotation, and it is just, again, the smallest of margins. You get those 3 kills, you lock down the rotation, you get players in a position to deal with those players coming to spawn, and you've got somebody watching out for the rogue spawn towards blue. BitterSweet just had all the right players in the right positions. And that was the case, I think, the majority of that hard point.
Yeah, I mean, even like the snap breaks that were coming through into the backside of blue for P4 in that first set, like Manny was getting lost in For Fun sauce. Like he just was going so unnoticed in a lot of these routes that he was taking. But even beyond that too, like it was the way that you're able to see like the veteran SMG play out from Masim, right? This guy is not afraid to be the bait for Manny's switch, constantly setting himself up for success, and it was always garnering them either like that back scrap time, keeping P1 gray, maintaining that lead, and just always meant that For Fun Esports were playing off their back foot, always down a member when it came down to those gunfights. The multi-kills were always in BitterSweet's favor, basically what Andres is saying. So Fringe Search and Destroy is what's going to be on the docket for them, as we now shift our focus for P7 Notorious, taking on Cabal, man, and we got ourselves a little bit of familiarity as far as this map is concerned, man. It feels good to be back.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I knew that you'd love this one. I was literally going to say, like, if we get it in the first set of rotations, I was like, listen, Proper has been asking for Black Ops 4 maps back in Call of Duty.
That were so bad!
It's always wanted for years, and we finally get it here. Of course, Gridlock has been a ton of fun. It is available across the modes, so it has just been really enjoyable to watch and to really play as well, seeing it back in game. And here in Hardpoint right now, P7 Notorious, of course, Birmingham champions, although not the same look that you guys recognize. We saw Afro make his way back up towards the league, and Snoopy comes direct down in a swap with the Boston Breach. And I'll tell you one thing, I've been watching a lot of Cup 9, I've been watching a lot of scrims. Snoopy shouldn't be in champions. This guy it's unfair just what Snoopy's able to do in champions.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things where, like, we'll see Eric down here for a small amount of time, and then we'll see him probably get picked back up either going in towards champs or going in towards the next title, whatever that may be. But I mean, it's a plug-and-play moment coming through for P7 Notorious. Like, you lose Afro, sure, he goes up to Boston, rightfully so, but like Snoopy just comes in towards this roster, and like you're saying, he's just absolutely gunning everybody. Eric's got himself a Hellstorm missile, 21 and 18 for him, make that 22. This is looking like the victory lap as P7 Notorious are putting Cabal in the dirt.
Yeah, it's so tough to get past, especially when an AR like DC is facing you down. Wall jumps are allowing Cabal, though, to have a look. 3-for-2 trade, now down to a 1v1, and Eric Boom will win it. No longer an opportunity here for P7 Notorious to finish things on this hard point, so Cabal are going to surrender this time away. Puts P7 Notorious in a 3 versus 4 for the rotation. Beans already opening up affairs with that first kill. Snoopy taking a power position in the shot, and Cabal, they thought they had a grasp over the rotation. You have nothing. P7 Notorious make their way through. Nobody from Cabal will touch this hill now. And we walked in and it was a relatively competitive game. I think we might have just cast a cursed it by our own presence.
Yeah, I was too busy popping off for Gridlock. I saw a sushi hardpoint, and I'm like, dude, we're so back. And then P7 Notorious was like, yeah, dude, we're Birmingham champions, by the way, with Snoopy coming in towards the mix, man. It's like, you know what's even more impressive than that, too, is like, they don't need always Beans to go positive. Like, you can set the ARs for success, but if there's one team in particular that you should be feeling a very popular opinion on, is going to be that P7 Notorious squad. Eric Boom with a very lightning fast SMG in his hand. He's going to absolutely tear things up, man. It brings me back to when Eric was a rookie back in EMEA Challengers, but even alongside Snoopy, man, like, that team has a lot of pace.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to keep the games rolling here, folks. Of course, a worthy reminder, there are 6 games going on concurrently, and you can watch every single one at youtube.com/@cardchallenges. We're jumping into the Echo stream with Bush Gaming versus FaZe Falcons. This is a very important matchup, by the way. I think everyone kind of has their expectations as far as how Group B is going to go, but obviously, if we talk about the 4 strong teams in Group B, I think everyone kind of knows who we're talking about. 2 of them are Bush Gaming and FaZe Falcons. And if you're placing 4th in Group B, right out of those 4, you put yourself in a really difficult position come playoffs. So all of these matches between those teams, really important. Of course, that is us assuming that these 4 teams are going to make it. So FaZe Falcons versus Bush Gaming, this could be a very important one to decide who tops the group later down the line.
It's just crazy to like start thinking about, like, this is their opening series, but you're not wrong. You only have so little room for margin, but it comes down towards Challengers Elite matches in between you making playoffs and having a better seed. But first round will at least be there for the Bush. They're 1-0 up as far as the series is concerned. That means that they took their Scar hardpoint. A lot of space here on the defense, and ProLute is just going to sit here and lurk.
Yeah, he's already made a little bit of noise, of course, to send that nade forward, so FaZe Falcons will have somebody's here. Solo Cal coming through, didn't do enough damage, and a ProLute as well! Oh, it's an easy double for ProLute. And now that's going to make things even more difficult here for Aluka and QK. They're slap bang in the middle of the map with not a lot of ways to go. Initial smoke does provide Aluka some coverage to escape. QK with a pistol. No 1v4 for you. ProLute. Oh, you sweet, sweet prince.
It's just insane to think about this Telluride Bush roster, just through and through, like Stage 2 champions over P7 Notorious, top 8 at Birmingham. You can follow along with the rest of the series at youtube.com/COD Challengers. If you want to continue to watch the conclusion of that Fringe Search and Destroy in the series, as we hop back over towards our main matchup here, the same venue, but a different set of teams.
We do love ourselves a little bit of Fringe Search and Destroy. Util going out here early on from Manny. BitterSweet will be riding high off the back of their map #1 victory. And they are trying to get themselves on towards B. This is an incredibly difficult one to cross, especially with Arstees with the bomb in hand. Mac will know. Players now swarming back over towards the site to try and help out, stop that bomb from going down. Mac is probably going to be the point of entry here, and it's actually going to be awake, towards the back line. Codcaster playing its usual tricks on me. And as we'll say, BitterSweet, they're not able to get this bomb down just yet. For fun, excuse me, putting a lot of pressure on this team.
What you need, as far as the offensive team is concerned, pick a bomb site, try to get as much coverage from it as possible. And the transition now over towards the parking deck is starting to come through. Should be a quick plant from Arcides. Fellows watching the outskirts, misses the flick shot. That means that the flank is more than open. Yuli looking to break things up. Not enough time to at least get the bomb plant comfortably. Now it's poor Arcides in a 1v2. He's got the bomb in hand. Not exactly all the time to work with.
Yeah, it's the time, isn't it? All you gotta do if you're for fun is watch the X6 and don't give anything away for free, especially if you hit the 7.5. These players are way too tightly together, by the way. I know you want to be in the 2 versus 1. I know you want to double up there against Arcides. But even Arcides in his old age, I would not want to be going up against him with his AR. Like, I've seen that guy do things with an AR over the years that you would not believe. And they're kind of lucky there that he didn't go on a beam. Either way, though, double shots coming through will end the dream of the 1 versus 2. It's a good start for fun, especially, again, off the back of the pressure they put through BitterSweet in the start of that round. They just could not get that bomb down.
It should be their wheelhouse, you would reckon, right? I mean, you got Yuli, who is an absolute dork when it comes to search and destroy. Like, this guy just lives, eats, and breathes, like, overextensions and nade spots. You put him alongside Mac, who historically over the years just bum rushes in towards the site and always goes 1 for 1. Just gotta be watching out for Fellow. He's the sniper, expecting it to see Geo on the opposite side, sees the arm, gets the hit marker. Good info.
Oh, perfect as well. That's gonna send Manny away. Has to hit the regen here. Asim then kind of becomes the default player here to deal with this push. That's not going to happen. And just look at how effective for fun have been at getting this bomb down. Of course, we are early in the search and destroy, so no trophy systems yet. That means for fun have no choice but to try and back away. Asim will also do exactly the same thing as Manny falls out of the round. BitterSweet have almost zero control over this bomb site right now.
They're just trying to play for any of these angles. Good tracking coming through from Geo, and you can just play the trades going forward. Fellow with the pistol finds damage, but it's Mr. Mackenzie Meltz that able to find 2 on the back end. Excuse me, Fellow. 1v1 slides in with the NPC, and Flexini cannot get it done. That was real close there for a moment. He got the pistol kill, slid through with the NPC. I thought there for a moment we were watching some old school United Tyler Fellow for a second. Hold on.
Buddy, I thought we were about to have an NPC moment. A certified NPC moment right there. Straight off the bat. Oh, man, that would have been insatiable 1 versus 3. But I mentioned it, right? I talked about the fact that For Fun had done such a good job at getting in control of the bomb site with their early util, of course. Again, we are only 2 rounds deep into the search and destroy, so those trophy systems will only now start coming into play. BitterSweet. They did not have any to work with on the defense, so Manny put out of position, meant that they basically lost their iron grip over the bomb site. BitterSweet going to try once again towards B. It was, again, Wake towards the backline. Wasn't actually able to provide anything for himself. Trophy system will help him. Keep him alive. Shots in towards player on the cross. And I think this time, I imagine BitterSweet will be a little bit faster at actually getting control and getting the bomb down.
But they're realistically doing this in what should be known as BB4. I mean, Fellow's all the way back, expecting for the overextension, but find that first blood there from Manny. And you can just hold now the iron, expecting for the next shot to come through. It's a 4v3, but a 3v3 for the site.
Top. Bring it down to a 3 versus 2. Now a 1 versus 3. It's Wake towards the backline, and again, you know where he's been. He's logically the only player that could have been towards the back of the site and putting pep shots into you earlier on in the round. So BitterSweet just going to kind of aim into towards this one place. Shots over, wall jump to try and take Fellow down. Even if you do, you're not picking up the last couple of players. There is no way out of that. And that, again, is just much, much better, I think, compared to what we saw in round number 1. I think BitterSweet made those adaptations, right? They actually got a lot more control, especially of Bomb.
And they never got any sort of information on where Fellow was at. I mean, he was all the way to the backside of their spawn, effectively, just expecting for the overextension to come through. I mean, if he starts playing the cutoff through mid, through that opening snipe-off duel, you might end up seeing a couple players that are on the cross, maybe to be able to get an opening pick-off. But yeah, that's French Search and Destroy here in BO7. If you played it in BO6, it was not this fast at all. You were able to get over towards that B bomb site very, very quickly. Looks like For Fun Esports are looking to do the same thing through loading, but the only player that's up here will be Mac. It could be a little bit of a bait, throw his utility and maybe try to join his teammates over by A, but they have no space provided on that side of the map.
Yeah, this is actually a bit stressful if I'm Mac, to be honest, right? If I'm Mac and I go down with that bomb, it completely changes the dynamic of the round because you've got 60 seconds on the clock to make a quick rotation, get that bomb, or, of course, hunt, search and destroy literally against your opposition. BitterSweet will just hold irons for the moment, and that's a perfect nade in towards square. Mac has to back the hell up, and again, it's all about just resetting the clock here. Another nade, that's going to send Mac away. Geo finding a kill in towards A. All of a sudden, from Manny, you need to find some value out of your position here because Yuli has bullied his way in towards Sai. If he finds the second kill as well, it's about to go from bad to worse to disastrous. And now it's all down to Fellow with a sniper rifle. He whiffs the shot, and you have control. BitterSweet are being bullied out player by player. Arcetes is trying to do something, has too many targets, and it is all Geo in that round. Carves a path for fun.
You had all of the space over by A. As far as defense is concerned, that nade comes through. It tags Mac over by the B bomb site. And there had to have been a miscom coming through from the lack of information that was on the other side of the map for BitterSweet, given that Asim just got gunned in the back. And then once that kill came through, like, Yuli just sprinted further forward and was able to catch really good timing over by the alleyway for his second, and then easy lineup for the third to be able to cut down Arcetes as the last player. But really cool transition off of what was a very stressful opening for Fun Esports. They got a lot of space now defensively over by A. They're about to be met with a lot of resistance.
You've lost Manny in the play. We'll take a trade, though. I think the bigger issue is the fact that Geo has control over the bomb site. No trophy inside to speak of. That means he's going to have to be cautious about all the util that BitterSweet could send his way. And all the while, Asim is attempting a flank. The timing, depending on what Awake is looking at. And unfortunately, Wake looks towards the back line at the complete wrong time for Asim. And now for BitterSweet, they're going to have to change tact.
Really good shots coming through from Asim. But they're now trying to take that space. Arcetes off the jump peak there, the head glitch for the yellow truck. Going to start clearing all of this barn. He loses his running mate of Manny and has to check the right corner and gun where he was previously stood. Not gonna be the case. For Fun Esports can simply do no wrong. I mean, the flank getting watched. I mean, Awakening absolutely eviscerated Asim. If that kill comes through for BitterSweet, could have been a completely different round with that flank being opened up and everybody else being trapped inside of the AS&D. But, man, it's For Fun Esports squad are sitting out here playing 3D chess, and BitterSweet are just trying to search for that first blood.
It's just been so good to watch for fun. It does feel like one play can definitely change the tide of the search and destroy. Geo has had so many moments. Currently 5-3. Yuli also 6-1 for fun. Now trying to do what BitterSweet is doing. They're changing their strategy here by sending themselves over towards A. Arcetes has just seen a couple of those players. Obviously, we have the luxury of an X-ray, so we see them probably a damn sight better than Arcetes does. He's just wide out a third. Oh, and he gets beamed over the top by Awakening. For fun now, in a 3 versus 2, you have all the control in the world.
Yeah, but they only have count on at least one. So they think that one player might still be lurking in towards the spawn, but it is both the submachine guns for BitterSweet. You're going to try and wrap this over towards A, but BitterSweet are ahead of it.
You get the information that the rotation is happening here for BitterSweet, so you've got an opportunity to brace for impact. For fun, checking all of their different corners here. Wake taking some pot shots in towards Manny. Asim still an opportunity to stop this bomb plant through the middle of the map. Doesn't do so. It's on the other side, of course, totally covered. So now the reset. BitterSweet, no opportunity. About to try and split up here. Take some 1v1s. Pull for fun apart here on the defense of this site. Asim checking his corners. Slicing the pie. Asim, that's a big nade coming through actually on the other side, but his teammate goes down. Asim puts himself in a 1 versus 2. The smoke will go down. You're starting to run out of time. Tries to get the knife in for a cheeky shank in the site. It's not going to happen. Has no choice but to chase. And, well, no options there in that 1 versus 2.
No, none whatsoever. But, I mean, just a really good classic play coming through here in the new age that is Fringe here on BO7. Pick a lane. 3 players just deadbeat sprint towards it. Almost looked like a chessboard through that opening rip, right? You got all of the A bomb site cleared defensively for BitterSweet. So they try to flip it over towards the opposite spawn. And they're able to do so, but in gunning the one player that was lurking, I want to say was Geo in the middle of the map, they just opened themselves up to overruled with numbers over by that B bomb site. So good discipline being exemplified here for Fun Esports. So they're now up on map point.
Now Geo gets the information here on the defense. Just going to back the hell up. Stuns and util out. Ready for potential chow if one does come his way. Retake now happening through the middle of the map here. Yuli trying to brace for it. Oh, I'm not able to provide a double. Would have been nice if he could. Instead, on the other side, it's Arcetes. He finds 2. Actually, probably Asim, let's be honest. Codcaster has lied to us before. BitterSweet now with the numbers in their favor, but still, there's a kind of a tentativeness here, right? You don't want to push, because if you go down with the bomb there, that's going to make things extremely awkward.
Any late utility could absolutely blow this play up as well. So they're going to have to clear it the old-fashioned way. RCDs is clearing around the backside. You can see both for Geo and Awakening, I mean, their play is sound. Play for any sort of exits. And once the information, like it just came through, then you act.
Yeah, just going to throw some shoulders for a seam. It's the right play call. Information. Now players will just keep on doing exactly that. There's some of that late util coming through from BitterSweet, and now you've got eyes on both of those players. Geo's been spotted. Wake is in towards the site, but you really need to find the kills towards the scrapyard. Geo can't do anything either. And as soon as you get that information on where both of those players are, they're in an awkward position as it is. The element of surprise goes away. And really, I think the element of anything disappears at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, the tentativeness is one thing, but I mean, the velocity that they just yeeted themselves in towards the A search area just denies any sort of defensive presence to get their elbows at least past the parking area. So, I mean, I definitely respect that coming from BitterSweet. Kind of giving For Fun Esports a taste of their own medicine, right? I mean, they just kind of get there first. They get their gunnies up in time. For Fun Esports hadn't seen that much resistance since, like, the opening offense of BitterSweet. So, slowly yet surely could be bringing themselves back in towards the game. And even split across the map here. Maybe looking to catch somebody off guard. Mac hops over the wall. He gets info at least on one.
Yeah, again, it's all about the elements plus. Almost gets killed through the middle of the map. That would have been huge. Fellow, though, information. Now trying to line some players up. And bang goes Fellow with the sniper rifle. And last two players totally split as they scarper away. Mac's been spotted out. And this is that position we were talking about previously, right? If Mac goes down with this bomb, it could be game over in this round for fun. Needs the assistance from Yuli, and he's gonna get it. Yuli from afar removes Fellow from the play. That's the sniper rifle out of the round. The issue is that bomb still has to transfer in towards A.
Not easy to track that many shots of the NPC at range like that. So 2v2 from that opening blood that came through from Fellow. Numbers was there so early for BitterSweet. Have they squandered it? Bomb's gonna get planted here at A. Nade's gonna get thrown through, not gonna be tagging anything, and Mac might just have the perfect read.
Yeah, this is a long wrap through, and really with the time that they're taking, the only play they can make. Mac puts himself out of position. Oh no! Leaves his teammate high and dry. Yuli now has to pick an angle, expecting a fast read here. Our BitterSweet here. And now they've made the play call. Yuli holds it. Oh, turns around at the wrong time. Hello, darkness, my old friend. It's COD timing, and it's another round going BitterSweet's way. I like the effort there from Mac to try and catch those players on the wrap off guard. It's a play call. You've got rounds to play with, but in the end, not sure it was the right one.
Yeah, I mean, Mac had the right read, but I don't think that there was any inkling in the information that the whole map wrap was going to be coming through, right? I mean, like, that's such a play that you rarely ever see. But because there was so much time left on the clock before the bomb detonated, that was their electoral choice for Mania and Arcides. I mean, if Mac doesn't try to continue to hit it, like, and just holds up the iron with the NPC, he probably goes 1 for 1, but that's not the universe that we live in, man. 2 rounds in a row now for BitterSweet, the offense, bum rushing over towards B. Velo. Not going to see any resistance here with the sniper, but Arcides will as he gets stunned up.
Can I check those trades? BitterSweet, I think, starting to learn a little bit from what happened earlier on, right? Those adaptations that they made of getting in towards A. They're going to be fast about getting this bomb down. That nade over the top will not land. Good, it is worth saying. Fellow is very far removed from this play. Keeping an eye on that mid-wrap through. So it is effectively a 2 versus 3 by the bomb site itself. Good kill coming through. Arcides now has to pull off the 1 versus 1. Dips away. The rechow over the top. It's egregious, but it works out. Now down to a 1 versus 1. And the question is, here in this 1 versus 1, are you going to read how far removed Fellow is from this entire fight? He's watching the cross like a hawk. Moves away. Geo gets the information. Fellow can't get around the corner. Geo snaps. And for fun, will close the S&D.
Was it the melee that just delayed his timing to get out of dodge? I mean, he was holding the angle. It was planted for him. He could have seen it, but still, Geo with the NPC in hand guns him. He's one of the straighter shots that we've seen in such a long time. Consistent as ever. But with a lead like that at 5-1 for Fun Esports, they're going to close things out here. We're going to guarantee ourselves that map 4, Brody. You got ourselves a series on the hand.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a wild back and forth search and destroy for Fun. Just looked like they'd got the better of BitterSweet in so many different kind of situations there. And we talked about how much of it came down to just one-on-one situations, right? Whether it be kind of Geo holding on towards the A site over and over again, Wake watching flank over and over again. Just small little kind of minute positions on the map that for fun seem to get the better of BitterSweet. But I mean, I want to give BitterSweet some love, right? I mean, they seem to have some kind of late resurgence there, those couple of rounds back to back. And granted, I mean, if that melee didn't come through, we probably would be still in a fringe search and destroy right now. So either way, as you said, we've still got a long series on our hands over there as that series goes 1-1. Here's a look at a couple of teams I really wanted to watch, though, for two very different reasons. Stallions, what a story has been for them, right? I think for anybody who doesn't understand the story for this iteration of the Stallions roster, I highly encourage you, and I very rarely do this, to go look at the r/COD comp Reddit thread of when this Stallions team was announced, and then go look at the one when they placed third at Birmingham, because they are totally different, and there was a lot of egg on a lot of faces for how good this Stallions roster actually was post-Birmingham. So they're actually coming into this elite stage with a lot of love behind them. And then on the flip side of this conversation, right, you've got this Torn Esports roster. These are the storylines that we love as Challengers casters, because we literally don't know what to expect from this team. They've already 3-0'd Huntsman in the open qualifier, right? I mean, what can they do in the actual elite itself?
This TK guy is absolutely turned. I was watching his monitor cam when they were talking about just what he brings to the table. Everybody was just completely caught off guard about what he's able to do. His second life here in the Overload, Brody, he's currently on a 7 spree. I mean, that's just a little bit what he has to offer for himself. But on the opposite side for FC Stallions, I mean, you were clear cut in the driver's seat. The series has not necessarily been competitive. It was 250-59 on the Den Hardpoint, 6-3 on the Den Search and Destroy for the trifecta of this Den Overload. Now, Torn Esports have the lead.
Yeah, I think this series has not been kind so far. And it is worth saying, I think, ultimately, right, with Group A, it's not an easy match. It's one of the more tougher matches I think you're going to have in this group, ultimately. So I think if Torn Esports do get kind of rattled here, you should walk away with a little bit of, I guess, gusto that you've got more ways to go in this group. Either way, Rupert is going to make things more difficult overall with that nice kill and the follow-up Overload. And tie things up here with 2:50 to go here in this half. Jet, for a potential flanking play, gets read like a book. He could have perhaps done something, cleared some space. Mintz, oh my god, Mintz, what is that? That's despicable. TK not able to follow up, but Mintz almost opens a path. Hitman might well have done it. The issue is, even with those kills, those close spawns are going to continue to come through for Stallions.
He's going to pick up the Overload device as well, so now he's going to have to really rely on Mintz. Had a good look for the second, but KB just slow rolls around the corner and will take down that trade. Jet's now the next player up. Lead blocker going to be taking care of TK on the flank from the Dragon. Will find the elimination, but Hitman dies on the opposite side. 12-4 now for TK. Already has the Hellstorm missile. Bump him forward. Mintz is going to get the next capture. 2-1 goes lead.
I mean, that's something that Torn were already trying, right? Where we saw them previously try to get a player through red on towards the flank. TK that time does it successfully with those 3 kills. Opens up a free lane for Torn to get an Overload in. So, phenomenal game for him so far, and you do have to wonder when that Hellstorm is going to come into play. Combined 8 spree there between TK and Hitman and Jet. Jet, the latter, will go down. And I think Torn just looking to try and slow things up so slightly here. Everybody besides TK who is doing everything, but I don't know why KB hasn't turned around there. He's prioritized a player through the middle of the map. TK is doing things to the backsides of FC Stallions at the moment as he now looks to clear some spaces, looking for more kills through. Another one for TK. Mintz for the double. Overload in, and TK still not dead.
This guy's just running laps, man. Don't need a Hellstorm missile when his NPC is shooting like that. Minute 12 left as far as this opening half is concerned, and it has been realistically all Torn Esports minus Rupert's little play. 7 spree now for TK. He's got info, at least one more player who had slipped through the net. Gonna try to turn things around, plays his life into just guns KB, expecting the challenge to come through because you need that trade. Jet has space over inside a desk, but TK has this score dead to rights. At least he did for a moment. I mean, if his lead blocker stayed alive and got the second player weak, we would be calling at least for the half. But I mean, 18-5 out of TK in just one half of Overload. Insanity.
Yeah. I just love the way that TK, despite the fact that he had the pistol in his hand and he knew he was in a 1 versus 2, he just didn't hold back. He was just like, yeah, look, I know I'm facing 2 players, but I'm on an HP right now. I'm feeling myself. I'm going to go for this fight regardless. TK not deterred, by the way, off the back of dying. He'll go straight in towards another short spree there, getting cut down. Mintz might actually have to play. He might actually be behind the player. Rupert, I think, just going to evade him here, but Mintz still has the element of surprise, unless he gets caught from icons coming off the spawn. Nope, he doesn't. Rupert goes down. Now Mintz changes his role here in the play, trying to create some space for the players coming off the spawn. They're looking to try and grab that overload for the extra 30 seconds, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So Tawny Sports right now 3-1 up over FC Stallions in the overload. They're looking to extend that series, and if you want to watch the remainder of that match show, you can do so over on the stream over at youtube.com/challenges. Back over towards our main focus matchup though, folks, between the Fun and BitterSweet. Search and Destroy went the former's way. They've tied the series up, and we go back to Scar for the overload.
Yeah, we got the familiarity for the rest of the map set. 10 Hardpoint is the extension for the map number 4 of this overload. Big swing map mode combination between these two teams to potentially see who's going to get a leg up as far as this series is concerned. A lot of kills coming through, but not all of the map space in the world. You got a seam over by blue trying to cause chaos, but on the opposite side, could be said the same thing for what Yuli was trying to produce. So you got spawn kills being traded out on both different sides of the map, but it is favoring BitterSweet as they pick up the device.
Good efforts to get through. Fellow, the only one to find any kills in the crumble though. Again, when you're last alive in that situation, you kind of change position to, all right, cool, lead blocker from, can I kind of create any space for my team as they come off the spawn here? Like, can I just be a nuisance, do something to turn the fun around? And Fellow not able to produce that in that situation. So the ball was set towards the middle of the map. Fellow trying it again now, and now he is going to play that role, right? Be a nuisance, Fellow. Able to produce a double now. Opportunity. Him being towards this top side is going to force these guys to spawn out towards the boat. Fellow now has to push further in. Can he find any kills at the back of it? Not confident in the fight. Not finding the niceness of shots. And elsewhere, his teammates have fallen down. So the play will fall apart, but it's plays like that from Fellow can make the real difference here on Scar Overload.
They really can, man. I mean, where Wily Veterans was my opening conversation, these guys are just absolutely belittling them as far as the bullet spray is concerned. Manny, bad chow, but he has good coverage coming through from his team. That's that sub-duo, baby. Able to find himself the third now for his team. Easy capture for Arcides. It's the first score for BitterSweet.
And for Fun will now scramble. Try and remove these BitterSweet players from blue. I've seen the last one left alive here. Fellow also doing a nuisance play towards the boat side. Seem doing disgusting things on 5 in a row. How many more players can you remove from the spawn here? That is another overload without a shadow of a doubt, folks. Asim continuing his reign of terror finally gets cut down. And finally, a moment of reprieve, or so you think, because there's always one more player from BitterSweet being a nuisance here towards the backline. Manny is finally dealt with. But even then, in the kill feed, it is a 3-for-1 trade. BitterSweet are not stopping it. Like, Asim has just totally ran through the entire opposition, by the way. Finally, it is a total wave of gunfights in favor for Fun. But how long BitterSweet were up in their faces there? It's so frustrating when you don't get these players out of blue.
Hey, that's Scar Overload in a nutshell, man. I mean, the spawns can be really fighting against you when you get these moments coming through from Asim. We get these little lightning in a bottle moments where we're able to see him go on these massive sprees, but now the shoe is on the other pink foot for Fun Esports. They're fighting all the eliminations. They got space over by the trailer. No trophy system to stop the stun, but it may not matter as for Fun Esports get there first.
Picker coming through for a wait. And it's the fact you keep players up here as well. That's going to spawn BitterSweet all the way deep here. Not going to be able to regain mid-map pressure. Overload should be good for the pickup here. Player watching across the way will be Arcides. Geo has to take a little bit of an adventurous route to escape. Now has to be careful about players coming across as well. You might lose your lead blocker. That's exactly what happened. A good reaction here from Geo as well, by the way. You've lost your lead blockers in the situation. You're backing away to Motel because you know theoretically you don't have the opportunity to get that EMP device through at the moment. So now you're looking to try and play through Motel. Big 1v1 happening on the other side. Arcides now leading the way for BitterSweet. You just got to deal with the rest of the players around Motel. It's a 2 versus 2. Asim going to win that one fight. Yuli staying alive. And off the back of it, the EMP does reset. Mid-map pressure now as BitterSweet fight for it.
Gio almost had that transfer too. I mean, that 2-piece very much so could have been a lot more space passed over by Green. Awakening's going to find that trade onto Arcides. Now you got Yuli trying to cause a little bit more ruckus. Mac, he gets the information on the player over by mid-cut. Yuli just has to hold the line, but the problem is you're losing numbers mid-map, so Gio just has to hold the line. Your lead blocker was Yuli, and he also dies. But 40 seconds left on this opening half, Brody. It's still realistically an opportunity for Fun Esports to keep things even until Arcides finds himself that 2-piece. 9-11, but a crucial double here as he gets to get green control.
Now Trey holding on to control all via the field side. If that EMP gets picked up and dragged across to B, there's nobody from BitterSweet stopping it. That's why they're going to go for a reposition here. Arsty's in a big position. Gets some horrific timing. That's 3 in the feed. Just one more player to pick up. Fellow can't stop the player on the cross. Can he stop him on the second? No. This is going to be a second overload through. And for all of the early control that BitterSweet has got in this round, it's fallen away from them. Yuli continues to breathe down the necks of BitterSweet as they come off the spawn as well. That is a fantastic response coming through for fun.
I mean, after being put in the spawn blender for, what would you reckon, like about 30 seconds at the very least from a seamful spree that he had over by the front of concrete and blue, be able to bounce back and then score 2 with realistically under about 2 minutes left on the board. I mean, that is turning something that was disastrous into something a little bit more favorable as now we go for the side swap. And it still feels like it is anybody's ball game as far as the swing map mode combination is for the Scar overload. Seam was popping off in that first round. Fellow was also there as well in the opening half, 16 and 13 for the kid. On the opposite side, it just feels like For Fun Esports and all of their gritty play that they are so known for are just always hanging around.
Big Titanic moment here. If For Fun can deal with BitterSweet this to them early on in this overload half, there will be trouble to spell for BitterSweet fans. For the moment though, For Fun trying to dig their heels in a little bit through the middle of the map. Get some early control, get the players in the right position for said setup. They aren't doing it very cleanly at the moment though. BitterSweet are doing a good job at taking some of those lead players down. But the cracks now starting to show in the defensive side. That's 3 down. Gio has to be dealt with. Asim goes for it, but he gets immediately traded out. And this is where the trouble begins. Mac able to slide across. That's the first detonation through, and For Fun have the players in position now.
Now, how many more kills can you find on transition? Awakening. He can play his life because he has coverage over by boat. They know that he's still missing. I think a little desk pop comes through, so he's going to give away his red dot. Should be an easy kill for Manny, but he still slides there to find a second. You still have to find map positioning. That's going to be Fellow off of the B-cut flank. Yuli will find that trick. Good shots out of the pistol. Not easy to do, but still map positioning in favor for BitterSweet.
How about this? Trouble now starting to knock towards For Fun. If Asim can play the lead blocker role perfectly, it would be huge. It's actually just gone for a bit of a nuisance play. Good for the first one. That's going to turn the attention of Yuli for the second. It's not to be. So RCT's now going to have to rely on Manny and Fellow to make this overload happen. Manny, he tries to do what Asim could not. Not going to happen. RCT's now going to have to change tack a little bit. Not going to be able to get past Mac. Good effort through green though. Now trade starting to come through. Yuli looking to get something going towards field side. Manny would procure a double. Again, it's all about slowing up things on the reset here. That double from Manny, that buys time for BitterSweet to come off the spawn.
But even that route that comes through from RCTs buys more time for Manny to be able to get in that position to find the double. Now it comes off of the transition of the gunfights. You get the mutual information where the device is located at, and Awakening is playing the God Heady. This is one of the last people you ever want to see have this head glitch in his favor. Comes to slide forward. Gets good information and damage on the Fellow, but can't walk away with the gunfight win. Yuli has to play the God Heady to hope his teammates find more value through the middle of the map. And he will find at least one elimination, but there's just no map spread whatsoever. But this is just fine if you are For Fun Esports. You still maintain that 1 life lead. You're just starting to lose the flank, and it's Manny, Mr. Two-Piece on this map. He will find that two kills yet again. Now he has to rely on his teammates to be able to do the same.
Yeah, all you got to do is keep Manny in his position. He's done exactly that. Good for the first, puts enough shots into Yuli. There's the detonation, and Manny makes it happen. BitterSweet able to tie things up. You talked about it being a good position for Fun. Of course, the way that the new/old/new overload rules work is that, of course, the ball no longer stops time when you have control of the EMP device, whatever you want to call it, the big C4 looking thingy. It doesn't stop the time anymore. So Fun could, technically speaking, have taken the aggression, the possession for as long as they wanted, and the time order just basically run out there. BitterSweet able to tie back in their favor. Now another opportunity to put the ball forward here. You put Mac out of position in towards green. You know a second player's going to be there. Asim is 6-6, goes for the mantle, and Gio will take him out of the play. EMP in a big awkward position. Manny now trying to do what he did before by playing the lead blocker. He's doing it to perfection. Third player, not good for it. Wake will survive, and now we'll be back for Fun here on their effort to get an overload through.
They got a lot of shop control. And now they're starting to push through the satellite dish as well. Mac's already there. He's going to start pushing inside of blue. He's not here alone, by the way. Yuli is also going to work that pinch. That should be an easy capture. They don't even need to worry about the trade on the Fellow because he just jumps right over all the bullet spray. 4-3. With 60 seconds left on the clock for BitterSweet to try to tie things up. Geo is getting every single read. The communication for Fun Esports is absolutely on fleek, man. These guys are not missing right now.
Yeah, the team shots as well, of course. Geo makes that comment that, hey, somebody's got towards top green. Wake is watching it from the flank, and it is Geo and Wake together to take that player down. More kills now starting to come through for Fun. If they could get a 5th overload through, that might be all she wrote here for this game of overload, short of something spectacular. For now, though, for Fun, they are just content with holding stance through the middle of the map. BitterSweet cannot break it. Yuli now being the nuisance. They want to get this 5th overload through. Yuli trying to keep an eye on top blue. Goes for the jump up for the kill towards the back line. Yuli not able to snap on towards Manny now. Mac trying to push this one as far back as possible. You're losing your teammates in the process. He goes down. BitterSweet with 4 down. They're going to fly across the map.
Yeah, watch the kill feed, though. Everybody's going to have to start ironing things up. Yuli's going to be playing the tight corner, but the push is very much so on with 8 seconds left.
Yeah, jump the flank from Arceus. Big read, but he gets the kill. 2nd kill through 3 seconds. Can he get the overload in time? Oh, it goes down just short of it. And for Fun, we'll stop it. You have the extra 30 seconds. It is literally just a meter away from the overload zone. How about this? Awakening comes through and puts a stop to it in the end. A big, big double to close out that game. But still, I mean, just what a sensational overload. Those are the overloads that we love proper because they are so back and forth. Both teams had good opportunities to get players in behind enemy lines and be a nuisance. I mean, it was, Manny on one side, Yuli on the other, Geo. I mean, just so many different opportunities, I think, where both players, or both teams, excuse me, had players in behind enemy lines, playing that lead blocker role, being a nuisance pretty much perfectly. That was a great overload.
Yeah, it really was, man. I mean, Overload is just going to continue to release banger moments after banger moments. I mean, we don't have, like, the old OT rules, but, like, regardless, man, like, yeah, I think you summarized it ever so wonderfully, right? You get the opening half. Asim is going absolutely AWOL alongside his SMG duo right now, Manny. These guys are finding a lot of good bait and switches across the map, setting fellow up for these multi-kills as well. But then, I mean, with 2 minutes on the board for the opening half to go in towards that 2-2 split, that really did set the pace, because when this For Fun Esports team starts to cook, they are absolutely chefing it up, man. Like, it is a beautiful thing to be able to see. We don't have access to their comms at all, but, like, you can just tell on the mini-map the way that their arrows are looking. They're communicating where these players are flanking at. You even highlighted their team shots as well. On that second half, these ARs between Awakening and Geo, some of the straightest shots that we currently have in the AR role, man. It's very scary to be able to see. You just need an SMG to get behind the lines. You can end up uprooting them like what we got to see in the opening hardpoint, but when they're ironed up like that and they can dictate the pace of the map, that's where Yuli feels right at home, man. Constantly hitting good flanks, constantly keeping you on your back foot. Just if you don't have numbers and you're stuck in the spawn trap there, back blue, never played rank play and you've never played Scar Overload, I can tell you right now, it sucks.
Yeah, I mean, listen, gotta give them a lot of love. They knew when to push the buttons, and they knew when to sit in the middle of the map and just play for positioning. I love that for Fun. They barely make it through, but they do, as they take a 2-1 series lead in this matchup. Let's go over towards another matchup going on. We talked about this one being a big one for seeding. T-Bush right now, 2-1 up over the FaZe Falcons. Of course, this is over in Group B, a stacked group and a half. And right now, Bush, they're having a hell of a time. Specifically, Capstone, it's 16-5. This guy coming in for Bush, of course, this season of Challengers. He's a big reason why Bush have this lead right now.
And it's nice to see, no matter what iteration of Telluride Bush we get, these guys still can't figure out Overload. They lost the Scar Overload 6-1 to FaZe Falcons. They won the Fringe Search 6-0. And then the Scar Hardpoint 250-73. So you come back over towards this bad boy of a Gridlock Hardpoint. And back in the day, obviously, we did have Cammy, Prolu. These guys were playing this constantly. I remember casting like Capsidal on like some CMG 2v2s back in BO4 as well. These guys know this map realistically like the back of their hand. But FaZe Falcons are absolute slayers, man. Just got to be able to see them coming towards their own. But in a Gridlock Hardpoint where you're already losing by this margin, it's never easy to be able to string together these hardpoints, but it is doable.
This is big, this rotation. You're currently down by 60 or so in this game. The map is terrible, so it's probably more than that. Let's be tough enough. It's more like 70. And you have to hold this rotation. Bush trying to bring the hammer down on this flank. Cammy, oh my god, perfectly centers on towards Roxas for the flank. Abe now picking up another kill as well. Kills starting to come through. You've already got these back spawns in tow. Prolu now looking to try and take the players off and cut the reinforcements off from the hard point itself. You lose the trade, so Prolu now all of a sudden is going to face down 3 players from FaZe Falcons. First push, not effective, but Bush have got the back spawns, and Cammy comes through for the double. It's all about those back spawns. Bush with the flip here, now have the reinforcements to break this hard point.
No, they sure do. Try to get yourself a little bit more space further forward, but if you want to see the conclusion of this, of course, go over to youtube.com/COD Challengers to potentially see the conclusion of the Telluride Bush versus FaZe Falcons roster, as our main match is ready to go. Overload went the way for Fun Esports. They won the Search and Destroy 6-3 as well. Can they keep the momentum going and win 3-1 over BitterSweet here on Den Hardpoint?
Big map here, of course. BitterSweet did take that map number 1 away, so for Fun, maybe BitterSweet is a hard point team. Who knows? Ultimately, right now, though, they're trying to get control over by P1. In a good position to do so. You lose your player towards the middle cup, though. That's going to open up a lane. Distracted are the players around the front. That's going to allow Yuli and Mack in towards the time. Now just the latter of those two players up. Crossfires being watched at the moment. Geo brings his head up, almost immediately regrets it. Mack for the jump shot, not going to happen. BitterSweet, they are very happy with the trades at the moment. But the one thing they haven't done, as Yuli picks up a crazy double, is broken through for those P2 spots.
It's really good space to be having for yourself. I mean, Mac's going to throw a shoulder by rooftops, not see a single soul. So now you know that all this push is going to be coming over by couches. Manny, Mr. Two-Piece, looking to continue on with it. Is the bait, finds the first, but you still got the back spawn to contest with. Awakening spawns all the way out. Split spawns comes through from Manny, and he will absolutely feast off of that. Now you can shift your focus forward, bump out forward, boys. It should be an easy lockdown if you can find the kill, but Mac finds 2 on transition. Oh my god.
A seam? Surely not number 3! A seam, you disgusting boy! BitterSweet able to get the control, and what I was going to say about that play, right, is ultimately the fact that, you know, if you're going to make a flanking play, like I think it was Mag that did off the back of the spawn, albeit he kind of spawned there, so he kind of has to hit tiles. The issue in doing that is that you're going to block the spawn for the back, so you're going to make sure the player's spawning onto the back line, and that split I just don't think benefits the fun at all. BitterSweet, though, really starting to hit up here. They're in control of this back 10 seconds or so, and the worst part about this is they're already starting to get some kind of modicum of control over the next hard point. They're not going to expect RSTs here whatsoever. And now how much more damage can Alec do? Going to get shut down. Opens the door at the very least for a seam to come through. Stunned up as a seam. There's no way he survives the fight, and he won't. So for Fun, big hard point for them. You got to hold it.
Only space you have is Yuli up front, though he has an NPC, and I guess that's good enough for me. Yuli's going to be able to find 2. You got the mid cut being watched by Geo. He has all of mid covered, and this isn't exactly a hard point that you hit the overextension on.
Oh, beautiful nade from Yuli. Again, slows things up a little bit, softens up a second player. Mac is good for cross, goes for the chow. It seems surely dead to rights, and he will be. On 4 in a row now is Mac. BitterSweet 25 on the clock here. Really one last little hurrah on this one. Max falls short, I believe, of the Hellstorm missile in that play. You'll take a 2 for 1, and now you can start to push through here. This is not good for BitterSweet whatsoever. You have one player watching the rotation. It's a seam. He gets cut down. A real good opportunity here to chain heals back to back.
Oh, watch the spawn out coming through from Yuli. They spawn all the way over by couches, so numbers are here, at least a semblance of it. For Fun Esports have to hold. Last one is Awakening. He gets the regen. And Geo at least holds off towards mid-cut. They're expecting 2 players to still be lurking inside a dojo. Awakening has a lot to do.
He knows this fight is going to come through. Tom is made for the first kill. Good for it. Second kill, doesn't even need to. Doesn't even put any shots through. Yuli's now going to overextend towards the rooftops. Gets span away. Mac did get that Hellstorm missile earlier on, by the way, off the back of that 5 spree. Now looking for more shots in towards these players, suffering a lot up for his teammates. There's not a lot being done off the back of it, though. It leaves Geo by his lonesome. Seam and Arsties combined for 4. Through the front, a huge 25 for Fight 4.
Yeah, they sure do. They're holding it all from the back as well. Oh, Seam, oh my goodness, has good damage in towards the second. Temtex gets thrown in there just to hold the space, and here comes another one of those patented bait and switches. Before Yuli can even think about exiting, he gets shot in the bum. What a transitional gunfight coming through from BitterSweet, as, I mean, realistically, for Fun Esports, we're staring down the barrel of getting the majority of that back time. They still maintain about that 60-point lead going back towards the center of the map. And, well, if history is doomed to repeat itself when we saw a lead like this back on the Scar Hardpoint opener, we might have ourselves a map 5.
Yeah, this is looking difficult at the moment for Fun. I've had, what, maybe 1 or 2 good hard points. I think we can kind of count that last one as a good hard point for Fun, even though they didn't hold it for the vast majority of the time. The best look they have had is over the dojo hard point. Looking to have a better second set this time around. They did get blended on the rotation towards P2. This time the players are in all the right places. Yuli spotting out a second victim outside tin. Arstees trying to play survival mode. Oh, Yuli actually somehow gets reversed on that fight. Needs to try and all of a sudden play his life around here. Might have just completely fessed Arstees. Arstees on the hunt for him. Oh, he tried! No, Arstees! You can't be doing that. This is Challenger's Elite, pal.
Oh, he thought he was going to get the free body shield and just ends up getting slightly hit by the shoulder. And Yuli just guns him. That boy is cracked right now. Even throwing the re-shoulder to try to take down Arcedes off the regun fight, but transition over towards P2 has numbers here for the team in pink. Got numbers straying forward here for BitterSweet, but it's all just individualistic plays. Fellow off the popcorn Semtex could be the opening.
Good opportunity here. BitterSweet. Looking to brace. Back spawns through. One rogue spawn does come through for Geo. If you deal with these players quick enough, the rest of the squad should spawn over where Geo spawned. The team recognizes it. Try and push that spawn out. There we go. Spawn's now going to flip. Manny will turn around off the back call from Fellow. Geo slides out. Element Surprise has disappeared. There goes Yuli as well. It's that teamwork that we were talking about for fun. They were capable of it over towards the Overload, excuse me. It is BitterSweet right now that are playing so well as a team.
Yeah, you get that confirmation off of Fellow. Again, this guy lives, eats, and breeds spawns. This guy watches so many 8s. He's probably very aware of where the spawns are coming from. You spawn all the way back over to the bottom of the overload goal, and yeah, you know that there's still a player lurking over to the backside of P2. So good isolation there. BitterSweet maintain their lead. You got a big overextension that's coming through from Masim. It's being watched, however, by Geo. This hit through the front could give themselves the numbers. Arcedes finds himself the second. The flank gets dealt with. The spawn's a flip.
Good opportunity here. Wake, trying to play his life. Again, all about opening the door for fun. Off the back of that play, Mac. Good for the second here. Manny sandwiched between players. Team shots taken out. How quickly the tables have turned from Arstees keeping BitterSweet in towards this hard point. Now it's for fun. Back in towards the time. Mac trying to do what he did previously. Flying with the NPC. Mac. It's despicable. For more kills now, the spawns will flip. That one play from Mac has totally changed the narrative of the game for fun. An opportunity to get back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, you got this back 10 seconds. That keeps things just within about 25. Rotation over towards New is a good one. Mac on a 5 spree gets the good damage. Geo will take that 6 away from him, but he already has a Hellstorm missile looking to lap. And now you just have to be playing the spread. Geo starts overextending over by the rooftops. And you get the elimination over by P3, but we got stray gunfights that are going and falling by the wayside, so now you got to turtle up in towards the back.
Yeah, you got nobody in towards Armory. Mac here, trying to play survival. Not going to happen. Wall jump, not enough to phase Manny. Yuli stunned up on the cross here. Nade goes out. Player's already got past him. Doesn't matter. The headshot multiplier will save Yuli in the play. Stacked up towards the hard point. Yuli doubles up through the front. BitterSweet now. No choice but to angle themselves towards the tile side. Geo recognizes one player's gotten past. You dealt with the front player in Yuli. Geo trying to sneak his way through. Just surviving at the moment for how long? Flanking player. That's the back 17. Pretty much locked in for BitterSweet. Short of Yuli doing something absolutely incredible here against a couple of players. But even still, Yuli just doing that play. Keeps those players back while Manny makes this one on the other side. Almost immediately, Manny on the map for the rotation through. BitterSweet, an opportunity here towards the next one, and Manny finds a third. It is BitterSweet now in control of the game.
Oh, we are gunning now. 22 and 20 out of a scene. He thinks that he clears all couches, but look at the spawns coming through for the team in pink. Mac is forced to call in his Hellstorm missile. That's going to force everybody to take refuge. You got one inside of Dragons, and you got 2 at least trying to play around inside of couches. Everybody should maintain safe. Minus Arcedes on the hard point. He dives and dips around that center statue to stay alive for as long as possible, but then sets up for the pinch to come through from Geo. 2 players inside of couches get dealt with. An orchestrated break on the back of the Hellstorm missile for more fun.
Yeah, the thing is about that Hellstorm missile, oh my god, it's Arcedes plays 3 in the feed. It's more about just locating the players that might have slipped the net, right? They just need to make sure that nobody's got through towards P2, because if they lose the time and they lose the rotation towards P2, it's game over. So you need to hold this one. BitterSweet have already set themselves up for a said break. Arcedes finding himself on 4 in a row now after that essential 3. Players towards the time. TK comes through from a seam. That's going to make things incredibly difficult, but Arcedes being here at the very least, that will flip the spawns out. Arcedes goes down for fun. Good for the first wave.
Manny trying to get spaces inside of couches. It's causing a lot of players to turn around. So now you got to rely on Geo to be able to find more from the front. He does go 1 for 1, but when do you get activated if you are Manny? He's still seeing players spawn up, so a lot of this hit is coming from the front.
As Arcetes for 3 once again, and BitterSweet now have control of the hard point for fun. Locked in towards those back spawns. There's one player out of the play looking for any potential rogue spawns. That's going to at least give for fun the numbers advantage for this play. Arcetes getting shot through the wall. There goes Manny. There goes a Seam Fellow back towards the play on the delay. We'll find 2, but that's the split that we wanted for fun. Back into the back 15.
You look at the split spawns like you were talking about there, Brody. You got one player for BitterSweet over by P3. Manny's going to be maybe trying to play for that timing, but he only has an NPC, so he can't take those long-range gunfights as accurate as his shot is. Asim, he's all the way inside of Dojo, so he's not really a part of this play. Manny's going to need some assistance as the rest of his teammates are still spawning in for P2.
BitterSweet bracing. Good first couple coming through. For fun, only really one way in towards this hard point. Asim is deeply extended to try and catch these players off guard, put some shots in, but at the very least will make the call. That's where some pressure is coming from. Maybe Matt can get some good timing through the map. No. Denied. Manny cut down. Arcetes keeping an eye on the cross. Good for a double. Arcetes looking to call game and will do exactly that. Nobody for fun is getting in now. One final contest. It's not to be. And BitterSweet forced us into a game 5.
I mean, a much different scoreline, but not by many. I will say that much. Again, when you got a lead like that for BitterSweet, it is a pick and choose moment, but for fun, Esports really gave themselves a fair shake. That P3 to P4 transition was inspirational. I'm not gonna lie, to be able to see the way that they were able to find all of the eliminations going in from the middle of the map by process of elimination, because you have all of the mid cut already covered. You know everything's gonna be coming from the front over by P4, but relentless is this SMG duo of Asim and Manny. I mean, just when you think that you have dealt with them, either Arcetes or Asim, or Arcetes or Fellow, excuse me, pull themselves out another NPC, and that's just the world that we're living in right now, baby. I mean, that pace is absolutely bombastic coming through from BitterSweet. 31 and 23 from Arcetes with near 3,900 damage. A lot of that was happening from inside the hardpoint. Keep in mind, 13 of his 31 eliminations from inside the objective, but 25 non-traded. But what's even more insane than that, as we were gassing up for fun Esports for all of their team shots there in the overload, the assist column went absolutely insane for the side of BitterSweet in that map number 4. Golly.
Man, BitterSweet, I mean, they are hardpoint guys, right? Very clearly, just looking at what this team is able to do in hardpoint. We talked a little bit about it very briefly there, I think, in that game. You know, what we kind of gassed up for fun in the Scar Overload, right? I mean, their communication, kind of tracking players that can be a nuisance. That's essential on a map like Den, and we saw it in spades there for BitterSweet. I mean, quite clearly, the team communication for this roster is on point. But now we get into a search and destroy, and obviously, you know, it is a very different search and destroy to the Fringe that we saw back in map number 2. It is worth saying, like, it literally was just the smallest of 1 versus 1, smallest positions that made the difference there on that one. So we really have no idea how that is gonna go. But let's transition from one map 5 to another one. We got Torn versus Stallions. Torn have somehow come back from 2-0 down. They were getting torn apart in the first couple proper, and now they're in for a map 5.
Yeah, working off that reverse sweep, and we left them at that Den overload, and I'm sorry that if TK was having the map that he was and you lost that, honestly, that's on y'all. But 250 to 165 on the Sake hardpoint sets up for this map number 5, and TK is keeping things up where we left them off at with 3-0 to start things off.
Alrighty, Torn right now doing well. TK is 3-0, by the way. Little cheeky info for you guys. He had a 1 versus 3 back in round number 1, and I feel like he's about to do something absolutely incredible here. Yep, that's absolutely he is. Finds a couple of kills, equalizes things, brings it down to a 2 versus 1. TK once again changes the game.
Now Reaper has an M15 as well. He's going to come back and try to clear all of this. He has to try to recover the bomb, but such a good play coming through from Jed, and Hitman, who's been playing Call of Duty for what feels like as long as you and I have been casting it at the very least, if not longer. Completely flipped the map. Force Rupert to make the play. Maybe try to go for the plant, but they've isolated themselves now. Rupert might have a chance if he can get a read on one.
Not going to happen. TK. Just, again, incredible play. I mean, it's such a sneaky play because it's something that happens very often at the top side of Motel, right? Where it's just like a player can sneak their way along. As an AR, you're not really going to be expecting that. You can't really do anything about it, right? Unless you kind of look down that lower left side of the painting. There's nothing you can do to counter a cruel play like that from TK. But he completely changes the round. What looked to be a solid position for Stallions. Totally falls apart. So TK is having a hell of a search and destroy. I think, fortunately enough, Stallions do stop him short of a Hellstorm missile. That would have been disastrous on a map like Scar, especially where there's effectively only one bomb site to play with.
Yeah,
But still.
getting over towards that B-bomb site feels like a pipe dream from time to time. If not, the majority of the time. Here comes that classic A-rush. Torn Esports going to be in the driver's seat for this one. A lot of nades, just kind of back down the defense. Now you're kind of forced to play for this retake, but the flank is being developed between Millie and Rupert. Hitman's there for the read, but not there for the gunfight win.
Yeah, and now if you're Torn, you're going to be watching behind the lines, right? You're going to be constantly watching your back for somebody to come and put a knife in it. Or some bullets from an M15. That's not the play, though, for Stallions. Yeah, it's probably the M15, let's be perfectly honest. It's definitely, I mean, I think that the M15 in this game is more powerful than the Commando knife from Modern Warfare 2. Oh my god, Mince just gets perfectly tracked through the wall. Of course, you can wall bang that. TK, good opportunity to turn the tides in this one again. He's weak from the initial fight, though, and doesn't hit the regen in time. Down to Jet from a 1 versus 3, and it's probably going to be the same situation for him here. He is actually going to hit the reset. Anticipates a push through. It does come, but it's a delayed one from Millie. And there it is, finally. Stallions on the board here in this round. And it is, I think, that opening joust from Stallions that wins it for him.
This was like EWC rules, and like Coach Attach is like able to sit there and be on the stage with these boys. Like, I imagine he's probably sitting there saying, just like, don't give this guy a 1v1. Like, stop giving TK 1v1s, because it is unrealistic to feel like you're going to win them from time to time, especially what we've been seeing this lad do. Going back towards that overload, and hearing that he had the 1v3, I mean, he's triple positive. We're 3 rounds in, man. Like, that is just a crazy stat to maintain. But as Millie on the back end of things, he finds that ace, Brody. He's going to be working himself towards that Hellstorm missile himself, just a little bit over halfway, but he's not the bomb carrier, so he's not going to get the objective buff. See if he can find any good stuns. Good damage onto at least one. Gets good information that Shops is immediately under control for Torn. That's going to kind of dissuade them from assaulting this A-bomb very quickly. They're expecting Torn to make a mistake here.
I just don't know if Torn will give them it. They seem to be pretty stalwart in their positioning at the moment. Guns up. Stallions might have to change tacks here with 55 on the clock. They are going to do exactly that. There's that stun check for TK to make sure he's not doing what he was doing previously. TK is, in fact, all the way back towards P2 stairs. Nade over the top. That doesn't land. TK now, once again, trying to change the game. Be a nuisance. Spotting out a ton of different players here, and he is, at the very least, going to delay the bomb plant coming through. That bomb is going all the way back, but it doesn't matter. You've lost the opening couple of players. Jet hits the reload at the wrong time, so Icons will be able to find one, but this 1 versus 3 with 25 on the clock, it's going to be a big ask.
Incredibly difficult. I mean, Icons realistically only has 1 bomb site at his disposal, so what do you try to plant this for? Oh, it's going to be a guessing game. Where do you go after this? Maybe top green? Absolutely the case. Could catch a 1v1 if the timing's perfect.
Has to just
see
kind of
him?
not. I mean, I
Did
think
Min
they
see
might
him?
have done. No, they didn't. They have no idea. Icons holds his gun. Oh, doesn't get the clean gunfight, but can get away here. Should be able to hit the reset back up towards 100 HP. They're facing him, though. They're chasing him. Icons is going to get yet another reset. They have no choice but to chase and take one individual 1 versus 1. Icons over the top. Not the cleanest to fight, though. I think wanted the wall jump and misses it. Sometimes that's exactly what happens and is not quite ready for the fight off the back of it. But I tell you what there. Ooh, Icons is almost hide-and-seek champion 2026 for a moment. He almost got away like 3 times there in that 1 versus 2.
Yeah. It's just an insane timing to be able to get up towards top green and then see him try to use evasive maneuvers through P1 and then try to re-wrap. At the moment that he saw that he's getting shot in the rear, like, he has to go for that bomb check almost instantaneously, knowing that he doesn't have the numbers and that he has to try to win those 2 gunfights. But yeah, I probably forgot to tie his boots before that round number 4. He trips up, can't get the wall bounce there to win the gunfight over the Godheady. So it's a 2-round lead still maintained here for Torn Esports. They're going to try to get over towards this A bomb site again very aggressively, as they have done in the previous offense, Brody. The only way you try to deny this is like from stuns and nades, which one lands on top of Mince. Icons will be meeting him in the Caterpillar off. Here we go.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's gone.
God. What is this? Like, I'm going to call it the shake your booty off, because that's what happens when you're on the animation.
That's certainly one way to call it, yes.
Yeah, that's not what I'm looking at, all right? I just, it's an observation. It's what happens. That's all I can say. Icons, though, in the shake your booty off versus Mince, and they're about to see each other. This is so funny.
The tension is insane.
Icons finds it. There we go. The smoke to try and dip away. Not even a single shot will go in his direction either. Well, not a single shot will connect, I should say. Jump up being made here by Jet. Immediate traded out. Now the 2 versus 2. The bomb down in a situation, but Icons doesn't get away. That's now difficult for Rupert. Brings us down to a 1 versus 1. Beautiful shots across the way. Torn, should be said, have to get this rock down or win the 1 versus 1. And Rupert's just seen TK on the cross hit.
Brilliant.
And TK is going to plant this for a position where Rupert should be able to rip him off. It never mind!
no.
Oh my god, he chooses the other side of the bomb site. He's planted it for top green.
Well, he was originally trying to plant it in the same spot that we saw the previous.
Yeah.
But then he's able to get back over on the bomb, which is a head glitch. Keep in mind, you not made a paper mache like that shop in the center of the map, y'all. And he just guns him. Just absolutely guns him. By the time he recognized, yo, it's under 10 seconds, just stay alive, we win the round. Rupert just gets shot in the rear trying to get the hell out of Dodge. 4-1 now. Torn Esports just 2 rounds away from the reverse sweep.
Man, there's so many rounds where Stallions inarguably should have won. I mean, the one we didn't see, but I mean, especially that one. Rupert getting cut down, and that's the position that we saw obviously previously as well. It was a reversal though with Stallions in control. Torn are going to do the exact same thing. This time though, 3 versus 3. I'd be extra careful if I'm Icons and I'm bringing the bomb straight in towards Torn territory. You do not want to kick the hornet's nest. Stallions are definitely playing this by ear. This rotation around the back line, and KB gets caught with his pants down. Icons now needs to play aggressor. Gets it down to a 2 versus 2. Able to catch TK off guard. Now just down to Jet. 1 versus 2. You know it's a B plant.
Yeah, last known position was in the center of the map, so that's going to call for Millie to get top green control, try to hold the overextension, but the timing's not favorable. Jet's already up here.
Oh, timing did Millie just see him? Yeah, now he most certainly did. Jet trying to get away. Might actually be able to escape.
What a route.
They're searching for him, and they've just seen him again. Shots out. That doesn't favor Jet yet. They now know where to look. Just keeping an eye on both sides. Jet might have just seen he's going to hop the bomb.
No way.
He's going to hop
I
the
see him,
He's dead. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. I want to try and keep the suspense alive proper, but you know, when 2 players come like that, you got to get out the animation from the bomb plant. There is very little way of you getting out of that.
Yeah, I think that it's just interesting the fact that, I mean, Jet was able to get around in the first place. Like, dropping out from top green, you're expecting him to hit back over towards mid-cut, if not maybe try to wrap around the 18-wheel trailer, but, like, he just hits the stick far right as hard as possible, and he just completely gets back behind the back green stairs. I don't think they saw him on that chase, so they just have to play for the reposition, check the bomb, they see some footsies, not allowing for the ninja to come through. FC Stallions bring this back within 2, and Torn Esports are gonna throw a wrench into this. I mean, as the Stallions they're ready for this one to come through.
It really should be said how important these gunfights are, and it's a beautiful nade being cooked, a double nade from Mince and TK to take Icons out of the play. Rupert falls thereafter, and I was going to say, I mean, how important that initial engagement has been towards playing side right. The amount of times a team on defense has been able to get the first kill, get the hell out, and back up towards green, and just make things so impenetrable on the A site. FC Stallions have to put themselves in so many unfavorable positions here at the back of it. KB, 1 versus 4. This would be an insatiable play, but he gets overwhelmed, Torn.
Gosh.
I mean, just the adaptations with that double nade off the rip. I mean, there's just very little reason if you have a trophy in that play.
Oh, these guys are demons, man. Like, it's not just TK. Like, these guys are absolute monsters when it comes down to search and destroy. I mean, we'd already talked about, like, Scar Search and Destroy. You realistically only have 1 bomb site to go to. And Torn have constantly belittled the A bomb. But if you roll out over towards B, and Stallions, it to be credited, we're prepared for it, but not having a trophy system on the backside of plane for what was just amazing double nades coming through to be able to find that first and damage to clean up the last 2 to get the information is just some absolute demon behavior. 10-4 for TK. Torn Esports 1 round away from the reverse sweep.
Opening nades off the start hit. Will land, but won't find the frag. Oh, wow. Stallions are not messing about here. Bomb straight down. Already present, though, from the defensive side. Millie transitions. Oh, it doesn't get that second fight. It's now down to a 2 versus 2. Stallions in an off angle. Rupert in a position that I don't think those Torn players are going to expect. And I think it's Rupert late to the play. That's what throws Stallions off there. Or throws Torn off, excuse me. They try to get that bomb down real quick. And I just don't think they expect Rupert in that position.
Yeah, I mean, take a page out from what didn't go well in their second offense of trying to get the bomb down quickly. They got the trophy system to keep themselves safe. Helps out when they do get maintaining numbers, but no hesitation on trying to get the bomb planted. You got an AR that's watching over top red, so just don't play any games. That's like the classic, look, guys, we're about to lose. Let's just 3-player bang out this, play for the overextension, and come through in the middle of the map. And it does work out there from Rupert to find his second elimination, but an uncharacteristic 2-7 out of Rupert. This guy gets activated. We're going to get ourselves closer. Torn Esports going for that same exact double nade over towards the B bomb site. Now, Rupert is over here, so that's good information about what they're trying to pick for.
Yeah, they're still playing for that as well. TK holding on position is crucial, but I love this play from Stallions to try and really suffocate Torn in towards their home base. The issue is it's been read like a book. Jet and Mince have found the kills, and there is that fight. Rupert cannot survive, and now all down to KB to prevent a reverse sweep here. Torn pulling off the first real upset of Challengers Elite Stage 3. It only takes our first match. And it is Torn with a reverse sweep against Stallions, the team that placed third at Birmingham. They fall apart.
Yeah, those guys are absolutely furious, but Torn Esports absolutely on top of the world. I mean, you go back to the qualifiers, some ended up saying like it was a fluke, like they beat a broken Huntsman team that had been trialing players. Not so much the case anymore. This TK guy is an absolute monster on the map. I mean, for the respawns going unnoticed, but even there in the search and destroy, from what we got to see, like their opening rollouts, like you could just generally tell the amount of time that either these guys do play search and destroy together, either in 4s or 2s or 3s. These guys have really good set nades and understanding about where they need to be at certain moments of time, and the ebb and flow about where the pressure is coming from on Scar to then transition off of that is absolutely chef's kiss, man. These guys are clear cut in the driver's seat when it comes down to their Scar search and destroy, at least in that series. I think that FC Stallions completely took their opponents for granted, given how a lot of that space was just so easily maintained from Torn Esports. So wonderfully executed, of course, for Torn Esports. Of course, they did not end up giving them that on a silver platter, but Torn Esports starting off 1-0 as far as their Elite Season 3 is concerned, not on many people's bucket list.
All right, well, we very briefly mentioned it, at the start of the Search and Destroy. We jumped in and missed round number 1, and TK was 3-0 at the start of round number 2. This is why, oh my god, his second kill absolutely blitzes Icons. Rupert has no idea where he's gone, takes some pot shots. TK ready for the fight, shots over the top. TK, the movement king. Only 8 bullets left in his weapon, by the way, and just trying to play for the final kill. Rupert just positioning around, ring around the Rosie, and Rupert has to find TK in this position and has no idea where TK is gone. Just a ghost in the night. TK, finding those 2 kills alone is incredible. To get that third and get out versus Rupert in that elongated dance, that is everything that TK is about.
I mean, with the bomb being planted too, like, you would expect for him to go back and at least check that, right? He's just sprint backpedaling all the way back through green. He could have wrapped over by satellite. Probably still would have had time to check the bomb, which was planted, at least for the top side of red. But, like, yeah, his movement absolutely going sicko mode as far as that last 1v3, 1v2 is concerned, to constantly keep all the FC Stallions off kilter. I mean, when you start off with a round like that, I mean, your mental has to be in check almost instantly when that 1v3 does conclude that the reverse sweep is actually possible.
I just can't believe we've seen it. Just for context for you guys at home, by the way, this is a team that, albeit with a different fourth, they had Andy instead of Jet at Birmingham, placed top 32 at Birmingham compared to a team that placed third. Like, I think it has to be said how much of an achievement it is for Torn to come out and really rip things up. Again, all of our notes for Group A out of the window right off the rip, because we talked about there being, a couple of strong teams, maybe 3 strong teams in Group A. Torn were really an unknown quantity, and, well, now that's most certainly not the case. It's also impressive by how much they got shredded apart in the first couple of games. To give you an idea of what the first couple of map scorelines were, it was a 250-59 Den hardpoint in favor of Stallions, and then a 6-3 Den Search and Destroy in favor of Stallions. Before then, of course, Torn started to find some movement in the series. Again, Zoomer, I know that, he's doing a watch party at the moment for Stallions. I promise I'm not trying to rub it in. It is tough. Torn Esports, though, with the first major shock here, the Call of Duty Challengers Elite for Stage 3. Right now, we're awaiting our Game 5 between BitterSweet and For Fun Esports. So, while we're waiting, we're going to send it a quick break. On the other side, we've got more action here from Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, folks, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite 4 North America. This is Stage 3, and we're hopping into Delta for our second block. This is Cabal versus Out the Mud. One of the more interesting games I think we're going to have. We are big Out the Mud fans here. Listen, I would never say that we are biased casters by any stretch of the imagination proper. However, as pro that casually gets a massive 2 in the middle of raid, there is a lot of history behind this Out the Mud roster. It kind of feels like this match is almost positioned as the next generation of challengers versus very much not the next generation of challengers.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on which side you're looking, right? Because, like, you're getting a lot of different pieces for this Cabal roster that were all over the place at the beginning of the season, right? Like, don't forget, like, Nate, he was on that OMIT Brooklyn team to, like, start off the season. He was playing with, like, Fellow, Brack, that entire roster. You also got, like, Vic. He's been making some good waves aside from Mirage. Prada, by the way, I mean, like, Brady's always been, like, in the conversation for, like, S&D gods and demons. He's actually going up against his collegiate teammate of Cruz, funnily enough.
It's always a fun one when you get those, like, collegiate crossovers, right? It's always a fun time. Well, Nate hasn't really played much this season for a good reason, right? Obviously, he's had his time kind of in challenges and as a big player in challenges, so... good for him, I think, in that aspect, although whether or not he's able to deliver on the promise that he kind of has had behind him earlier on this season is maybe a different conversation, perhaps one that we probably won't have right now. Either way, right now, Cabal find themselves in 2 versus 3, and they're kind of pinned back here towards the back of the site. Good positioning from Out the Mud, right? You get that rock down. There's not really anywhere that last couple of players from Cabal can go.
Yeah, classic great search and destroy, get the rock down, get back Laundry. If there's anybody that's going to be aware of that, it will be Wiz, who was... But funnily enough, is actually making his grand return. I believe that I saw a retirement tweet come out from this young man at the beginning of this season, I want to say. Like, he hasn't really been grinding any sort of pro points whatsoever. He has a lot of time spent playing alongside Cruzy COD over the past couple years. I want to say I saw them at Champs for a handful of years playing side by side with one another. But World Champ MVP of Gunzy on their team as well, let's not forget. It's a very interesting lobby we have. The more I look at it, the weirder it is.
I mean, it is. Because the thing is with Wiz, Gunsy, and Grease, right? And this is something we'll always have a conversation about, is these players, regardless of what Call of Duty you guys are seeing, it is a combination of players that will almost always play with one another in one form or another. So, yeah, if you guys want to keep up with those old heads, you can do so over at youtube.com/COD Challenges. You've got every single match going on concurrently. You can watch any of them to your desire. Right now, over in Map 5 between BitterSweet and For Fun, we've made you wait for it, and you will wait no more. We are sticking with Raid here. It's For Fun. Start things off on the offense.
Mac has a really good space. This guy, even back in Cold War, was pretty infamous for doing this, getting inside of P5 and just holding an iron. Back Laundry has completely fallen by the way at the left side, so now the question becomes through from Mac. When do you get activated, especially after you lost a teammate for First Blood?
One player kind of out of the play here. I think BitterSweet well aware of that fact. Keeping an eye out for Mac. He will now make its position known once again. Looking for the exit frag. Will be able to find it. Knows that somebody's going to be outer ring. Opportunity for those players on the other side. But BitterSweet realize they have to try and put the press in. And Manny's able to double up perfection. There goes Matt with a slide out as well. I mean, look, and Mac was a nuisance, a fly that you needed to swap. But make no mistake, Manny is the guy that closes out that round.
He's got the NPC fly swatter for sure, man. I mean, like, Mac finally reveals his presence all the way through pillars. But, I mean, Fellow... Well, I'm pretty sure has played every single iteration of Raid Search and Destroy since it's been in Call of Duty's history. Is very much so aware that he just has to play the dance around ring and just not give Mac an easy gunfight, especially at close range with the way that NPC just melts. But Manny, on the backside of that staircase, man, drop down, pop back up. A beautiful two-piece he was able to find for himself. Now it's For Fun's opening offense, rushing through mid.
This is like fun. Manny, I don't think everyone's going to expect that in a month of Sundays. RCT's now not ready for the fight. Fortunately, he has the help of a seam over his shoulder. Mac, you know better than to ego chow that, pal. Take some hot shots, and not a single one of them will connect. This is so unfortunate. So much damage is being done right now from Mac. Finally able to actually follow up with a frag of his own. That's going to leave RCT's a fish in water. And this escape route might actually be something that For Fun aren't necessarily aware of. RC's pops his head up, finds one. Not aware of where that second player has gone. And there was a lot of potential in that water route play. It kind of fizzles out.
Yeah, just hoping for his teammate to potentially get away over by the side of open stairs. But You end up at least going 1-for-1 down over by the hot tub, and Mac just inside a Tiki. Probably going to be the aggressor more often than not through these opening breakoffs, defense or offense alike, for Fun Esports. Expect that for sure, as Mac will find 2 in the round. So previous, BitterSweet, just cool, calm, collective, go over towards A, get back laundry control. Was their offensive attempt, worked out for them. Mac not going to elect to get inside of rocks early. It's just some ceremonious nades being thrown all the way through driveway.
Mac in the advanced position here. Did get stand up. Information gained for BitterSweet here. They're going to kind of adapt their play off the back of it. They know they don't really want to take that head-to-head play with Mac towards Kitchen. That's something they did want to take, and they get double chowed by the ARs. RC able to trade things up just a little bit. Can't find any more value. That's bomb slap bang in the middle of the map. And for Fellow now in the 1 versus 3, your options pretty slim.
I wouldn't say that they assume that he might have the snipe, but I mean, he's on an absolute island. The only thing that they haven't cleared is bedroom, so you got Geo watching the full flank here all the way through the middle of the map. Got eyes on the bomb. He's playing the corner, probably saw Fellow on the cross, and Fellow's not going to get that mutual information over by the tall rock. So for Fun Esports, just a very standard defense. I mean, the only thing they were missing was maybe an anchor on the backside of basketball court to really tip your hat to BO2, but like, it's just a brilliant play. You just get yourself hunkered up inside a kitchen. You see all these nades being yeeted over towards driveway, and once you get inside a ring and you don't see another body being pushed up there, you just effectively have to hold your irons and watch through pillars and expect the push to come through in the backside of kitchen, which it did inevitably. So good patience being showcased there for Fun Esports. Now it's for their next offensive attempt. We're gonna wait to see where some of these nades come from and expect for BitterSweet to make the mistake.
Just throwing a little shoulders at the moment for fun. Getting those muscle workouts in. Yuli now going to try the water route. This is something that BitterSweet will be acutely aware of. Where Yuli comes out, of course, is equally important here. If he puts himself in a bad position, going to go up for the check. Should be an audio cue, actually, on the exit through the water as well. BitterSweet still focused on the players moving forward. Asim able to catch Mac off guard now. That's going to have to get Yuli into a reposition here. He needs to get more involved in the play. Out he goes, and now he can be a nuisance. You've brought this down to a 3 versus 3. At the very least, his position is going to get RCs out of that window.
And it's going to smoke back basketball stairs. So yeah, Arcides has to reposition all the way to the backside of jungle, and Yuli, like the wind, he's just gone. Corner gets checked, but Yuli eviscerates Manny, overheats, finds the trade, 2v2.
Yeah, the issue is, of course, that Yuli, he might have provided a lot of space, but Fun actually hadn't picked up the bomb. Awake, be careful, buddy. You might be on a red card if you do that one more time. Let's find Arcides, though. Seam flying high and gets his wings clipped. For Fun, off the back of Yuli's heroics, will win that round. Arcides, of course, picking up that frag did help, but still, Geo going to close out that one.
3 in a row now for the team in pink. I mean, it's Yuli's water route that just catches them by surprise. First blood, albeit found. It just completely bamboozles any sort of retake ability, especially with that smoke at the backside of basketball staircase. I know AR in their right mind in this NPC meta is going to try to ego chow that. Arcides has to give up all of that space, and Yuli just catches him by surprise. He just gets back inside of money, even goes 1 for 1, finds 2 in the round. Geo's now up to 4.
And almost immediately here, BitterSweet trying to pick up that momentum in towards this round. All sorts of utility going over the top to push for Fun all the way back. Of course, it is worth saying that their perennial route man, we're in A. I've got to try and adjust myself back towards it. Mac is still behind enemy lines, towards the front though, towards Laundry side. Take a 2-1 trade in favor of For Fun. Mac now will get involved in the play, all down to Arcides. He gets shredded, and you don't even really need Mac in the play. As For Fun, they do it all towards that Laundry side.
In the way that Mac reveals himself through pillars, like he still didn't even reveal that he took the entire overextension all the way through full side egregiously. Didn't see any suns, didn't see any nades. So yeah, good old classic stuff coming through. 4 rounds in a row now for Fun Esports, man. And these guys, you give them a single inch and they'll turn into a little dirty Neslo. Geo's up to 6 in a row. It's about a couple kills and maybe an assist away from getting himself that Hellstorm missile. Give this man the plom plan if you could. Probably not going to be the case, though. He's going to get up inside top red, look to gun the player maybe off of the ledge. But BitterSweet are playing so terrified now. I mean, opening nades may be there, but They're just forced to play for the irons. They need an easy number advantage here, Brody.
It's just the amount of times that For Fun can take space. It's so annoying if you're a BitterSweet, right? Because you've got the numbers here, but like you just don't have any side control whatsoever. And you're so terrified of making some kind of silly play that getting back of that control is going to be infinitely more difficult here. Gio, close to what would be the final nail on the coffin of this search and destroy. Of course, that Hellstorm missile on Raid is basically a free round. You've got to take him down, and they will do exactly that. So don't have to worry about it at the very least. Now down to a 3 versus 3, though, as Awakening trades things out. Fun starting to position themselves all around the map for some late flanks. BitterSweet has to try and locate these players fast. Man, he's going to take Yuli out of the play. Weight goes down, and now it's down to Mac. You know he's going to pull a route kit. I don't think they know. They have no idea. He's just going to wait patiently for the kill. And there it is, a freebie from Mac, a 1 versus 3. You might have thought they'd got an inkling that Mac's going to be in an off angle. Yeah, I mean, there's just no chance of predicting that.
You see the route that Mac took, though? I mean, like, how are you ever going to expect where this guy is? He's more aloof than Casper the freaking Ghost, man. Like, he's everywhere you wouldn't expect him to be. Like, he gets all the way inside a kitchen, wraps back through pillars, gets back behind ring after all the eliminations come through, especially onto Geo. Yuli gets pushed over by driveway. And where's Mac? He's just on the outside of ring just playing for a timing. That's some egregiously nerdy stuff coming through from the technical 1v3. Yuli's got the sniper because peanut butter, dude. Like, oh, man, send these guys packing.
We have some more, Yuli. I would like to order at least one more snipe kill in this final round of Search and Destroy. A presumptive final round, of course. They are already 1 man up. It's not over till it's over. That stun check, though, lets Yuli know that he might have another one served up to him on a platter. And that's an angle that he will hold like a hawk. Swings wide. Asim, spotted out. Has to back the hell down. Now, For Fun, starting to encroach. Asim dead to right, spotted up by 3 different players. Max just spotted out the last couple as well, and it's done just like that. A bit of an anticlimactic finish to what was otherwise an insatiable series. For Fun absolutely waltz through the raid Search and Destroy.
And it's a Neslo coming through for Fun Esports, man. They lose both hard points at somewhere near of a combined, like, 40-ish points or so. But, like, the Search and Destroy, you know it's always going to be their wheelhouse. Like, I mean, Matt goes in a quiet 5-4, but, like, the routes that this guy is taking constantly, if not at least stun check once and maybe even bait and switch twice to try to deal with this guy, he's always going to keep you on your toes, hitting these routes, getting these very annoying positions to uproot the round, even when you think you have numbers. And by the time that you assume that you may, you're going into the next round and Yuli's either sprinting at you like a chicken with his head cut off, or he's pulling out a sniper because, yeah, that's something that we're used to. I'm sorry, I thought Gio was going to be the sniper for this team. These highlights, I'm just going to sit here glued at the minimap and just watch Max rollouts because he's just like, he's hitting these insane timings and constantly putting himself in a winning position. And by doing so, he's constantly putting his team in a winning position. BitterSweet won the first round offensively, but then 5 in a row for Fun Esports put them in the dirt.
I think it's just the variety of different looks that Mac kind of throws as well. I think at a surface level, it's very easy to say, well, Mac is flanking, and that's all he's doing. But I think it's kind of the pace that he's setting pretty much constantly. Like, even in this 1 versus 3, right? I think it's the fact that Mac has done that flank in a 3 versus 3. Like, generally, you expect a player in that position to kind of be stacking up with teammates, try and win a 2 versus 1, right? You are ultimately trying to force BitterSweet on the retake into these off positions, right? Just burn time off the clock. The Mac is so far out of the play in that 3 versus 3, it's just something you're never going to expect. And I think there's just so many kind of minute moments in that play where it's just like, yeah, Mac is doing these flanks, but he's not always doing the same flank, right? He's not doing the same readable thing over and over again. He's pulling these flanks out at various different times in the round, whether it be for retakes, whether it be for defensive positions. It's just, it's so difficult to deal with. And, you know, Mac deserves a lot of love for that, for sure. So here's a look then as For Fun take that matchup. They go 1-0. And again, you know, we got to watch the end of that Search and Destroy. I think the biggest kind of factor here that we saw at Torn, 1-0 at the start of day number 1. I think for me, that's the biggest storyline so far looking across these groups.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we knew that we were going to be getting an upset somewhere along the lines. We didn't know if it was going to be Group B getting shaken up by just the powerhouses that are over there. I tell you right, Bush, I mean, they go all the way to a map 5 versus FaZe Falcons. They win that Plaza Search 6-1. But even still, I mean, you got to be sitting there just thinking for yourself about how close all Group E is going to be. But with Torn Esports being able to win a reverse sweep, no less, versus FC Stallions, that immediately puts a lot of members on Group A on notice, especially with what's on the horizon for the rest of this group.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this group now, Group A has definitely been shaken up. We talked about that big matchup with FaZe Falcons taking an L to kick things off. That is a difficult one for sure, although it was a very close matchup. It went all the way to Game 5 between T-Bush and FaZe Falcons, and Bush ended up taking it away. So, big matchup that T-Bush are going to win. Let's dive deeper then into more of our matches, guys, as we get into our second block of the night here. Cabal, we saw them versus Out the Mud. Cabal were 1-0 up. Out the Mud, I believe, did take game number 2 for 1-for-1. 10 seconds left on this overload here. Proda looking for the frags as the overload looking to make its way up for something at this half, but you've lost all your blockers. I don't know if Proda can do anything. He's actually survived for the first initial 1-versus-1. Has the help from Mirage on the cross here. This is still absolutely feasible in the play. You've got 20 seconds though. Got to try and pick up the pace. Lose another player on the cross. Perfect nade over the top, and it's now probably not. I mean, getting across this time is not going to stop. You've got a full sprint at the point at this point.
Yep, and try to at least get that dunk, but you just got to hold your irons here if you're out the mud. Proda right over the top. 3 seconds remain. He's just there in time. No shot. I mean, it almost felt like out mud. We're stuck in the mud. And they were starting to write off that round more than we were there for a hot second. But shout out Proda just for staying alive, playing for the space, backing down, waiting for more lead blockers. Nate, though, he's that guy that ends up hopping back up and being able to find the space for the eliminations to get all of that provided for Proda to try to get himself in a situation to be able to get that score. But, I mean, no shake to what Proda was developing. He was hitting some cross-map damage to set up his teammates for some very easy eliminations. Nate through one round is 23-13, by the way.
It's a joke, mate. It really is. I will say, I mean, Nate's been kind of an interesting talking point this entire season, right? We talked about it being something we might have a conversation about. Obviously, he had a lot of like behind him going into stage 1. Obviously, I'm at Brooklyn for a really long stretch of the season, and since then, I think things have gone down ever so slightly downhill for Nate, right? I mean, individually, he's still been a phenomenal player, but bottomed out at top 12 in stage 2. We wanted to see a lot more of Nate, and I think this is an interesting setting for him to play in, where I think on a roster like Cabal, he can just be the guy that's roaming around the map being a proper nuisance. So he's doing that at the moment for Cabal. Going to have to try and hold on here as Out the Mud trying to sling an overload towards the offensive side. Heel is the rookie player for Out the Mud, and he's going to get cut down. So far, Out the Mud cannot get the overload through. Gunsy trying to be a nuisance here off the back of the play. Turning head, somehow still alive here, but will not produce that second kill. That's a movement right there from Proda.
Appeal's supposed to be that rival on the opposite side of what Nate is currently developing for Cabal, but it's just so much more difficult to do when the rest of your team is just getting completely belittled from the opposite side of each of the flanks. Mirage, device in hand, has an easy one versus Wiz, laying on his belly, gets some good damage there on towards the second, but kills Semtex off the respawn, and then the second to get top blue back in their favor, which mean that Gunsy will indeed recover the device and start maneuvering back over towards red, where Wiz is looking for space.
Nate finding a couple of kills there. That's unfortunate for Wiz. That's going to keep Proda in the play. Proda not able to find a second though. Maybe Vikram can do something about this one. And again, it's just all about getting a player in towards enemy base. Vikram is doing exactly that right now, being a proper nuisance. Finally gets cut down. Want to replace him with Nate. That's not going to happen. You lose your lead blocker in the play. Now the play starts to turn into desperation. Proda almost perfectly transitions on towards Cruz. Not going to happen. So 3 minutes on the clock now. Opportunity for Out the Mud to transition back into an overload of their own.
Just got to pick and choose where these points of ingress are going to be focused on if you are Out the Mud, and just don't lose players along the way. Just play for any red dots on the minimap, isolate, and then take space soon afterwards. Trophy system already been taken care of, so Wiz has to do it the hard way. These shots of the NPC need to be more direct. They dealt with the player over in the corner. That was Mirage, and now you can start sliding further forward, but the kills weren't there first, Brody. And if you're just getting gunned like that, it becomes so much more difficult just to try to get the device in a scoring position. But Cruz is on 6. getting himself close towards that Hellstorm missile. He's going to pick up the device, trying to make a run for it, gets stunned up, but still gets the score. So you're able to get your first if you're out the mud, plus you have a Hellstorm to play with.
Yeah, that's huge from Cruz. Completely turns around what was, I kind of felt like a bit of an inevitable situation for Cloud to actually get away with the overload. They brace, they win the 4 versus 3. Cruz left alive, somehow pulls 3 kills out of his backside. And now we're going to start to see some of that utility coming through. Cruz has a Hellstorm missile in his back pocket. Cabal feel like it's time to bring theirs out. Creates a little bit of space. Should be an easy double for Proda, and it will be. Of course, off the back of that, we get information to where the last remaining players are. And I was wondering why these guys were sat inside green off the back of that Hellstorm missile. It's because Cruz is going to counter with a Hellstorm missile of his own. So they kind of counter each other out just a little bit. Out the mud now off the back of that, trying to put themselves another overload through. Wiz as the lead blocker. Weak for this fight. Also has Gunzy on a potential flank through, but you lose Wiz surely here. He somehow played his life. Gunzy caught on the flank and out the mud here. Their chances of this overload going through. I was going to say start the field through the center, but somehow Wiz has produced a second kill.
Oh, Wiz produces a 4th. He's on 4 in a row. Peel tries to get the device further forward. Now Wiz has to do it all himself. Does find the elimination on the Vic. Gunzy had to find that kill. Cruz is up next. And he can't even find the next elimination. But, I mean, the Hellstorm missiles realistically do cancel each other out, but I don't think that Out the Mud needed it at that point in time. The device wasn't even being picked up. They had no space on the map, did Cabal. And Out the Mud just feeling the pressure, just call it out. So Peel, he's going to just run the device up all off the eliminations, but a strange series of events. Lemony Snicket would be proud.
Yeah, this is a real weird one for sure. Out the Mud seems to be getting these 1 or 2 players in. They were able to procure a couple of kills, and Cabal not able to stabilize off the back of it. I think Cabal trying to exploit Out the Mud, not keeping an eye on their lines here. Double stacking through Motel. Also a double stack potentially coming out on the flank. It is just going to be Nate. Vikram besides yet. Might be best to actually back up here and create a pincer movement instead. All of a sudden, Gunzy now isolated off the back of a couple of players going down. Gunzy takes one down with him. Cabal are going to be relying now on the 30 seconds of overtime you're going to get with how far away they are from the overload zone. It is going to be one real shot. Mirage needs to produce some kills here. And you got to be careful. Gunzy reveals his position. That stun's going to go past Mirage. Also through the middle of the map. Waiting for kills to come through here. 20 seconds. Not a lot of time to make this one happen. Proda tagged up. You've lost Mirage. Your furthest player pushed forward. You'll take a 1-for-1 trade. Out the mud. Trying to hold on. There goes Proda. Vikram, you've got to procure these kills. Finds the first one. 8 seconds to go. Down they go. And it's not going to happen. Out the mud. Survive the overtime. And they will take the overload.
It's extending the series even more so. I mean, they lost the Gridlock hardpoint by 13 whole points. Won the Raid Search and Destroy 6-1. And then the Scar here in a lightning fashion. I mean, just through all off transitions, you felt like when we hopped in towards that game, it was truly going to be all but Cabal. The way that we just saw Nate absolutely dancing on him like that. And Proda just absolutely feasting there with the pistol there towards the back end of that first half. But Out the Mud, man, resilient as ever. These guys have been playing Call of Duty for a real long time, and I'm not gonna lie, when you get these vets that have been grinding challengers for what feels like forever at this point, they're gonna start picking and choosing where they can start winning some of these battles.
All right, well, let's switch over towards another matchup here. How about a matchup where we look at two organizations that put the passion in the passion pit? Huntsman and Stallions have some dedicated fan bases ashore, owing to the origins of the respective organizations. This is going to be an absolute slogger of a matchup for sure. Two teams with very different storylines. I think for Stallions, they kind of need a bounce back after what happened earlier on with their reverse sweep, or the other side of reverse sweep, I should say, against Torn. Huntsman also kind of have a lot to prove. These are two teams in very different positions, Rob.
They really are, yeah. I mean, FC Stallions trying to shrug off that reverse sweep like you were talking about. The Huntsman, though, like we were talking about top of show, legitimately the last team to qualify for Series 3 of the Elite. They get 3-0'd by Torn in their qualification match. I forget who they 3-1 in the next one. I think it was like Confid's team, maybe, but still not exactly where you see such historic names like Brack, Johnny, Swooty, what he's been able to produce this season, and then the Halo World Championship that is Renegade. So this Huntsman team, from when they were playing with Miam and Kips at the beginning of the year, trying to return back to form. They were able to beat Team Orchid 3-1, losing the Gridlock Search and Destroy map number 2. Looking good in this Colossus thus far.
How about this? We go over towards P3. One of the only hard points for the M15 is of any actual use here on Colossus. God, I never thought I'd say that about the M15 here on Black Ops 7. 3 kills come through though, and for how much is that M15 used? Because Stallions brute force their way through on an important hard point for the back 15. Huntsman just going to have to give this one up. One player has managed to filter through behind enemy lines. That was Rupert. He gets cut down, and now you're starting to look for some of the exit frags on rotation. Johnny has already done an exemplary job at cutting some of those players down. Huntsman have all the players in the right position for this rotation.
Sure do. I mean, Swooty's getting so much information of all these players still hitting ult. He's got info on 2. Finds the next. Now he's up on a 5 spree. Casual stuff out of Swoot, man. I mean, this guy... He's a loudmouth trash talker, but he backs it up with what he's got going in game. This Huntsman team very happy to be able to have him as he's just playing cutoff here, even with the M15. Has a good look to take down Millie there for the spree, but still, presence being felt. It's about a 100-point lead.
Swooty is himothy at the moment. A lot of people kind of had question marks when this roster about how useful he would be. They dispel those concerns because he is extremely useful for this Huntsman side. They are almost 100 points to the good, and Johnny has been even more useful. A 3 spree for the man off the back of his heroics towards the last hard point, and he's not stopping as well. The pace continues to ratchet up for a Johnny. NPC presence through the middle of the map. Stallions constantly have to watch their back. One spawn out does come through from Millie, though. That now should be red here as another one is going to happen. This should mean Huntsman spawn out on the other side of the map. All the while, Sweetie on this second set of rotations is trying to hold down the fort. Inevitably gets cut down, but with this leader's advantage, you can do so much. And I think Huntsman, they want to make that advantage even higher. Brack now starting to step up to the plate.
And it's like you're saying here on Colossus, very rare do you see more than a single M15 being pulled out. I'm sure that Carson feels very, very happy about this as well as he finds just a couple more. 20-11 out of Johnny, 16-6 out of Swooty, going back towards the top center of the map now. That 100-point lead will continue to grow, and I mean, you're expecting for a lot more presence to be felt, especially out of Rupert, who's been a real standout SMG player ever since he made that transition back in MW2 with the Hivex Street Mob team, playing with Thresh. Shout out that guy. And then the same thing for Icons, what he's been able to produce this year as well alongside KB. But I mean, the presence is just not there. Johnny is just putting everybody on a mixtape, and where Johnny is not able to find the multi-kill, you then have Swooty to deal with. So going on this transition now over towards P2 needs to be a strong one for FC Stallions if they have any hope to take this map one.
How does this keep happening? How the hell the Huntsman keep getting the timing to get this P2 back spawn? Renegade did it momentarily. He was swiftly dealt with as soon as Stallions realized somebody had slipped the next. Swooty is infinitely more difficult to deal with. Swiggity Swooty, he's coming for that booty. Gets 3 in a row. And Huntsman now looking to maintain that 100-point lead. Back spawns locked down. And this is where these subs start to really ratchet up the tension once again. Renegade, next up for 3 in a row. It's like a slot machine of who's going to be the next one to procure a crazy 3-piece. And with Stallions in the position that they're in, these spawns are absolutely dreadful for the rotation, by the way. They are spawning in the worst possible place for the next hard point. Swooty ready to do absolutely more damage as well. It's just ridiculous. It's 2-piece after 2-piece after 2-piece. Stallions don't have a voice in this game.
Hey, you go back over towards the speed 3 in the first set. That's where we saw Swooty go on that Herculean 5, almost 6 spree to get himself that Hellstorm missile, but it's just wildly timings coming through just from the pace that we do have right now in BO7 because the NPC's existence. It's just really tough to be able to see any of these spawns being anchored out because everybody's just trying to spawn, die, spawn, die, spawn, die. But, I mean, Huntsmen are just absolutely flourishing in it right now. Renegade got bottom center control, goes 1 for 1. Is from that slot not being picked up until Johnny starts pushing all the way through, but you still have the front to be worried about as the Huntsmen, they got numbers now off of Johnny's little pinch coming through the center of the map. 20 seconds left to be accrued here, and Huntsmen are already over 200 points, and we're just barely halfway through the second set.
Stallions, you can see the desperation really starting to set in now. They are challenging everything, kind of individually to a certain extent. Rupert will try and play some heroics here to get control of the scrap time. Swooty not allowing it. This is the same position he was in previously. Johnny had the help as well on the transition. Dude, look at this. We're on rotation towards new, and Renegade is making plays like that. Hellstorm missile down. It's basically a UAV for Renegade to make these plays as well. Listen, guys, we know you want to watch the end of Huntsman and Stallions. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I think the Stallions fans don't want you to watch the end of this match because it is not good. But we're going to jump over towards a match over on Alpha at the moment, our big one in T-Bush versus P7 Notorious. But a reminder, you can see our big overview of everything going on in the world of Call of Duty Challenges. You can watch every single match over on the YouTube channel. There's several streams for you to keep up with all of the action. If you want to watch a match, there is a stream for you. Albeit it doesn't have minor public voices over it, so like, do you really want to watch it? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's some downsides to it. The upside is you get it.
That is absolutely true. Absolutely true. Keep all the tabs open because there's a lot of good matchups that are happening. I mean, that map 4 you saw right there between Cabal, Out the Mud, Huntsman are just getting started with their second series of the day. FC Stallions need to bounce back after getting reverse swept by Torn, but Telluride Bush and P7 Notorious, the new look after Afro gets picked up going into the league. We got Cammy now for Telluride Bush alongside Capsule after getting dropped by Surge. By namesake alone, this is a rematch from the last season's Elite Final, but it's such a different look as far as the rosters are concerned. This P7 team, though, probably a little bit more deadly over the Telluride Bush. It's a little bit more newer playing with one another.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's a rematch, but like, is it really kind of thing? You know what I'm saying? P7 Notorious, of course. Look, we're going to get a lot of love to Snoopy because he's the latest addition to this roster. He's just doing disgusting things in challenges, but everybody across the board here in this lobby is a demon, and it's going to show out here as we get a pretty close game of Hardpoint. P7 Notorious right now bracing for impact. Proloot with a triple. Proloot wipes the whole damn squad on entry. That's back 15 locked down fully thanks to Proloot.
It's a funny story, especially when it comes down to Byron. Proloot is the one player out of the original 4 of Telluride Bush that has not been brought up into the league. And from all his flexibility, originally a sub, we saw what he was able to do on Optic back in the day as well. Like, it's flabbergasting to me that Proloot hasn't at least gotten a chance, at least maybe an offer, but something you can absolutely put in towards your backpack and try to lean on. P7 Notorious got control of P3. Proloot's trying to find that space in the middle of the map. Will be traded out thanks to Cammy, but trades are not going to be good enough if you're hoping to try to get control over by P3, but Capsule off the 2. That'll certainly help.
Snoopy. Good team shots. Bean's good for it, though. Oh, Snoopy. Oh, not going to get the third. Bean's actually weak from the fight as well. He's going to have to back away. So Eric Bean with where he's left off. Look for these split spawns, by the way. Nobody blocking that back. That means Proloot's going to spawn in, and Proloot's going to do that for another 3-piece. Yeah, it's unfortunate sometimes you're not able to read those spawns. Sometimes those splits come through if you don't have players in the most minute of positions. And now worse, these P7 Notorious have to sprint across map for the rotation to new as well. They don't even get the best look on... Oh, Cammy tried to play his life towards that next rotation. P7 off the back of those gunfights. They will now have this rotation. Again, though, it's so back and forth. For how long are they going to? Because there's somebody at your backline. It's Proloot, and he's been a demon all game. Now on 4 in a row, looking for number 5. Finally cut down.
Yeah, DC just dropping down on the ground a little bit faster than Proloot to try to track further, but still, P7 Notorious is going to maintain that 20-point lead. Got these back sticky spawns. Boat push also starting to manifest for itself. Snoopy does have mid-map, or did for the time being, but it reveals Proloot's position, who finds himself another multi-kill in the feed. So this break from the front starting to happen for itself as the team in yellow spawning very far out over by red would do well to maybe try to concede the back 20 seconds and just set themselves up over by mid, but they may not care. I mean, Beans with the NPC in hand, he's already found himself 2. He's going to force a couple more eliminations to come out of from Telluride Bush, but in doing so, that just maintains those P4 spawns, exactly what P7 Notorious want at this moment in time, Brody, ahead of the rotation to new.
Big rotation here for P7 Notorious. They can make sure that nobody from T-Bush gets behind enemy lines. Oh, that's really unfortunate. You've got nobody blocking those back spawns. They do at the very least read it, and we'll be able to trade things out, but it momentarily lapses your attention around the front of the hill. Bush trying to take advantage of that. Trying to get through. At the very least, will open the door here for potential flanking play. Snoopy not able to cleanly get away with the gunfight. It keeps Proloot alive in the play. Snoopy now finally going to take that player down. Now just one player around the front. Caps will be good for 1, but immediately traded out. So P7 Notorious holding the line here for the moment. Bush looking to get into the back 25. DC now next up, and he gets cut down. Bush are trying, and it's going to have to come down to a heroic play from ProLoot. Runs out of bullets in his AR. Abe stunned up. Cap's also there for the trades, but T7 Notorious with those back spawns, they just keep on reinforcing those numbers.
And they're running up that score too, 141 to 86. I don't even think that Bush have seen a single second off of P5 as we're going in towards the second set. Have no idea realistically to look. Snoopy's running back over by Shop, just trying to find this control for him and his team. Eco Chow's on the Cap with an M15 who just lasers him on the reslide. So going back in towards the center of the map, Bush just needs to step it up ever so slightly. I mean, the slaying discrepancy really isn't too far gone. We're seeing ProLoot find a lot of these multi-kills, Brody, but when P7 Notorious got the back spawns anchored, you can see that they sink their teeth in fully for a lot of time, what we saw there on 5.
This is actually a lot of time you're losing away on P1 as well, right? I know that, you know, you can actually get a lot of time off guard P1 with the right setup, but the AR crossfire that's being set up right now from P7 Notorious, Bush had very little response. And it's kind of funny because when we joined in this game, things were pretty close between these two rosters off the back of a phenomenal P5 from P7 Notorious, where they constantly kept replenishing their forces. And now, a lot of time on P1. This game has started to get out of reach for Bush. Now Beans will get the double on the rotation as well. I mean, it's absolutely laughable here. Nade over the top. That's going to catch Cammy for sure. And Snoopy will deliver on that gunfight. Everybody doing the right thing right now for P7 Notorious. DC getting in position. Worth saying, DC in the position, that's going to spawn some players in some wacky places. But at the very least here, he can now deal with the players coming from spawn. Here we go. DC, good for 2. 5 in a row, 6 in a row for DC. Going to get cut down. But he does his job. It's all about delay, delay, delay.
And you saw just like in the minor moment there from ProLoot's POV after he found that initial kill. He died trying to get the trophy system out via the wall bang out from Beans. That could have been the difference in between negating a lot more nades from P7 Notorious and allowing Bush to encroach a little bit further forward to contest that time a lot sooner. But in undoing so, P7 Notorious have put themselves at the double century mark. They got about a 100-point lead. Cap, Cammy, ProLoot able to find 3 on transition, but they don't exactly have the next on wrap. They got Cap lurking over by boat. They're able to isolate Eric Boom, so now the rotation is already felt. And because you do have presence over by boat, you just got to watch out for these flanks and better hope that you win these gunfights and turn this into a money hill.
Yeah, I like the positioning here from T-Bush trying to actually X out the hard point. Caps almost lines up a couple of players, but gets cut down. Now down to Abe. He gets shut out as well. And it is wild how quickly these things can completely turn around. Eric Boom in a position to watch the middle of the map here. P7 Notorious have all the right players in the right positions. And Bush, this is such a difficult hill to break. In this stage of the game, this is almost impossible. Snoopy in a nuisance. You finally get cut down. One rogue spawn comes through from Abe. The read is through from DC off the back of the play call. So it should be the back 15 for Bush. The issue is that rotation. You really have to break this right now.
Yeah, the lead just may be insurmountable, though. I mean, you could try to contest for the back 10 seconds, but you got to push all the way through boat. And if you're trying to at least get back through mid-cut, Beans is already right there. So Capsule might be the first player to step up and try to see that. Beans already takes down Abe in return. Snoopy over by said boat location, finds himself another pair, and might as well give him the 3rd in a row. Snoopy might have just called game, as it's just 12 required for P7 Notorious.
Yeah, never mind the pair. It feels like a full flush right now. Snoopy continuing off his next life. Doesn't matter how you get it done. You take trades here. No way into the hard point, but straight through the front. And Beans knows it. He's watching it like a hawk. Things were even as we jumped into that game, and things got out of hand very quickly.
Very, very quickly indeed. Yeah, P7 Notorious not going to be ones to be trifled with when it comes down to any map on hardpoint. Especially the way that Scar plays now with this NPC meta. We talked about it briefly at the top of the show when we had a Scar hardpoint between our opening series of For Fun Esports and BitterSweet. But I think it just got turned up to 12 as far as the dial is concerned. We get players like Snoopy on our screen, man. When we get players like Eric Boom on our screen, just lurking around the hill, but Snoopy just getting lost throughout the entirety of the map. The 3rd NPC being pulled out there from Beans just has to be really annoying just to deal with in general. And just when you think that that's enough, that you're checking every single corner, like DC is just gunning you from range, man. Like, it's a very frustrating team to try to deal with, and it's not for a lack of trying. We saw a lot of good slays coming through from ProLoot. Saw a really good resurgence coming through from Capsule at certain moments of time. But at the point where you're fighting those multi-kills, it's all off the back end of a lot of your teammates already being desecrated by Snoopy and co. to be able to put up numbers like this, 27 and 22, 18 non-traded. He didn't lead the lobby in damage. That's going to be categorized for Beans to lead the way. But, I mean, you look at just the 28 assists between Beans and Eric Boom and the time that they shared inside the objective. That's just annoying to deal with within its own right.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of expect Beans to do this on Scar, by the way. Like, it's a map literally built for the M15s. It's the map for the M15s here in Black Ops 7, so you expect Beans to do that. I think it's a testament to... And I know we're in an NPC world at the moment, right? Yeah, I know the ARs out there are going to be like, the NPC is too powerful, guys. But, I think it's a testament to just Snoopy's power that he's able to go 27 and 22 with the NPC, putting himself in constantly good positions. It's a nuisance, and Bush absolutely felt it there. Over towards another matchup, though, as we continue to roll through our matches here in Call of Duty Challengers Elite. FaZe Falcons off the back of an L to kick things off. They want to have a dub here, and it's gone well so far versus OMiTNoir.
Just as a conclusion for that Out the Mud roster, we're able to win versus Cabal 3-1 off the 250 to 147 hardpoint map number 4. So Out the Mud able to go 1-for-1 on the day. Cabal also will be they're going to be starting off their elite 0-2. So very different dualities coming through as FaZe Falcons are going to be looking to put themselves into a situation to potentially try to get themselves on the win column. OMiTNoir, though, looking to continue on with their ever so winning ways. 3v3 as the bomb is starting to transition over toward B.
This is a tough one. You do really need to eradicate every single presence here for FaZe Falcons. So unfortunately, Roxas, I think, gets a little bit tetchy. Tough score. Nox, almost gets the second kill with a pistol. You spied out the last remaining player. Rex shaky shots, but you get it done. And I do think there for FaZe Falcons, right, on that transition, you've recognized that that plant's coming through. I think they probably don't need to be as aggressive as they are in attempting to stop that plant. Because planting on B is difficult as it is. And I think maybe that over-aggression, that over-challenge from FaZe Falcons kind of bites them in the bum.
Yeah, trying to play for the post plan even in a 3v3 is really, really difficult over by that B bomb site. There's a reason why on Scar, ever since BO7's release and competitively, we keep talking about the one bomb site that doesn't get a whole lot of love, but there upon transition, just FaZe Falcons may not have seen it all too often in how to try to deal with it. OMiTNoir now got themselves that 2-round lead. Offense here for FaZe Falcons, going to quickly get over towards A. I mean, Nox is already fighting for this green control, tracks 2Real through the smoke. That's not easy to do. Numbers early for FaZe Falcons.
Nox has been a demon this entire season. He was the standout player on the previous FaZe Falcons roster. Back now on a mostly Saudi team. Luca, of course, rounding out this team, but Nox is going to get cut down, as is Roxas now. Last remaining players here for FaZe Falcons, Sam has been Rex and Paul X, the latter of which is now in a 1 versus 2. The good news, of course, of him being so separated is that I didn't know where he was. He's taken a lot of pot shots, and in doing so, none of them going to connect. They know where he is. They turn around, and that is an easy frag there.
Yeah. All off the back end for Nox being able to find that elimination through the middle of the map. But you get Roxas in a lurking roll through P1. One player just trying to chase for that trade after losing your entry sub. Doesn't go 1-for-1 inside of shops. Just makes retaking that A site just so much more difficult if you don't have any nades to be able to try to uproot any players from these corners. Sure, was probably going to be denied by trophies as we are in round number 6 at this moment in time. FaZe Falcons at least stopped the bleeding here that OMiTNoir were starting to hemorrhage them with. This next offense won't see an immediate transition. 2Real's just going to throw his util out, try to bait out this 1v1 versus QK, who's been at a forefront of a lot of conversations. There was at one point where we thought that he was going to be going over towards the main Falcons team.
Yep. QK is also another one of it's wild how many conversations we've had around these players on the FaZe Falcons, right? Luke, obviously, at the start of the season, obviously, we talked a lot about Nox and QK more recently as well. Like, there are just so many different conversation points that you can talk about this FaZe Falcons team. For OMiTNoir, we need to have a conversation about 2Real, perhaps pulling off a 1 versus 3. Unfortunately, I think just didn't get the best look on that jump, right? He is trying to escape through a bit of a weird route that maybe FaZe Falcons aren't going to expect, but just hits the painting a couple of times too many, and there's no escaping after that.
That OMiTNoir team is also an interesting conversation, right? You get 2Real and Paul. They're 2 forwards of that For Fun and Fellow roster that actually made a pretty miraculous run through the previous series of Elite. They're joining the likes of Standy, who was playing on that Falcons Academy team. Don't remember specifically off the top of my head without looking at my notes where Rex was, but I mean, he's always a demon when it comes down to challengers as well. had a small stint in the league with the Carolina Royal Ravens last season. So it's a unfortunate endings, I suppose. Here comes a B rush, though, coming through for FaZe Falcons, and they got the Godheady, but are they going to expect Standy to be right here?
I don't think so. There we go. Surprise, or rather a shock. Standy comes through for an easy double. This round now feels infinitely more difficult to win. Roxas and QK on an island. And they are watching every single potential angle here. I guess the only way you could possibly win this round if OMiTNoir kind of put themselves in a bad situation by accident. An opportunity here for QK. Has the pistol out though for the kill. A quick scope might have done it. Standy has been spotted by Roxas, but Roxas, I mean, he kind of feels like he's in the middle of a terrible situation right now. Again, it's just one of those things where if you're in a 1 versus 4, the best you could hope for is these players bunching up in a bad position. That ain't gonna happen.
No, it is not. All of the back end of Standy's play, and again, why when we talk about the B bomb site, you throw any sort of utility. Standy was already on that rollout. Typically, if you don't see any util like what Standy heard and saw from his teammates in communication, he's probably just going to push all the way through and try to play for that flank. Tough gunfight going over towards top blue, but if you don't drop down bottom P3, which as the offensive team, I don't know why you would, unless you are Torn Esports and you have those set nades to go over top of the plane like that, you're going to be susceptible towards that little two-piece that we saw from Eli. So 1 round lead comes through from Moment Brooklyn. Their offensive attempt will be bringing us back over towards A. Tureal's on an island over here. He's playing the Creddy spot. He's going to get a lot of information, see some toesies, but he's going to get overwhelmed by numbers.
Tureal? Oh, hold on. I was going to say never count out Tureal in that situation. He was in a 1 versus 3. That's enough, though, for OMiTNoir to get that bomb down. You know where 2 players are. The third, you don't. And now Roxas is in a real position. So basically have a UAV as far as these players. Roxas put some shots to the wall, though. Nox able to produce a Rex on the flank. And now it's all down to Standy. The fact that Roxas was over here means that Standy does have the element of surprise. There's a shots out on towards Nox, though. He needs to make that gunfight happen just a little bit quicker. Nox with the movement, make sure that doesn't happen. FaZe Falcons, tit for tat we go. They take the retake.
Get a little bit of a sneak peek as far as what's going on in our alpha match. Telluride Bush going to be preparing their opening round versus P7 Notorious. Torn Esports going up against For Fun Esports on the opposite side. Again, you can catch all of those matches on COD Challengers for the YouTube page. But some Plaza Search and Destroy. Oh boy, strap yourself in, bro. It's gonna be a good old-fashioned bang out, baby.
Is that Skrillex I hear in the background?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. That's my nostalgia.
Yeah, I thought my boombox was playing for a second. Sorry.
I had to take my in-ear out for a second. Either way, T-Bish trying to hold on. This is so difficult. You got to breach and clear this site. Navy seals this shit. DC trying to get away. Not going to happen. Angry with immediate trade out. 2 for 1. We go all down to 1 player. And just like that, let me tell you something. If there's anything I remember about Plaza from Black Ops 2, and I don't remember a lot because my memory is terrible, even at the supposedly right page of 27, it really shouldn't be as bad as it is. It's that this bomb site is almost impossible to get back into.
I mean, through the first round, no less. Abe does find 3 of 4, by the way, so he's on an early Hellstorm watch, but difficult to do as far as Plaza is concerned. But yeah, I mean, like, your opening salvo is going to be a lot of nades from defensively, like from the fish tank over towards the Terranium, and like if you don't like get any of those nades to go through the club, the offense is just going to get the bomb down, and you realistically have no sort of entrance. Here comes that bang out. Pro Loot going to be the first one in. Snoopy finds 2. DC for the 3rd. Does everybody have an NPC? They do.
Yeah, it's Plaza. it's Plaza.
Hell yeah, dude.
Nades out. And bye-bye, Abe. I would like to know how many pieces of Abe have just hit the dance floor. Because I imagine with a double nade setup like that, probably a fair few chunks.
Yeah, I mean, some of them got sprayed back over to the concourse, too.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going around here. Yeah, I mean, just, gee, look at that. Honestly, we are so fortunate that we don't have, like, the goriest effects here in this Call of Duty. Because, yeah.
Like dismemberment? Could you imagine?
Could you imagine, dude, the body parts going flying like Happy Wheels? I don't know if that's a reference anybody's going to get here. I have no idea. Anyway, just imagine. Regardless, yeah, I mean, to your point about the SMGs, right? I mean, this is just how Plaza has always been. It's so incredibly difficult, and we're just going to see another bang out here. 4-for-4 we go. Eric Boom's flying here. Shots out. Not enough. Connecting Prolute with the double nade to kick things off, followed up. Oh my god. Guys, honestly, you blink and you miss these S&D rounds.
The Capsule was hoping to hit the route all the way through the shop, dude. By the time that he even got halfway through the map, Byron found a popcorn two-piece inside the opposite couches, man. Like, oh god, I'm so happy to see Plaza back and competitive. This is everything I imagined it was going to be. Black Ops 7, Brody. I don't even like. These rounds have been so fast. Like, are we near trophy systems? I don't even know. Look at this 2-for-2 split this time around for P7 Notorious. I mean, they might try to slow things up here ever so slightly, but tell you right, Bush is going to be upset. And they're like, yo, Tango for 6 over here? Cammy's by himself. What happened?
It's like all of a sudden we were like, yeah, listen, we're not going to hit AA fast anymore. I imagine this probably has something to do with the lack of a trophy system for P7 Notorious, or at the very least, they are just trying to stagger this hit. Either way, Cammy a lot to do here. Call has been made, and those white arrows are going to fly. Stunned up is Cammy. Should be held by the tack mask. Never mind. Snoopy's going to take him out, and now it's P7 Notorious in full control. If you didn't have a trophy system, or if you do, I should say, now in the round, it's probably going to come out now.
Yeah, I think that they were just like getting all the nades out inside of Terranium. Here comes the push from Concourse. Abe, late nade over top of the bar, gets the flak out from Eric Boom. It's not revealed though. He still finds a one on a Prolute. Capsule is the next player up, and he had a good look there for the second, but I mean, like a BO7 trailer, he saw people wall bouncing on both sides there at the dance floor, and yeah, just a really good take coming through from P7 Notorious. I mean, look, Plaza Search and Destroy, you're always going to see it bang out inside the club. That is obvious. But when you don't have the trophy system, like you pointed out, Brody, you're going to expect for all these nades to still get thrown in towards the Terranium side, and by the time they were able to see the majority of those nades outside of Abe, I think was the only one that still had that last one available for Bush, then you can start hitting the go button, isolate the one target that was thrown off of the nasty shoulder from DC, and get numbers tied up here in round 5.
Wow, how much is just bang out? Here we go again. Abe for the first, Abe for a second. Eric Boom with a double of his own. These bodies are doing backflips in the club. Cammy with a slide out, only going to hit the toes of a player on the other side. Honestly, when I tell you guys that there is only so much... listen, Proper is a very intelligent guy, okay? He's got a big brain over there in the NA side of things. I don't think there's much analysis that Proper is going to have here beyond. Team A hits at the same time of Team B. It's a double blind, and Team A just wins the gunfight. That is literally what's happening right now.
No, that's why I love it. That's why I like Skyline Search and Destroy. That's why I like Plaza, man. I just turn my brain off and just like no thoughts, just Papega sprint like straight towards the bomb side. Like hit drowning pool because the bodies are hitting the floor, bro. This is madness. 3 players there defensively, but P7 Notorious again are just trying to delay any sort of nonsense that goes on inside of the club. Okay, they got Snoopy and DC trying to hit all the way outside of the clothing shop. This all comes down to Abe and his timing on the opposite side.
Hey, this was a bit of depth here on Plaza. Abe's gonna get found out though. That's such a good stun check from Snoopy. His sixth sense, his spidey senses were tingling. All down to Cammy now. There is no chance for escape, and you called it perfectly, mate. I mean, Abe is in a position where he can do something spectacular. It's a different look for the first time here on Plaza Search and Destroy. And Snoopy's like, something's up. I don't know. I just got a feeling that some kind of different play is being made here by Bush. And yeah, that was absolutely the play. What a perfect stun.
And even if the trophy system is there, like that still reveals the position over by Patio that someone's going to be there. It's not going to be an AR, obviously. It's Plaza for crying out loud. What are we talking about? P7 Notorious, though, I mean, like their slow roll all the way out from the courtyard area. I think that they're playing this to a fine tee because once you get over towards B-bomb, you already know the rest of the players are going to be flooding out like ants over by A. Here comes the bang out, though. It's a 4v3. DC finds that first blood, and that immediately shoves numbers in towards what Capsule is able to do, and Eric gets the perfect timing. This is nonsense.
This Guinness World Records run of the most wall bounces in a game of Call of Duty will continue. Search and Destroy, I think, in particular, as P7 Notorious just win those opening nades. Bush overwhelmed by util, sent their way as well. And I think, again, we don't have the stats to show it right now, but I would envisage the fact that it is just T7 Notorious winning these opening engagements time and time again. DC did it that time around. As soon as you've lost the point of ingress through the actual bomb site itself, there's very little getting back in towards this one. I will shout, and I don't mean this in any disparaging way as well, because P7 Notorious, of course, are just barreling through the search and destroy. Beans is 0-5 right now. If that doesn't tell you what kind of map Plaza is, I don't know what will.
No, I don't care. DC is on a 5 spree, and there's nobody that's in this lobby right now that's gonna iron up more than DC. Like I have no shade towards Connor whatsoever, but like I feel like Bean should be absolutely flourishing. But he is that M15 playing all the way in towards the back during these slow roll plays, and that should be a clear-cut audio cue for Telluride Bush what P7 again are trying to look like for this offense, just trying to throw them off kilter. But the bomb is leaning over towards A, so it is a lot of pressure for Beans to find something through the middle of the map.
If there was ever a time for Beans to get involved, it would be now. Oh my god, that's a stick from
gosh.
Diamond Con. Snoopy with a wall bounce to follow up as well. Abe able to get a double. Back and forth we go. Beans doesn't even need to get involved. Now down to Proloot in a 1 versus 2. P7 Notorious, they're going to get this rock down.
Nah, I don't care, dude. DC's a sicko. 1v2, Proloot, yeah, I mean, they're expecting for the timing to come through one of the two angles with the time on the clock like that. Had everything covered over by B, didn't see anything on the crossover by the courtyard, and it is just a very electric, and yet somehow showing a little itty bitty depth on Plaza Search and Destroy out of P7 Notorious. Beans gets the last kill, he gets his first kill in the final round, so honestly, yeah. But DC, I mean, that guy was on sicko mode the entire time. I mean, you put an NPC in this guy's hand, and he is not afraid to throw some shoulders and absolutely sprint at you. 6 of those 8 eliminations were non-traded. Snoopy found the majority of that damage as well throughout all of that, man. He was just absolutely having a field day. We got our bang outs, man. We got some 4v4s over by Plaza, but then when push came to shove, P7 Notorious were like, hold on one second. Our coach B-Sport Josh would absolutely have our heads if we didn't show just a little bit of depth. A little bit.
Man, there was a little bit in there, but I mean that was just bang out, right? I mean that's just what Plaza. For the first for the first Plaza I've watched in about 10 years. Well, hang on, no, 10 years. What was that, like 2012? Because I think Plaza was removed from the rotation in Black Ops 2, like almost immediately. I think it was in there for like the launch event. I don't know if it reached Anaheim. I don't know. I'm reaching deep into the vault right now. Either way, we're splitting hairs. It was in the rotation about 13 years ago or so, at the least. Maybe 14. Yeah, I don't know. I feel old. I'm 27 years old. I don't know what's going on right now. I'm starting to feel like I'm getting like flashbacks or whatever. Either way, it's been a while since I've seen a Plaza, and I'm getting floods of memories right now as to how that thing plays. So looking forward to another one of those in the near future. We are going over towards Search and Destroy in a very different map though. It's your fave. It's Gridlock. We're back in Black Ops 4 territory. BitterSweet off the back of their disappointment from their first loss of the day. Starting pretty strong here versus Orchid.
Yeah, you're talking about memories from BO2, memories from BO4 here. As far as Gridlock Search is concerned, fast plant here on Tree. All points of ingress being looked at, flank being held by Flames, at least for the time being. ASIM has to be the one to complete the pinch, and the information's mutual. And now they're just gonna rush through the opposite side. This is so smart out from Orchid, and Dak's gonna be able to find himself too. You know, seems on the very deep flank. And if there's one player in particular that should know this map mode combination better than anybody, it's Flames. He was a part of that group with like Lurid 47, Estriel, who's on Rocker right now. Gosh, I'm forgetting somebody else too, but like,
probably like
there was like that time where like they were like the BO4 grinders, man.
Yeah. I
bet you Flames was licking his lips when he saw this coming into the pool, bro.
Your brothers in kind in that way for sure, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Absolutely. We got a big Gridlock stand on the broadcast here, folks. Great round there for Orchid, able to reverse what was not a great situation to be in. BitterSweet going to take this bomb over towards A. Of course, Orchid do have to kind of hedge their bets ever so slightly here, and it's going to be a retake from behind. BitterSweet almost immediately, without you still throwing out, they're going to turn their heads here towards this flank. Point of ingress. Should be Rispy. Ready for it. Sliding out in towards the showers. Oh, he does get washed almost immediately here. Flames kicks off with the first blood, though. BitterSweet starting to get pinned in towards this site ever so slightly. Flanking play also being made by Flames simultaneously, and that's going to turn the attention enough that the last couple of kills can come through from Dimensions. All it takes is one player on an off flank, and BitterSweet fall apart.
This Orca team's going to be really fun to watch, man. I mean, the explosivity that you get out of Dak, Flames with the AR, brilliant mind as far as an AR perspective is concerned. He was playing on the island all the way over by Sushi. The other 3 players just kind of go through the expressway, complete the flank around the backside of Terrace, like what you saw Seam trying to do on the previous defense. 3 players strong out from Orchid, and 2 of those 4 players are a former duo from the Huntsman roster of Nemi and Rispy, whatever the hell in Dimensions is. Shout out CDC Intel. But, like, I mean, they are just playing this to a fine fiddle right now. And it's forcing BitterSweet to play such a standardized rollout to poke and prod for some information.
Initial util. Orchid gets them in towards A. You're not even going to complete the bomb plant here. I think they're just ready up for a potential push to come through. Rispy getting aggressive with it here. Not able to locate the players, though. Able to find the second. Good enough for a 2 versus 2. Now down to just 1. Flames is in it, or Dak, excuse me, is in it. Slide out from Mastertees. Shots from Dak. Not good enough just yet. Both players at 100 HP. And the dance will continue here. Arstees chooses the wrong angle to check, and Dak gets behind him. Orchid brute force their way through, and Dak wins a crucial 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, Alec was really hoping and relying that that push was going to be coming through from the tree side. You can see it right here. I think he was ironed up. Not too sure if he ended up like lurking back over towards reception and the showers flank that Dak was starting to produce, but I mean, yeah, Dak just hits it. Just full sprints. It's an NPC meta, baby. He's just going to continue to eat himself forward. He's up to 4 in a row now. And it's a 4-1 lead for Orchid. And BitterSweet, I mean, this is one of those moments where you just want a 4-player bang out something, just hope that you're able to get something to stick. But I mean, they're just going to continue with these slow rolls and just maybe hope that they can get some information. But it's a 3-player stack over by Sushi, guarding this B defense. Seam is just waiting for his teammates to maybe try to find some more info over by A before he starts executing over by B.
Now, Dimensions down. It actually gives Orchid pick of the litter, or BitterSweet, excuse me, pick of the litter as far as how they want to play this. Orchid's strategies kind of come down to some timing through the middle of the map, but they're not going to get. Now all down to Rispy, and they're not going to get that either. Every single card that Orchid turn over is being swatted away. And you're in a 2v4 here. If you're a Dak, you kind of want to think about preserving your force spree, because the Hellstorm missile again, even on gridlock, can be crucial. They're going to shoot for it. Why not at this point? Ball sack to the wall. Dak takes some shots. Flames now with the Overwatch here. Dak should be able to put himself up towards 100 HP, and these guys are just taking pot shots. Kill comes through for Flames. Second kill comes through for Flames now. Dak is weakened up, and there's the double. You trade the potential streak for an L in the round. BitterSweet come out strong.
And nothing more terrifying than just being trapped over by showers. One shot, no stim. Absolutely pun intended for the BO4 era. But still, I mean, with Dak being trapped over by showers, like, Flames can throw as many shoulders as he wants. And like you were saying, he does find 2, but I mean, that round all falls by the wayside off of the opening first blood. I want to say that came through from Fellow. But regardless, whoever was able to find it, it opens up numbers to be able to rewrap all the way through Gift and get over towards that A bomb site. Because now you know you don't have numbers to be able to play for that pinch that we saw Orchid able to find. So BitterSweet finally break the mold. They got themselves that one more round. Keep it within 2, but it's a 4-player bang out from Orchid into Tree.
Orchid's going to get a plant effectively for free here. You're going to check this right-hand corner as soon as you enter towards the site, or at least somebody is. Expecting Artie to throw a shoulder, and now the information to be acted on. Never mind, Artie actually gets away with a gunfight for free now. Follow up here. Recipe going to have to try and get back away and towards showers. That stun should connect, and it will. Fellow through the smoke, trying to find the frag. Not able to do so just yet. These players through the smoke and mirrors, but Dak is found out on the flank. There goes the mentions as well. Or excuse me, it is just mentions now for a 1v4. It's not going to happen. A good effort for a flanking play, but ultimately, BitterSweet, they win it with the numbers.
Yeah, they're starting to really dissect where a lot of these post plants are going to be coming from, right? You're just kind of stacked over on your side of the showers, and by the time that the bomb plant does come down, you find one on transition, and you just start trying to rewrap over towards the shower side, and by the point that you are hoping to try to get in towards a winning position. The AR's got SMGs, and they're able to hold that line of sight and try to enact that pinch that's coming through from their actual sub players. Again, it is an NPC meta, and we are just living in it right now. RCD is up to 7-6 between the last 2 rounds. Found himself 3 there. Now we're just within 1. So this offense for BitterSweet we saw previously, a little bit more stagnant over towards the B bomb side. This time they are sending their full-fledged numbers over here. They're going to be met by 3.
Double stack already through here. Fellow is going to get cut down. BitterSweet hit. They've drawn a couple of rounds back to back, but I don't think they're going to survive this one. Short of RCD's doing something sensational. He's getting flanked behind, and that's not going to happen. So Orchid able to secure another round on their efforts to tie things up against BitterSweet. Looking over then towards all of the matches going on right now. You can watch every single one at youtube.com/COD Challengers. There's still 5 matches going on at the moment, one of which is P7 Notorious 2-0 up against Bush Gaming. Again, we reminded you folks, these matches are integral for seeding going in. I mean, I'm really just sort of making it to playoffs, of course. We don't want to assume who's going to make it, given some of the events that have already happened. But this one in particular, I think, given the power level of these 2 teams proper, it's incredibly important for P7 Notorious.
Oh, undoubtedly. I mean, you got the rematch of the Cup. We know what these 2 teams are able to offer each other, and even from a namesake alone, we do expect them both to be in playoffs, but obviously, for layman's terms, if you've never seen seeding before in your life, you want to be the highest seed possible, or the lowest as it may be. The number 1 seed obviously has a much easier go of things when it comes to playoffs, but P7 Notorious being 2-0 up as far as this series is concerned is a great feeling, given that you're going in towards Overload. A quick response gets us tied up at 1 apiece.
Big response there from Bush. Trade's now coming through in Bush's favor. P7 Notorious, I think, just being very cautious about a potential player making it through that probably shouldn't. Early util being sent away, all now down to the cross. That's going to be Snoopy, who has to try and pull it off. Has a bit of backup here. Wants to try and hit the regen, not able to do so. Abe is getting across and gets the overload through, despite the triple from ProLoot. It doesn't even matter. You get that overload anyway.
All right, so the 1 up lead for the score. Vice is going to respawn towards the center of the map. Cammy's playing cutoff here from long. Even with the NPC, he's going to get crossed up, but that is numbers in the feed for Bush. Not a whole lot of space being provided. I mean, Snoopy's keep on getting lost. He's able to convert that one, too. What a gunfight win out of Snoop. 9-4 now, but again, the battle of space, not really there, especially when P7 Notorious are taking their own lives.
I'm a big fan of this play, actually, from Bush. I think more specifically from Ake, right? It's not something that P7 Notorious are going to be able to expect. Yeah, not whatsoever. Taking Beans down, that's going to turn the attention of all those players. Again, it opens the door for a play like this to come through from ProLoot, who does actually get cut down. Cammy will be able to trade things out. Abe has been dealt with on the other side. Cammy now just trying to hold these guys, and Cammy picks up 3 just like that on 4 in a row now. Just how quickly the tables can turn in Bush's favor, and it's all down to Cammy, who is now at 11-6. His reign of terror will continue.
Yeah, Cold War Cammy is certainly back, 11-7 now. He does get cut down. The device still getting backpacked here by P7 Notorious. They're looking to get that into ring control. Snoopy's already past third. Last player here is going to be Cammy, and yeah, it's just another score that comes through. All off of the numbers from transition. I mean, Cap is on the opposite side, getting lost on the map, and P7 Notorious are more than happy to do that. They know where they have their numbers advantage. Snoop gets his 12th elimination here just in this overload. And if they can deal with Cammy, who has an M15, which they're able to do, and Beans could have slid all the way through, may have looked at that 3rd capture, but just ever so narrowly gets cut down. Tell you right, Bush, next on the push.
Snoopy has to go big. 13-8, he's already had a sensational overload, and he's on the chase. Eric Beam from the middle of the map here. Can he cut these guys off at the source? No. Got to be careful about how much you're investing in towards this flank, because Bush might be able to get past you. I think they're actually going to slow up to try and deal with some of that pressure hitting them through. Snoopy is going to get caught off guard. DC now tagged up as well. As Beans falls, DC really needs to play his life here. Not able to do so. All of it comes down to Eric Broom. Eric Broom, excuse me. How much can you brace towards the duck side? Shots out. Not enough for the frag. At least you have dealt with that flanking player in Capsidal, so Bush just cannot get through. 3 down. P7 Notorious now trying to get that overload back towards the Bush side.
Oh, no coverage all the way through long. Prelude's going to be able to find that elimination, and Cap also cleans up over by Dirt. So that push that could have been manifested, not going to be there at all. Snoopy also dies on transition. This could be a turn of events as Abe is already into the bottom side of P3. Still looking for at least Beans, and now they got information on where DC's located at their side of solar panels. Device is going to respawn over by P2. Prelude, Abe, all able to find themselves eliminations, but Snoopy just picks up the device. He's trying to run away with it. He took down Capsule, and he's just bringing it further away from where Bush needed. All the space was there for Bush, but Snoopy's running away.
He's literally taking the one route that Bush could not have possibly seen him by. Of course, Snoopy does have to play blocker. You will get the extra 30 seconds here. Not going to be able to read Cammy on the flank, so you're going to get beamed here. You don't have the help that you wanted. Good effort there from Snoopy. Pulls it back in time, but just not going to get the help that he desires to actually close that one out. What a super weird overload. These kind of overloads are, you just get these random overloads out of nowhere. Yeah. And this one earlier on, Prelude finds this 3. Is exactly another one of them.
I mean, one person maybe looking at him there, everybody trying to stop Abe from capturing the device, which he still does. But, I mean, in that moment, like, you find the 2-for-1 trade. Snoopy's the next one up. And he's able to find said trade, and he just grabs the device, cues the Benny Hill music, and then just nobody's able to find him until the overtime ensues. And then from outside the lines, I didn't see who from Telluride Bush was able to find that elimination, but stops that third from being captured. Now we're all tied up going in towards the second half. Again, Bush need this to stay alive in this series, but P7 Notorious are relentless as Snoop is almost double pots. Oh my gosh.
Kill starting to come through here for P7 Notorious. This should be an easy cap. There's no way of stopping this one, especially with how deep Snoopy is pushing in towards these spawns. He's forcing these guys to spawn as far back towards the back of the map anyway. Snoopy explodes towards the generators. Abe almost immediately going to fire back with 2 of his own. Makes that 3. That's the clearance for Abe. DC continuing to be a nuisance. This is going to force Bush to off-spawn, try to take that player down. That's exactly what happened. Fortunately, they didn't full commit to this play, though. Send a couple of players to a different area. Prelude, flanking play. Dealt with by P7 Notorious. Now it's guns up towards the front. One more player, and it is going to be a forward push on this overload. You lose DC in the play. Weakens things up ever so slightly. Beans now needs to try and fire his way across. Can't get through. Can Eric? No. Stop at the goal line here for Bush.
And then they have to try to retake this device because it got picked up out of Capsule instead of trying to play for the refresh of the device. They're going to try to pivot away from this, but they're still setting 2 more players to maybe try to combat an over by mid-cut. Cammy's already playing top P3, finds 1 on the overextension, and now he can just play for the trades over by connector. Those 1 more player is down low, but the problem is that he doesn't have help. He may not even need said help. Snoopy's able to complete at least a flank towards the top side of Plat, but the device still has not been able to make its way past that 50-yard line, but now it can finally do so off of a strong wave of gunfights.
Bush trying to get through. Good read on towards Eric. 3 HP. Now 2. Another couple of stuns, and Caps will be dead by way of stun. He'll get back up towards 100 HP now as Bush try to penetrate the back line of P7 Notorious. DC, beautiful kill. Gonna dead that EMP device by Dirt's side. Not gonna want to pick it up just yet. Racing for the push to come through. DC off the back of a stun almost converts for the double. And Cammy now going to have to try and find a more creative way to get this through. It's not going to happen. Eric Boom with an easy double. That's 3 in the feed. Pro, you got to be careful about how wide you swing this one. And P7 Notorious having absolutely none of this. They might actually beat Bush to the punch. Snoopy, depending on how much damage he can do. No, not going to happen. Beans to the pistol. Not going to find any frags as well. All down to DC. He goes down. You got to be careful about a potential counter cap coming through.
Yeah, but the problem is that you still have all of the players in yellow still spawning parallel over by B. Got 2 players over by Dirt. Numbers are here for Telluride. They just got to play the trade game. Their hesitancy is what bit them in the last offensive attempt when they had the device, and it looks like their hesitancy is about to do it again. Eric Boom off the flank has a good look for the third, but Abe is 1 shot, and he has to give up the space. So many opportunities between that last push and the one previous to be able to get some scoring attempts, but it just feels like that Telluride Bush don't know which way to be bringing the device, where they have an advantage, but it's not easy getting that information in a game like Overload and on Exposure, no less.
Bush are actually making progress, though. Prolute might have just broken the enemy line. Nope, gets spotted out. Abe goes down as well. Bush continuing to lose numbers here. The EMP resets over and over again. Beans gets a despicable third in a row. And now he can be the lead blocker on this play. Maybe another low blow through. 1 minute 20 on the clock. It would be big, and Beans continues to create space. Not going to find yet another one towards the backline. Caps and Cammy might well have stopped it. DC down. Caps for 3. And now Bush right back at you again.
It's all the way on their side, though. 60 seconds remain. And every time that they get in that scoring position, like what you just saw, Prelude was the only one trying to be the lead blocker. Didn't have any assistance. This time it's way different. Abe, he's able to find himself 2. Has a good look for the 3rd. Will end up finding it. Should be the capture for the tie ball game, and it absolutely is. Device is spawning over by Dirt, and that's a good thing to have for yourself if you are Telluride Bush, but they're lacking the information on where P7 Notorious are.
Eventually, the dam had to break. The amount of pressure that Bush were applying over and over again, push after push, and the Bush has got through. He's a Notorious, though. They might do this. Oh my god, Eric Boom off the wall bounce. DC just slide it through. Eric Boom is good for the trade. It looked like there might be some hope in this one, and P7 Notorious, right off the rip, are able to crush it with an immediate counter attack. 15 seconds. Flanking play from Cammy. Could it be the thing that breaks it? Kill's not there enough. Cammy, can you do anything in this situation? No. Beans is cautious about it. That's going to be it. Nobody from P7 will touch a nade over. Is the final say. It is P7 Notorious with a swift 3-0. That is a kick to the testes for Bush. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, you never want to get kicked in the bush, bro. That's the last thing you ever want to have happen for you. So shaved as it may be for Telluride Bush here, as far as their days will conclude. They at least had that map 5 win versus FaZe Falcons earlier in the day, Brody, but nonetheless here going up against P7 Notorious, we saw that back at the Cup 9 Grand Finals, and even from a namesake back at the Elite Series 2. This P7 Notorious team is the absolute real deal. We talk about their Birmingham run. We talk about how well they did and where they were able to win. They lose Afro going back into the league, but they pick up a Snoopy dog. And he goes absolutely sicko mode. 32 and 21. 24 of those eliminations not traded. He basically led almost every single statistical category. And with the NPC in hand, just absolutely just sticking that gun right down all of his enemies' throats. He had 40% accuracy. Like, that is not easy to do when the range of gunfights that he's also taking. But I think it needs to be said on the opposite side. Like, Cammy did have a really good game. 25 of his 32 eliminations were non-traded, Brody. 3,700 damage in his own right. But there was no supporting staff at all from what Cammy was able to produce. And I'm still going to be having PTSD on Telluride Bush's behalf on a lot of those opportunities that they had to be able to get the overload to be captured when they were on the P3 side of the map. It's just their hesitancy is just constantly coming back to bite them in the rear. Overload continues to haunt the Bush.
Man, that is tough. I mean, I think the thing is, right, is that you tie things up at 3-3 and then you almost immediately lose the overload with a counter attack. I think that is just so unfortunate. Whenever that happens, it is heartbreaking you when you are 2 down in the series and it's like, yeah, this game is done. You kind of just know it. It sinks in a way. Also sinking right now, OMiT Brooklyn here. 2-1 down in the series to FaZe Falcons, looking for the first dub of Stage 3 of North American Challengers Elite. OMiT Brooklyn up here in the gridlock hardpoint. Paul X trying to play his life to perfection. Dipping and diving. He's doing it to perfection right now. Oh my god, how on earth has he gotten away with that kill against Nox? QK left isolated, and off the back of that play, Paul X will almost single-handedly take control of the hill.
Don't really need all the space provided. When Standy is finding eliminations via the frag grenades. Confirms that everybody's going to be at least trying to flood through the front part of showers, but we're down to about 15 seconds when it comes down towards this P3 area. And we're gonna start wrapping over towards Sushi, but FaZe Falcons can at least throw some more numbers at that because they at least had the spawns over towards New, but they lose it. And Paul X hits it all the way through. 2 reels there to pinch it on the opposite side. Now they can focus up on the front.
You know that somebody, I was going to say, you know that somebody's going to be trying coming on the flank here. Tyrael doesn't even care. Just batters his way in towards the hard point. You don't even need to make a flanking play happen. Just as quickly as FaZe Falcons hit that rotation, OMiT Brooklyn already got this thing on lock. Things could get disastrous here for FaZe Falcons. Good read on all of these players coming through the front of the hard point as well. Tyrael keeping an eagle eye on any potential entrance in towards the doorway. Playing bouncer here towards the hard point. Now those players starting to come in from other angles, though. Tyrael going to have to break a reposition. The adjustment not going to happen in time. QK able to find 3, and that's the break for the FaZe Falcons. It's a valuable back 20.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, this back 20 is very crucial for FaZe Falcons. It could be the difference in between whatever the marginal lead may be, and for Nox to be able to keep his gunny hot just like that, comparatively to what could have potentially been about a 100-point lead. So, I mean, 122 to 59 definitely looks a lot better than whatever it may end up being as we're going back towards the center of the map, but combined 33 eliminations between Standy, 2Real, and Rex. The shooters are absolutely shooting for OMIT Brooklyn.
Yeah, 100%. Now you're going to start to see those players get their gunnies up on the headies here in towards this one. Reading the corners really perfectly. Perfect nade being cooked up there by 2Real in the middle of the map. Flanking play from Roxas. Maybe could break the deadlock here on Gridlock. Will find one. Taking a 1-for-1. Momentarily turns the attention away from the front of the hard point. Now 2Real tagged up. Lot to do. 2Real not able to provide a second. 2 versus 2 towards the hard point. Standy is there for the trades though. OMIT Brooklyn. This is a stalwart defense at this hard point. They basically get every single second.
Sandy's on a new lease of an SMG life right here. 16-6, up on that 5 spree. He looks really comfortable and confident with the MPC in hand. This meta has definitely packet punched what he's able to produce in a game like Call of Duty. This brings it back to what I saw when he was like on that Legion team with the Vaznev. Hate to bring back any PTSD that some may have from that time and frame, but that's just the type of gameplay that you can expect out of Standy, especially when he has all the confidence in the world. Double positive from him. 164 to 77 as we go over towards the red truck for P2. And well, FaZe Falcons are here. You got a Luca that's watching the very deep flank. He should have one for free. That's 2Real. The rest of his teammates can just iron up from the front, but they lose the gunfights. Paul's there for 2. Luca's the last alive, and he has to gun everybody from the world to fight for the back 25.
Doesn't do so. FaZe Falcons now going to have to fight to get back in towards the hard point, trying to fly across the way. Roxas should be commed here, but doesn't matter. He'll find the kill against Paul X regardless. Rex, got to be careful there, buddy. And around the shot. Oh, goes for the drop shot. Perfect one towards the first. A lot of resources exhausted here for FaZe Falcons, and Standy actually finds a couple of kills towards the old time as well. So that's a little bit of time that FaZe Falcons probably would have wanted that they're no longer going to get. Good alpha position coming through from Rex on the rotation as well. Catches Nox and Aluka off guard on a potential flanking play. So things now will be a little bit more flat as far as the breaking towards this hard point is concerned. You don't check the left corner on towards your entrance. Kill strike, kill feed now starting to come through. Flanking play from Aluka could put this hard point in favor of Falcons. QK able to pick up a couple here. He's being a proper nuisance here for OMIT Brooklyn as they try to re-enter in towards a hard point.
Slowly and surely working their way back in towards this map number 4. Just chiseling away at that lead that OMIT Brooklyn have created for themselves. Still a very steep deficit, but Roxas back into that 2-piece, the M15. Start bumping his teammates a little bit further forward to try to get this back garden control. Is being held by Standy again, who's having himself a great map number 4. 23-13 now for Eli. You got players ironed up through the underpass. Sushi already being controlled by Paul, and the back spawn's being anchored.
Yeah, you have to break this. When Brooklyn have got themselves in position, they know that that's probably going to be the objective. And anything, oh my god, Standy. Yeah, this NPC, man. In the hands of Standy, it looks even better. 24-14 is standing now. Tyrael getting aggressive, knows where these players are going to be coming from, and will deal with them in time. Second kill for Tyrael for the pistol for third. Not going to happen. But OMIT Brooklyn know where to brace from. All of this pressure is coming from one side of the hard point. All it takes is just watch the points of ingress. Paul X going to fall though. Util being sent here. Rex tagged up from one side of the hard point, and an opportunity here for FaZe Falcons. You win a 2-for-1 trade. Standy, forced out of the kill somehow, still walks away with a frag. And the specter of Standy is going to haunt you for the scrap time here. They know it's going to fly, and, well, they will at the very least win that gun.
Hey, you see the respect out of FaZe Falcons, like not red dot chasing even when Standy is one shot. To know that he could try to convert that into another kill and put them further on the back burner. So going back towards the center of the map here for another P1. OMIT Brooklyn were able to get themselves a good chunk of time on the second P1. This time it's FaZe Falcons that are here first in the transition at the end of P4. It's just about reading where a lot of these players are coming from. Flank's already been shot down, thanks to Nox. The rest of these players still spawning all the way to the backside of P4. It's a flood from the front.
Have it, QK. Pushing across the way. Those headshots will make Rex extremely weak. He's so soft, ready for those players. Somehow actually manages to walk away with a frag. Should be back up towards 100 HP now. QK, no trophy system to help him. Doesn't matter. You've got help on the crossfire. This is a pitch-perfect hold. FaZe Falcons were in a very deep hole for the longest time. With the last couple of kills, they are right back in this game. And now it all comes down to a crucial rotation towards the next hard point. T-Real with the initial trade out. Nox being a nuisance. Right now, I think QK is still, because a streak is coming down from the heavens. It's going to force them in towards the shot. Can he find any frags for it? Only one. And now it's up to the rest of the FaZe Falcons roster for the 1-for-1 trade through the front. Roxas going to force. Standy picks up the triple, and that's OMiTBrooklyn on the hold.
Yeah, the P2 was really good for FaZe Falcons because Aluka was able to get in a really annoying position just outside of Ice Cream. Unable to get in that position, the Hellstorm missile forces where a lot of the information is coming from. But OMiTBrooklyn, they have this under lock and key. Got one player inside of the gift shop. It's QK, Paul for two. OMiTBrooklyn looking to call game.
FaZe Falcon spawning very far out here. Can you even get a look at the hard point? Rex says, not on your Nelly. Game 5, we go. Look for a second there, like maybe FaZe Falcons can make it back through, but it all comes down to a crucial final rotation, and we are going to get that Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe Falcons made a really good argument there for it. A very strong P1 off the back end of that P4 break. Then put themselves in a situation from the Hellstorm missile you'd imagine to be able to go back and break over by P2. But there's so much coverage when it comes down to gridlock, especially around that P2 area, Brody. I mean, you got the refuge of the gift shop. I want to say even inside of the truck, you are actually safe from the Hellstorm missile being dropped down right on top of it. But you're just hoping to be able to like curve it around from the highway right over top of the broken down highway to be able to try to get the players that are underneath inside of the time. But really well played coming through there from OMiTBrooklyn, forcing on them Alpha, like you were saying.
Alrighty, well, let's go to the last minute of a overload here. Tawny Sports have had a phenomenal day, and they want to continue that in towards the matchup versus For Fun Esports. It's not been fun here on Den, though. You've got 50 seconds to reduce this lead down. Get 3 overloads through. For Fun are just parking the bus. Absolutely no way through. First couple of kills. Mac, too much to do. This is going to be an overload through now. The issue is, of course, For Fun, they are going to be ready for this reset.
Sure will be. For Fun team, by the way, all off the Neslo that we saw earlier.
How?
They played that Scar overload, and they were able to win 3-4, or 4-3, excuse me. Torn Esports, though, off their Den overload. Looking to continue on with any sort of momentum. Now just trailing by 1. They'll have enough time for the device to respawn. The problem is they have no one nearby it.
Yeah, and they know that Awakening's in a position to cause some havoc. Hang on, they've just dealt with him. Player towards Broken, player towards mid-cut. You know what your targets are to win. Too many targets to look at here. Even TK, who has had a brilliant day, cannot pull off a 1 versus 3. If he did pull off that 1 versus 3, I'm sure we'd be having some very frank conversations right now. But no, TK not able to do that in that situation. Honestly, I love watching this Tawny Sports roster. They are very quickly becoming my favorite roster to watch here in Challengers Elite for North America. Just because they can turn the tide so damn fast. We jumped into that, and it's like, you're at a 3 overload disadvantage. Like, you are not winning this overload. No, not with 50 seconds on the clock. And they're like, yeah, we'll just get a couple of overloads through. Like, yeah, we'll make this a feasible position. They get a couple more kills there in the middle of the map proper, and we probably do see an overtime.
If there's a will, there's certainly a way. I mean, they were able to take the 6-4 Search and Destroy over For Fun Esports. Again, that's on Den. You would expect for Search and Destroy again for Fun Esports just to be their absolute wheelhouse. But I'm not going to write off this Torn team, not with the 1v3 that we saw out from TK, not with the reverse sweep that we got to see versus the Stallions just to kick off their elite season as well. And again, like, I know a lot of people are sitting there saying about like the 3-0 for the qualification. It is what it is, but like, I don't know how much more obvious proof you need that this team is going to be a contender not only for playoffs but for potentially a few more upsets if they're able to play another top team like For Fun Esports this close.
And the storylines write themselves. Tawny Sports They're putting their mark on the map here in the very first day of Challengers Elite Season 3. Those storylines will continue here. We've got just a couple of games left before we call it on day number 1. We're going to take it to a quick break. On the other side of this break, though, we've got more action here from the Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Listen, guys, we never make you wait that long to get back into Call of Duty Challengers. We wouldn't do that to you, and we've got another banger matchup right served up for you guys as we get into one of the newer maps coming in here. It's Sake with Orchid looking to bounce back versus this.
Yeah, Sake again coming in towards the map pool as far as Series 3, Stage 3 is concerned. It has been a breath of fresh air. I mean, this map plays like a very classic Call of Duty map. You get your 4 rotations for hills, man, and you've got a lot of good power positions. Rotations just make sense, and with the way that the SMG is currently being played, this is as close to about a 2-2 map as you could possibly get, although depending on the hardpoint Prody, you might see some 3 NPC madness.
Right now, it's Dimensions with the AR that's popping off for Orchid on a 6-3. Big 1 versus 1 towards the next hard point for Dak. The longer this goes on, the longer it's not a 1 versus 1. And that's certainly the case. The team tries to get involved. Dak wins that, and Felony goes down to Rispy, who gets involved with the fight. Of course, close spawns now for BitterSweet. Orchid have players spawning out on the other side of the map, so Dak's not going to be long left alone inside this hard point. Neither will Flames. 3 different ways to look. Will reduce BitterSweet down to the last couple of players, but that's an important break for BitterSweet here. They were already in the hole.
I'm sorry, correction. 5 hard points. I don't know why Gridlock was still on my mind right there. But yeah, as far as the steaming room is concerned, a very crucial break does come through from BitterSweet. Their hard point versus For Fun Esports earlier was their linchpin to be able to get themselves in towards that map number 5, but we'll have to see what Team Orchid are able to bring to the table, because their search and destroy may have looked very, very strong, but you can only imagine that these demons can absolutely feast when it comes down to a Sake hardpoint. So strong showcasing there at the end of 3 as we rotate all the way over towards the garden for P4. And Team Orchid, I mean, they already have players that are nearby. The problem is that their flank all the way through P2 is open.
Manny trying to be a nuisance on said flank. At the very least, of course, Manny in this position, even if he doesn't produce any frags, is being a nuisance to create some space through the middle of the map, and Fellow will take that all day long. All this down to Dimensions, who has slowed down somewhat since his 6 spree at the beginning of the game. BitterSweet now in off the back of that play. Manny, 6 spree for himself, 7 spree for Manny, continues his reign of terror here. Through the map, spots out his potential 8th kill. Doesn't matter that he doesn't find that frag. He's putting in the damage. It's all about the team play right now for BitterSweet. How many more kills can Manny get? He's noticing all of these spawns right now. Manny is swinging from player to player. Finally goes down.
Still has that Hellstorm missile to be playing with, which is very influential when you think about the rotation over towards 4, or even trying to break it. Or even when you're going over towards 5, he's actually going to be calling it almost instantly the moment that he gets back in towards the end of the old hill, forcing everybody to try to take refuge in towards the bar, tries to bend one around the backside, will take down Dimensions on the return for it, but not a whole lot of space for BitterSweet, all off of that Hellstorm being called. It's Orchid still in control.
Nasty's now in the position. Trying to take some players from Orchid down. Oh, gets beamed by Dak there with the NPC. Now Orchid looking to regain their lead once again. This is the kind of hill where you're going to have some of these roaming subs being nuisance in and around this hard point. Of course, When you do that, you do leave some lanes open. That's what happens to Flames momentarily there. He's only able to produce one off the reset. So Orchid now going to have to be a little bit more honest with it. Risby looking to get back towards 100 HP here. Shots out. Good team shot on towards Asim and Manny. Both of those players down for the count, and that should be back 10 seconds secured here. So I will say, proper, how solid Orchid started this one. They had like a 70 to 80 point lead. BitterSweet have done a phenomenal job at making this game much more competitive.
Yeah, they really have been. And that's all off of combating against what Manny was just calling in from that Hellstorm missile, being able to turn P5 into a good amount of time. Risky, though, sliding through, putting on a trailer, able to put himself up on a 3 spree. The transition going through P1. 20 seconds already have been accrued here for Team Orchid. Putting themselves in a better position. Rispy with an M15 all the way through the Zen Garden is just beaming everybody that walks in his way. Not expecting for Manny there off the quick pinch over by Rocks, but I'll tell you what, that's more than enough space being provided. It is an unanswered about 40 points all off P1 for Orchid.
It just plays like that, right? You recognize where these spawns are going to be coming from. Rispy did exactly that. Would have been nice if he could make that transition towards P2 as well. That would have been a death knell for BitterSweet here in this game. Now no longer the case. We talked about how much of a back and forth this game is. BitterSweet want to make it so. You've got a couple of players keeping an eye on where these players inevitably are going to be coming from. You take a 1 for a 1. RCT's down at 80 HP. Has to hit the reload. Not going to happen. Orchid now locking these back spawns on the way. Manny has help on the crossfire. Shots out. Beautiful. On towards the first. Traded, though. Manny has to hit back up towards 100 HP. He falls. There are players coming off the spawn, but it is going to be Orchid breaking through, and you've locked those back spawns down.
Yeah, you sure got him. 30 seconds left to fight over. He would love to be able to contest, if not being able to turn this into the rest of the time for Orchid, getting themselves closer to 200 points and getting themselves closer towards the map number 5. Manny off the popcorn from the Semtex, able to find himself a pair. The problem is that you're forcing out these split spawns. BitterSweet going to be forced to run all the way through the middle of the map, and this should be more than obvious for Team Orchid, but nobody's in a position to maybe try to deal with it. A lot of stray gunfights coming through, and the majority of BitterSweet make it through the map unscathed over towards P3. They will maintain their numbers.
I don't know if I've just seen Rispy spawn where he did. I don't even know if I just saw that. If I'm making that up, I'm going to watch that back later on tonight before I go to bed. Anyway, big kill there from Asim, by the way. That one, this one towards the back line, effectively decides who gets control of that next hard point. Him winning that forces Orchid to spawn out a little bit further than they otherwise would do. And now they've got a fighting chance at getting control and keeping control over this hard point. Asim already doubling up, though. Fellow also on 4 in a row. Asim will slide in. Shots perfect. And we will find his third in the ensemble. Big 25 here, and Orchid, they know it. They're still going to send a couple of players coming off spawn, but for the most part, this is going to be a setup in towards the next hard point. Manny wants to try and break the Serenity almost immediately. He's done exactly that. Turns the attention to the mentions, and he will take it as Asim gets his first kill. Arcity's there for the follow-up. The teamwork right now on this break for BitterSweet is perfect.
Yeah, this P4 area, the Zen Garden, is where Manny was able to go on his massive spree. He's more than halfway through getting himself that Hellstorm missile. Just trying to maybe wait for a little bit more assistance down to 60 HP. One player is trying to hit the very deep OE. Asim's also on a 4 spree on the opposite side. Make that a combined 12 between them and Arcides, who's anchoring things out onto the backside of the park. Gets bumped out thanks to Fellow spawning up. And all of this time that's being accrued from Manny is inching his way closer towards another Hellstorm. Same could be said for Arcides as he's looking for more kills inside these buildings.
Yeah. Combined 12 spree. Now just 10 between Arcides and Manny. There's the Hellstorm from Manny in the back pocket. Arcides, 1 kill away. You cannot feed it. Triple child point through the middle of the map. Arcides gets shut down. That's a big one. Not second Hellstorm in the back pocket here. As we approach all even Stevens going in towards the next hill. Fellow, a lot to do. Buys enough time now that the cross is being watched by Arcites. This is going to be a BitterSweet hard point, and I think that Hellstorm is immediately coming through here from Manny. The idea being, keep these guys in the middle of the map. We can get ourselves set up for the right positions, and you're finding the follow-up frags as well. Everything is coming up BitterSweet.
And just trying to play cutoff all the way out from Shrine. Here comes the push around the backside, and a lot of the pressure is starting to manifest. It just comes down for the trades and Nassim. He's able to be there. Dimensions now from the front finds the one elimination for the player on towards the time. Closer spawns also coming through from Team Orchid. BitterSweet may have flipped the lead, but they cannot relent off the pressure.
The team's got to do some more work here. Not able to do so. Not a lot of coverage on the other side of those pallets. Fellow now has to check all of these different corners for where potential players from Orchid could be. Lovely read on towards Flames. Dimensions for the immediate shell out here. Astes has to watch the cross and simultaneously try to take Dimensions out of the play, and that cross will be the ball of him. Hassim, can he get the follow-up? No. Dak for a beautiful double. Fellow there, potentially the final save here. Even this 4 seconds could be valuable time if you can get it. And Dimensions, well, we'll at least try to stop that from happening. 2:24 to 2:15 here, so we're going to P1. This is about to get mixy.
Yeah, a very solid set of hard points coming through from BitterSweet again, and it's the same ending from P4 into P5, just executed a whole lot better from BitterSweet, from Manny getting that Hellstorm missile, and then using it almost immediately. Flames playing the corner, inside of the display, just outside of the desk, finds himself a pair, 229. The lead flip there for Orchid. They can still win here.
They're spawning out on both sides. Gotta deal with them. Rispi not able to do so. Collapses. BitterSweet, you gotta get in towards the hard point now. Dimension's gonna throw a dead nade, try and do some damage here. Chops his head up for the first kill. Pistol for the second. It's a white feed. Orchid, if they hold the rest of the time, they can finish it. No, not the case. It's gonna be white time. That means we go towards the next hard point. Asim, his position towards the backline is absolutely everything. It's actually Fellow to win that gunfight. He goes huge, but he's got so much more work to do here. Dimension's gonna leave that one towards his teammate, putting a lot of trust in, trying to cut the reinforcements off, and all of those gunfights go Orchid's way. Back spawns though, still locked in.
They can still try to rush in towards this. They're not going to count for Asim to try to play for the timing out from the side door. Dimensions is ready for it, but the kills are starting to come through.
Yeah, it's kills in favor of Orchid. The flood is in. Flames hits the reload. The trust is there. Rispi forces us into a game 5. Back spawns. Be damned.
Yeah, again, those back spawns that ended up coming through, you almost have to think like, you go back to that very minute time. Again, hindsight is a hell of a thing, but like, Fellow, he spawns up, he's able to find that initial, locks things down. I think because he gets the confirmation that his teammates spawn all the way out over by P5, that he needs to try to contest P2 very, very quickly. But in doing so, he actually gives up numbers, and it just allows everybody from Orchid just to hunker things down. But I'm not gonna lie, I thought that one was gonna be done well before we even thought about talking about a third set of hard points, man. I mean, like, the way the lead that Team Orchid had going in towards that one for P3, BitterSweet were just slowly and yet surely clawing their way back by way of Manny in his Zen Garden. I don't even care what it's called anymore. That is Manny's Garden.
Manny's garden.
That was going crazy.
Absolutely, dude. That guy's tendering out into the garden. He's got everything going his way. Jumping into FaZe Falcons, though, versus OMIT Brooklyn. This is the game 5 that we know the chat is clamoring to see right now. And FaZe Falcons looking pretty hot over OMIT Brooklyn. 4-2-2. So OMIT Brooklyn are going to take this one incredibly tentatively. Initial smoke going out. Not entirely sure if QK saw the reposition here from Tyrael. Either way, it is going to be an A-site attack here. Aluka going to be damaged up. 1-for-1 trade inside the site. Tyrael, how much more can you do? And I think that's the right call in this situation. Yes, you give it the bomb site, but you preserve your life.
I was going to get planted, backed up by a trophy system, just in case there's any late utility. Rex does have one available. He might just have to hit this, because Danny's already in the site. No way.
Your breath, folks. The smoke is down. This wrap's not going to happen in time. This wrap doesn't happen in time. Standy with balls of steel. Steals around away for OMIT Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's just absolutely absurd, isn't it? You get the bomb planted. You think that, hey, maybe there's no way that we could possibly lose this. You try to call the bluff, but Sandy does not fake that. Throws down the smoke right at the doorway. Over Brooklyn, they didn't even find a single kill in that round, did they? Just vibing.
I think they found one, right?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, whatever. You know what? Listen, we're splitting heads. Right? At the end of the day,
Yeah.
It doesn't really make a difference. I'm Brooklyn fast in this one. They want to try and bury that momentum in towards this round. That early tilt is going to make things difficult. Roxas opens things up with the first blood, but that out position from Tyrael is something you're never going to expect. That is a big way to balance the scales back in your favor. Tyrael's not done as well. Tyrael is not done! Finds 2. Paul X to close out the round. Tyrael wins that one.
Wonderfully done there from Too Real. Again, you talk about SMG players being very, very happy to have a submachine gun in hand. Look no further than Too Real. This guy's been gaming for quite some time, man. It's nice to be able to see him light things up rather than just being pegged as the OBJ submachine gun player. Able to hunker down over towards the backside, deny any sort of flankertunity that could have been there, as OMIT Brooklyn are able to string together too. These Falcons might be thinking twice about that quick plan if they're offered it once again. So we're tied up going in towards round number 9. A defense already there, just hunkered down, but nobody overextending. This is really good discipline being showcased out of OMIT Brooklyn, and I'm saying that because I'm seeing that it's Standy and Dylan Rex on the same team, and they're not just sprinting at the adversary.
Yeah, this has been a phenomenal last couple of rounds for OMIT Brooklyn. Standy and T-Real's heroics. T-Real throwing all sorts of shoulders now. Garnering information for the squad. It's important to note that FaZe Falcons do have pretty much full control over the middle of the map here. If they wanted to, they could burst in through bricks, and I don't think OMIT Brooklyn would be none the wiser, but that's not the play call here from FaZe Falcons. They are pushing the train tracks. Play call's made. Standy, big 1 versus 1, loses it. Rex trying to brace. You've lost Too Real on the play as well. It's all falling apart. Paulex will even the numbers ever so slightly, and now his position has been revealed. Paulex needs to procure an ace in this round. That bomb's going down.
Now he's got an NPC, and he gets scouted on the cross there from Maluka. Bomb being planted. Paul has to have some godlike timing here. Doesn't even fully clear the corner inside of Tools, and FaZe Falcons are going to be able to put themselves up to map point first, and a really good transition off of what we saw from us hopping in towards the search and destroy Brody. We saw them try to play for that quick A plant, as many do try to do. But as you pointed out, utility was coming out. They saw no sniper glint through the middle of the map. So they just think wiser of it. Just take the majority of our numbers. We saw the red dot pop inside of the A bomb site. We heard it was an NPC. So just get down the train tracks and try to overwhelm any numbers that they see over there. Like you said, it was the 1 versus Standy that then gave them that edge to be able to fully embrace that B bomb site. Now it comes down to the response for OMIT Brooklyn. Can they force a round 11?
Come on, guys. Round 11. It would be rude not to, wouldn't it? Maybe not. Nox drawing first blood. QK through the smoke. Going to get rid of the trophy system. Puts out some warning shots. Would have been nice if he could find that frag. Flanking play from Nox, though. Brings it all down to Paulex. 1 versus 3 wasn't possible previously. You've now got to win it to try and keep the search and destroy alive.
As an M15 to try to do it, he's got to have to rip the first player that he sees via headshots, because he doesn't want to get into close range versus the NPC. It's a dirty head glitch over top of the white truck, and FaZe Falcons win the map 5 in 10 rounds. They'll at least get a dub on the board.
Yeah, again, it's just these off angles that FaZe Falcons see the play. I think it was what kind of a fell Paulex in the previous round as well, where he had to procure an ace in a 1 versus 3. You're not going to check that corner on the train tracks in the little room, and you're certainly not going to be checking the white car. I mean, you're like the first thing you're going to expect is those players in a 3 versus 1 to just be bunched up together in and around that bomb site. You're not going to be checking the white car like that whatsoever. So yeah, kind of unfortunate, but a brilliant way for us to end that matchup as FaZe Falcons take their first win of stage 3. Let's close out the night then, folks, with Orchid versus BitterSweet. Of course, BitterSweet earlier on today, they did take a game 5 loss versus For Fun. Nothing, I think, to be upset too much about, considering how strong that For Fun roster was. They've got another game 5 now. Chance for redemption here for this roster.
Got 5 game 5s on our opening day. If this doesn't show you all after 2 series of the Elite going in towards the third, just how close and competitive North America Challengers is, I don't know what type of diagram to even draw for you. It would take me a calculator at the very least. BitterSweet are able to get the first round. They're splitting the map, trying to maybe bait out any sort of over-aggression over by plane. Manny's going to get left here to his own devices from Asim, who's going to join his brethren in arms to try to get this A-bomb plant.
And it's going to be through the middle of the map for BitterSweet. You've been spotted out, but Rusby loses the gunfight regardless. And the immediate read from BitterSweet is for a potential flanking play. Smoke goes down. That's going to help Asim escape. Ooh, that bomb is going down. Flames will get the exit frag off the back of it, but Fellow looking for the double. It's not going to happen. Dimensions has the boomstick, and Fellow is just going for an immediate hunt. I think the fact that Dimensions took a shot Means that Fellow should know about it. The con will be made towards Manny that, hey, somebody's still hanging around the back line, and Manny will make the play off the back of it. Down to Dak for the 1 versus 3. No such miracles today. It's a perfect round, pretty much, from BitterSweet.
Yeah. Again, I mean, they just exhaust so much time just throwing utility over by the plane side, just hoping for an overextension. But again, not having access to the communication is one thing, but being able to visibly see what it means, like for Asim and Manny playing side by side with each other, like the trust is there. I think Asim probably saw like a foot, maybe a nameplate through the middle of the map, and then Manny just backs down. Asim gets the damage, baits out the player with the smoke. Manny finds that first blood and then backs all the way up, expecting for the overextension to come through. He's able to find that elimination for a 4-0 start. Only 3 kills accrued between 2 rounds for Team Orchid.
Well, RC says if Dimensions can do it, I can do it too. Boomstick in hand. Keeping an eagle eye on a potential push over towards A. Whiffs the first. You know you're going to get a second opportunity through the top. If he just takes a pot shot through wood, my mouth would be agape. I don't think that's going to happen, though. Smoke's going out right now. Fellow keeping himself up close here for the push through. RSTC is going to take that pot shot, but it doesn't matter. He's not going to be the one to procure that first gunfight. Flames down for the count. And Orchid's only real way to even scales here would be to find some frags or get the bomb down. It is going to be an attempt at the former, and that attempt falls flat on its face.
BitterSweet win 3 in a row, and they give up all the space over by Motel because they know that they at least have that coverage from one AR playing down low over by the 18 truck. And you got RC just all the way up top with the sniper. Didn't see any glint over top side of Motel. Probably saw a couple players cross. You saw him thinking about maybe a wall bang through the sign. Could have been susceptible to a jump up there, but yeah, the coverage from Fellow down low, who was yet to die in the search. Manny's yet to die in the search. He's up to 5 in a row as well. Just maybe about an assist away from getting himself that Hellstorm missile. It's a guaranteed round, especially when it comes down to Scar, in my humblest opinion. So we go back to effectively the same rollout. Just the difference is that Fellow defensively is here alongside Manny, expecting for the overextension. Orchid are shaking in their boots right now, expecting for any challenge to come their way. But BitterSweet aren't going to give it to him easily.
I would love to know what HP Dak is on right now, because that's a double chow coming through effectively from Fellow. Try and take him out of position. That would be disastrous for Orchid, because it would be another player they have to keep an eye out for a potential flank. Another player dedicated, well, not to A. And that, of course, is as ever the case here. 99% of the time is going to be an A hit. It's where the bomb is going. Smoke goes down. It's going to draw Orchid in. Risky survives the fight. Ace him again. I mean, this is the second time now that we've seen a player from Orchid survive their brush with death. That smoke is about to clear, and Arthur is about to come face to face with death on his own. Not ready for it. That bomb in an awful position now with 25 on the clock.
Bomb needs to get recovered for a start. Already lost Manny off of his spree. Didn't get himself that Hellstorm missile. So Asim cover the bomb. He's lost his running mate all in the backside of Fellow. Yeah, so how do you try to turn this into something? He doesn't even know which way to look. I don't even know which way to tell you to look, honestly, Asim. So he's going to get gunned, but wonderfully done there from Orchid this time around, just holding the line. You get a player P1, expecting for maybe the overchat. You get the confirmation that Fellow Manny, they're playing over by boat. And you just force them to make a move. I mean, it is the oldest trick in the book, isn't it, Brody? The offensive team does have to make an offensive push. Who would have thought?
It has to be said. I mean, that is a crucial round for Orchid. Obviously, yeah, for the forehead statement of the year, obviously you don't want to go forward in a game 5
Yeah, 3-1's way different than 4-0. Thank you, Brody.
100%, 100%. But, you know, not only have you got yourself on the board here, but you have stopped that double threat of the Hellstorm, right? From Fellow, he was on 4 in a row. Manny, he was on 5 in a row. Neither of those will be coming in here. On Scar, again, there's so much open space around the one bomb site. Let's be honest, there isn't a second one here on Scar. That, you know, it's basically a death knell of a round if a Hellstorm does come through. So to stop that is everything. Keeps Orchid in the conversation. That early use of flak will keep Fellow in the play. Smoke goes down. Rispy looking to get under the smoke. Of course, he did land ever so slightly above the waist. Uses it to recognize the bomb site. It's clear. Time to get that bad boy down.
He's got coverage as well. You see Dak right above him, expecting for the challenge to come through from Asim. He was the one that was bullet hosing over by inside of shops, and he wins the opening gunfight versus Dak, and Rispy can't even find the trade. But the bomb is planted. Flames isn't really a part of this play. He's in no man's land. He just gave away his red dot too. That should confirm that Dimensions is all by his lonesome. Numbers advantage here fully for BitterSweet.
Seems just going to stick this one as well. Flames no choice but to full sprint towards the site, and that's really unfortunate. I think for Dimensions right up top, you're effectively in a 1 versus 3 on the side because Flames is so far removed from you in that situation. And granted, I think that's probably the right place for Flames to be. Ultimately, like, I mean, he's looking for something through the middle of the map, but there's no guarantee that the pressure is just going to come straight on towards the site. In Dimensions, if he gets up and looks directly towards the bomb, you know, if he gets up and looks directly towards the painting, if he finds even one frag there, it makes things infinitely easier for Flames to work with there on the retake. But, I mean, him just finding nothing off the back of a surprise play, that is a tough cookie to have to crumble. Either way, BitterSweet bounce back. But like a resurgence for Orchid has deafened down. Early util out. BitterSweet. They survive it. Orchid doing anything a little bit different here. It's a 3-stack towards that plane side.
Seam didn't exactly get the nade that he wanted to try to get all the way to the backside of green, but still should probably be aware that somebody is here. Trophy System's going to keep themselves protected from any sort of stun nadery that's going to be coming over the top. The smoke does come through, but do you feel safe enough, at least for the plant? I would now. Oh my god.
What's coming through? Oh god, it is a hail of bullets, and Dimensions can't even find a frag. Oh, when BitterSweet want to turn it on, they turn it on. A full, just 4-stack on towards the site, and there is nada that they can do about it. Look at this play, man. Look at the aggression from Arcetes to just come out of the smoke fine. It's kind of like, you know that scene? It's an iconic scene of like Batman and Robin coming out of the smoke or something from like their 1980s movie. That is literally Arcetes, but significantly faster.
This is a really good rollout too. I mean, like, they didn't do anything special. Like, Asim's trying to cover inside of green. You get the trophy system to keep themselves safe over by A. The smoke there for the plant, but then they just get the nameplate before the smoke fully blossoms. And they were able to get such a steep numbers advantage that Orchid are forced to try to make the play forward. Now map point here for the map 5 out of BitterSweet. Up on the defense. Looking good for it, but Orchid trying to dictate the pace of the play. Here comes that A execute.
Just checking that nobody's inside the shop. You know, you don't have anything to worry about on the flank now. RC is just going to keep there just in case. This bomb's going to go down. It's all about this initial. Fellow gets cut down. That's a big one. Can Rispy get away? RC is trying to take him out of the play. That stun is going to connect, but that's okay. If you're Orchid, you've escaped. Gotta make sure you remove Asim from this flanking play as well. Not going to happen. Asim manages to find that frag. 25 on the clock now. 3 versus 3 we go. Arcetes. Can he catch the player on the bomb with guard? Can he do it is the question. Yes, he can. And now hold us down to Dak. Dak has to jump on this. Not going to check the right side. Dak not going to find the kill either. Arcetes jumps off the defuse. Wins the 1 versus 1. The element of surprise goes poof. And as does Orchid's hope of winning this one. BitterSweet might have lost 1 game 5 today. They won't lose another.
10 total maps, able to at least convert 1 map 5 there in 7 rounds. And, I mean, a very different look there versus Team Orchid as comparatively to what they had versus For Fun Esports. But, I mean, I got to tip the hat to almost go for the insanity play. I mean, it's the same exact rollout. It's Scar Search to Destroy at the end of the day. There's only so much creativity unless you are torn, of course, what we saw from their plane execute earlier today. But I digress, man. I think it's just one of those things that was really well executed. But like when Dak was getting shot up, he rushed all the way back over by Blue to join what was it, Dimensions all the way in the backside of Blue to be able to maybe try to keep that intact from the flank. Asim still finds that elimination, but then Dak's not really a part of the play. They fully clear all of the other numbers just from sheer veracity in the numbers that were attained from being able to find that elimination at first after the bomb got planted. And it's just these very minuscule mistakes from a lot of those post-plan situations that were catching Team Orchid more often than not in a losing situation from their offensive attempts. So it is, you can clean it up for sure, but in the heat of the moment like that, it's so difficult to be able to recognize those types of scenarios.
And it's just, This BitterSweet roster, man, I've enjoyed watching them today, and I think they should be proud of themselves for their entrance in towards this season of Challengers Elite. Again, they were up against it in their first match of the day, right? You know, they lost 3-2 to For Fun. Search and Destroy was actually their downfall back then. Turns out, no, For Fun are just a really good Search and Destroy team, it would seem, because their Search and Destroy looked phenomenally
I'm not
better,
surprised.
markedly better. And yeah, I'm not surprised by that whatsoever as well in their second series of the day. So that means they go 1-1 at the end of the day, and that's an important start to their performance in Group A. Look, Torn might have lost their second series. You know, let's just start by talking about Group A. I think, you know, getting those storylines out of the way. Torn beating FC Stallions is the biggest upset of the day for sure. FC Stallions finishing day number 1 at 0-2 after a phenomenal performance at Birmingham. They are the only team of this entire Challengers Elite season to have not changed their roster, at least in North America. That's not the start that they wanted to Stage 3.
No, it's not at all. And I think from the Stallions and their perspective, right? I mean, you go map 5, you get reverse swept by Torn Esports, the team that a lot of people are probably looking at to probably be the 6th team in this Group A, not even a playoff contender. And then you go up against this New Age Huntsman, and then you get absolutely smacked in the mouth. 250 to 92 on that Colossus, 6-2 on the Den Search, 6-2 on the Den Overload. The FC Stallions need a massive bounce back, not only tomorrow, but they effectively have to win out for the rest of the Elite season if they want to be able to put themselves in a better situation to close things out.
Yeah, and of course, on the other side of there, Group B, just to very briefly talk about it, you've got FaZe Falcons, T-Bush, and OMIT Brooklyn all at 1-1 on the day. I think that's pretty much par for the course for what we expected out of that group. P7 Notorious, I think they're 2-0, and beyond that as well, they haven't lost a map on day 1.
Haven't lost a map. I don't think anybody's surprised, Brody. I mean, yeah, Afro gets pulled up into Boston. Snoopy gets pulled down into P7 Notorious, but they haven't simply skipped a beat. I mean, that cup number 9 was definitely something to behold for themselves. They are still the number 1 team in a lot of people's eyes, and myself included, when it comes down to North America Challengers Elite. They are setting the bar, and the way that they dismantle Telluride Bush in a lot of those situations, I think really cemented their foothold in North America Challengers right now.
Yeah, I believe that Snoopy edition is what we call a lateral move, as in nothing really changed for the roster. It's just
really
Snoopy's in, but yeah, it's just Snoopy doing Snoopy things. He's in challenges. It's bloody ridiculous. Anyway, that's going to do it for day number 1 here in North America, folks. Thank you so much for joining us here for Call of Duty Challengers Elite. But as you well know, if you're a Challengers fan, or if you don't, the action is not done, because tomorrow we'll be back with day number 2. Make sure you tune in, and as always, you can catch every single match of Call of Duty Challengers Elite as it happens over at youtube.com/COD Challengers. Thanks so much for joining us here for day number 1. We'll catch you tomorrow for more Call of Duty Challengers Elite.